I'm just going to open this up, assuming my audio is working fine. Is my audio working okay? Just give me a quick yes, and then I'll pull this Spaces up. Perfect. Sounds good.
Man, I can't hear SK either. That's weird.
Output.
Mike, I think I could be wrong, but I think Diligent's running his own space right now. He is. He's running his own space, which kind of sucks because I would like to go in there and listen to what he has to say. I don't know. He was supposed to start his space at like 7 o'clock my time, which was 2 hours ago. And then I seen that post was just gone. I didn't see that space anymore. Because if he was going to, I was going to go live 2 hours ago. So I don't know when he started this or reposted it, but I did not get the notification.
All right, Ben, talk to me. Or SK, talk to me.
I can hear you.
All right, now I can hear you guys. We are good. It was the next thing. I had to log out and log back in. There we go. All right, so let's get this started. I'm going to bring up the space on the. And by the way, folks, if you'd like to, if you're in the space, I have this live streaming video as well onto X. So if we're going to share images, other media, I'll be able to do that. You should be able to hear all the media that I play audio through the space. But yeah, so that is what we will do. SK, real quick, have you been following? Did I lose SK?
I just seen I had a text from Gary.
All right. Let me put Jen.
Oops. I probably should have checked that. Oh, well.
All right, folks. So
next time.
For those of you who don't know, the last couple of days, there's been a story going around where Diligent Denizen has been saying that he has a receipt. And I'm going to play a couple of pieces of media to predicate where this story started off. Because essentially, not too long ago, he was claiming that he didn't have a receipt. And then I'm going to add some additional information behind this.
I personally think there's something pretty shady going on with this restaurant owner.
Is that the pod sloppers, the people that are just so stuck on a narrative, they will not accept any evidence. They are constantly projecting and saying that the feds are manufacturing evidence. And they're the ones that are actually doing this. Whether we're talking about constant anonymous sources,
I think I just told him.
Unverifiable information. And don't worry, folks.
No, I'm kidding. He doesn't watch my stuff. He won't know. He's not going to see this. Dude, I feel so bad, Jared. I wish I would have seen your DM. I totally would have done a live with you last night.
We're going to go through some of the facts of this case. And one of those facts.
I was so bummed out when I saw that.
Share this tab instead that we have here is just not too long ago. And I put it down in the comment section below as well.
Adri. So he started at 8 instead of 7. Okay. I just assumed he canceled it because he saw, so maybe he was going to come into Gary's. I should have checked again.
Ordered the steak, couple beers.
So for those of you listening, basically we have his witness beers. Which, by the way, I did talk to Ralph Perkins, the owner of this, and we'll bring in some of that information as well. I've talked to him twice now. He called me today after he was saying he didn't really want to get involved with any of the stuff. On his own volition, he called me. So what we have is his receipt. And on his receipt, it says a steak and a soft drink.
Oh, this is going to get wild, guys. Now Gary's talked to Ralph. This is going to get wild.
Or a couple beers. So right away, his own eyewitness completely contradicts what's being said. And we got a couple of people requested. I will try to get as many people up here as a speaker. Let me go through. And by the way, obscure moderator and Jen, if you guys can start letting people jump in here, Insurrection Barbie is going to be invited to speak. She's just going to get a perma mic.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. It wasn't working a minute ago for some reason when you had me as co-host.
Yeah, no worries. It was the same thing was going on with me. I had to log out and log back into the space. So what we constantly have, especially from Diligent Denizen, who yes is a criminal, is manufactured evidence. We're constantly seeing this from their side, and this is just become the norm. And they are the ones that are
not a big
lying.
fan of
It wasn't
like
the
holding people's records against them when it comes. I just I don't like it because I'm technically a criminal.
Shooters underneath tunnels, the French Foreign Legion. That isn't the Fed slop. That's the pod slop. That's Candace Owens and her ilk that are making literally millions of dollars off of this. Insurrection Barbie, welcome to the space. Glad to have you. We definitely want to get you on a show sometime.
Or I mean, like I was a criminal like a long time ago.
Oh.
Just to clarify.
Bronson, I just made you a speaker. I've kind of been going through here and I'm kind of managing a couple things. My brain's a little scattered here, but if you will, you do a good summary for people like Insurrection Barbie that doesn't really know what's going on with this particular thing that we're going to talk about. And we're going to talk about some other incidents as well.
Is he telling me to do that? Were you asking me to give a summary?
Yeah, you.
Oh, okay. So basically, from my understanding, is Diligent Denizen posted, I believe it was July 1st. He posted a video where he's... Oh, okay. Anyway,
go ahead.
All right. He posted a video on July 1st where he's basically making the claim that he just did this 30-minute interview with the owner of Cowboy Smokehouse. And in that that video clip that he shared, he basically talks about the owner said that he wasn't there that night, but it was his employees that witnessed Tyler Robinson being there, and that there weren't cameras or there were holes in the wall where there were cameras at one point, but that there was a camera behind the bar, allegedly. Okay, so he pushed this video out. And then whenever it was...
Real quick, I want to clarify. It was either him or Candace. Which one said that the FBI took those cameras?
That I'm not sure.
So that was definitely stated that the FBI came and seized these cameras. I don't know which one. I don't want to incorrectly attribute that. I talked to Ralph. That never happened. The FBI never came and got cameras.
Right.
And just to back up just a little bit, because you're doing a great job summarizing the current state for people that haven't been following this at all. The issue here is that allegedly, and we'll get into that portion because it's a big one. Allegedly, Tyler Robinson shows up at this place around 8:55, eats a steak dinner, and then leaves around 9:50, 9:45, something like that. And so what they're trying to say is that because it's allegedly 2 hours and 45-minute drive from UVU to this location, I believe it's like, what time did he interact with the law enforcement? I think it was around midnight. Doesn't really matter, but what they're trying to say is that this proves that Tyler Robinson wasn't the shooter. The problem is they haven't substantiated that this was even Tyler Robinson. And as a matter of fact, the owner of the restaurant believes it was not Tyler Robinson. And really, when you look at the driving times, according to what the owner told me, using the back roads, you can get there in about 2 hours. So it's ultimately, it ends up being inconsequential. But the fact that he suddenly produces a receipt that also the owner said looked odd. He said his words were, "It looks AI." So he's like, the top of it looks different. I don't know about all that. I'm trying to get the owner to send me an actual, one of their legitimate receipts that would kind of reproduce exactly what was ordered. So far, he hasn't replied to that. We can't even do a comparison. But at 1 minute, Tyler Robinson or Diligent Denizen didn't have a receipt, and now allegedly he does. Take it away, Bronson. Sorry.
Sure. And just to continue on from that, Diligent makes this post on July 1st. July 11th, the owner responds to that
by
post.
that establishment.
Sorry, my video
No.
keeps turning on.
No, you're fine. You're fine. The owner responds to Diligent's post, correcting Diligent, basically saying that, no, there's no camera behind the bar. There were holes where cameras were at one point, but since they bought the building back in 2023, there have never been cameras there. So he basically calls Diligent a liar, and that he said that they didn't really have an interview. Now, I would show this, or I would bring this up or point to where you could see it, but the owner has since made his posts protected. So unless you follow him or you're an approved follower, you can't see on any of his posts. And where we're at now is Mr. Exclusive apparently called him and spoke to him today. And the owner, I guess, from the sounds of it, told Mr. Exclusive that he doesn't think Tyler Robinson was actually ever at the restaurant. And here we are. And it sounds like Gary's been able to speak with him as well. So I'm really curious to see what Gary found out.
Yeah, so I did. I spoke with him for over 30 minutes the other day. He told me the exact same thing. I was recording the call. At the end of it, he said that he did not want to go on the record. So I'm not going to, I just want to be as respectful as I can. But I can tell you that everything that Mr. Exclusive has reported is exactly what he told me. So this is just another, I mean, these people are just desperate to get Tyler Robinson off, the murderer of Charlie Kirk, allegedly. All right. He is innocent until proven guilty, but all the evidence points to this. And it's not even about whether or not he's innocent at this point. These people don't even care about that. What they care about is continuing their grift. And this is just one more thing. They're going to move. Last week, it was the exploding mic. This week, it's this. Next week, it's going to be something else. They're going to find some more cracks in the story that they're going to attempt to exploit. And their gullible followers are just going to be like, yep, this is true. And this is the problem that we constantly have. And folks, you all people, like everybody here, it's not just me and, Bronson and Insurrection Barbie that should be out there fighting for the truth. Like, we got to get everyday people in on this too, because that's what their side does. They're not afraid, and liberals are the same way. And by the way, the same tactics, I mean, it's so similar between what's going on with this, the whole conspiracy industrial complex that we have, the way that they lie, the way that they twist things, the way that they have complete double standards constantly is so different. Like this receipt, if this was produced by TPUSA or anybody else, they would say this is horseshit. You can't verify it. His name's not on there. Any identifying information has been obscured and redacted. And they would like, this is total crap. But when they produce this crap, they can turn it into whatever they want with impunity. So, that's where we're at with this.
Hey,
I'm
Gary.
gonna play, hold on real quick. I'm gonna play this audio and then I will get to who is ever next, because this is really important. Because here we have, that's actually I actually have a video of
clear up a lot of the speculation
saying that let me go to my bookmarks. Go ahead, who was ever trying to speak just a second ago.
It's Glory right now. I want to bring something up.
Yep.
I was listening to Diligence Space not long ago, because he's on one now, and he is right now claiming that that Ralph called him the second time he showed up. He went to the steakhouse or the smokehouse the second time, and that's when he interviewed the kid. Anyway, he claims that the owner walked up to him and or he said, "Oh, I'll give you you wait there an hour, and then when I get there, I'll give you the receipt." And he showed up, and he just Ralph just put it on the table for him. And I just want to put it out there that people don't realize, like, Candace put this story out there in January, and
He did.
so he had to do that Fox hit, or that, the article, or what, if I think it was Fox or whatever, because people are attacking him. And now Diligent has opened this back up. When he talked to Candace, he said the exact same thing that he told Mr. X, but people need to realize that they have brought this poor guy into this situation.
And I believe the Candace episode I could be mistaken, but I believe it was episode 285.
Diligent now just claiming like, oh yeah, you know, the owner gave me the receipt. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I talked to the owner
That is
too.
a fact. Yes, that is a fact that the owner did not give him a receipt, or at least that's what the owner's saying. And one of the things that Diligent keeps saying when you impeach the testimony of his current witness on here, that it's not a really good witness to begin with. He's like, oh, what? Or you're telling me that a Mormon's going to lie? Well, guess what? Mr. Perkins is a Mormon too. Everybody in Utah is a freaking Mormon. And they're all saying that, all the credible ones are saying that you're lying. And he said that Diligent was full of shit. That was his exact word, by the way.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that because I'm just tired, you know, it's just frustrating because now he had to, you know, put his, not that he was really on X ever, but, you know, he had to protect his tweets and stuff like that. And it's just the fact that, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I called him, you know, and I talked to him,
Yeah.
but like I said, he said the exact same stuff. He said everything that he said.
I just want to make it clear, I did not call this guy at all. I was never going to call this guy. Everybody's just calling him. I did, however, tag him in an X post. Ooh.
Down, and it's just, they got to think about the guy, I guess, you know, and just take the establishment into consideration when you're claiming that Diligent is telling you the truth, because he's not. And I'm not one to come on these spaces ever, so you can take me for the fact that I don't talk like this on these things, and I'm nervous as hell. But just think about the fact that he's gonna now call this owner after he's already lied.
That poor guy, nothing. That poor guy, nothing. Let this shit run for this long without saying anything. That poor guy, nothing.
About this, the owner right away.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just put that out there.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbie.
I think my biggest problem with all of this, and
that's what
not even about
pisses me off the most about this dude. He replied to a Diligent Denizen post 6 days ago. You could make a post that says, hey, Tyler Robinson more than likely was not here, guys. It's not his receipt. Couldn't do that.
And nobody has even asked for proof. Like, what does a receipt prove? What does that receipt actually prove? It proves nothing. It proves nothing. It's one person's word against another person's word until somebody goes on the record under oath and makes a statement that's like has some like with credible people pushing back or whatever the case may
But
be.
he wanted to for sure just clarify about the cameras not being there. Like, we've got to make sure we clarify that, but we're just going to let this TR stuff run. Fuck it. We'll let that run.
This has been entire.
And he's, according to the articles, is like knows the Robinson family.
Truly, how many people are?
It was in every fashion magazine.
It really, I literally looked it up. I swear to God, I looked it up. I didn't know this like off the top of my head. I looked it up.
Well, it's not even about like the validity of the, you know, how strong of evidence it is. It's just the fact of these people are putting shit out there, and we have nothing but we don't believe you to counter it. We need to counter this crap.
Push narratives. We're here to push through.
And the owner knows, and he's not saying.
For everybody. And by the way, I know there are people on our side that we have called people out on our side. Myself, Bronson, many other folks out there.
Yeah, you know, I would think that too, Jared, that he's not neck deep. He knows Diligent Denizen's social account. He replied to his ex. Like, he's at least a little bit aware. You gonna tell me his employees aren't aware? They weren't filling him in on nothing?
Out there, and by the way, I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's just not what I want to do. But as far as like,
he's a restaurant owner. Cool. I'm a multi-business owner. I know what the hell's going on. They're not a chance.
Insinuating things without bringing facts and evidence to it. Like, I'm not down with that. So there is one side that consistently does that. And that's why that all of this series of conspiracies have thrived and just continue on. And this is why even being wrong time after time after time.
I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know what his motives were at all. I have my opinions, but I'm not going to pretend like they're for sure.
Proud. I think it was somebody taking a shot from underneath the table.
But the fact that he replied to a Diligent Denizen post, he's definitely aware.
Then we have people saying that there was like some gun shooting device off from Charlie's left that actually took the shot. We've had the Bushman shooter, the iPhone shooter. It's like, at what point do you guys say, you know what, these people aren't presenting evidence to us, and like move to somebody credible? And it's okay. And it's okay if we get things wrong. We're all going to do that from time to time. Another thing that you can consistently see from their side is they will not admit they were wrong, and they will not retract anything. We have Ian Carroll that for months and months and months pushed the idea that the rifle picture from the New York Times was a stock photo, and then he went further on. He created an entire another lie and said that the New York Times.
Hey, if anybody's over in the diligent space and is listening to that one as well, feel free to like throw updates in the chat.
What it really was
I'm
this
curious to see what he's
firearm,
saying.
this relic that couldn't have even taken the shot to begin with, which in of itself is false, but he doesn't know any better. And then he said, hey, we know it was a stock photo because it had a synthetic stock. So we see one side pushing narratives, pushing propaganda, wrong time.
What's his motive now? I don't know. Conscience that this is getting to be such a big story. So he's having a conscience issue. And now he knows that if he comes out against Candace, that he's going to get shit. It's the only thing I can think of.
You need to remember there's a technical school.
I don't know. I don't know all of this publicity that he's had. Candace talking about his business, it being in national media. I don't know if that's had like a good effect on his business or not. Probably a decent effect, right? It's probably been a net positive. This, however, probably not.
Requests get answered, allow them up. So I might have to manage that as well. I'd appreciate that. So we want to get as many people in.
But I don't know.
Possible.
I have no idea. I don't know what's going on in this dude's head.
If you'd like to speak, go ahead.
No clue. I just find it really weird how he's replying to a Diligent Dennison post, correcting Diligent on the camera part, but just not aware that Diligence and all of these people have been saying Tyler Robinson was there. Yeah, I don't buy it.
Appearance on the Jeremy Boring program.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw when I was like, yeah, so Gary Melton, who actually works with this stuff, explains that everything that is being explained by the prosecution is completely plausible.
They look like they're
good
showing
job
up.
on that. You know, I forget if it was Andrew Colvett or Blake Neff who's keeps replying to Cancer Owens saying like, okay, so what does this prove? Like, what do you think this proves? And she like doesn't answer. She just ridicules, and it kind of goes to show she really is just like this malicious sociopathic force. They don't really care about the truth. They're just kind of throwing stuff out there and just like, and then Ian Carroll just this demonic presence. Like, who is this guy? He's like, oh, we all know that a 30-06 can't do. It's like, who are you? Like, what do you mean we all know? Like. He has this like expert. It's so. I mean, he's by far the creepiest of all these people. I'll never understand. Like, where did this guy come from? What's he like? It's very odd.
It does seem like he's a construct. That being said, Ian Carroll has never meant a subject that he's not a subject matter expert in, and so this is what he does. And no matter how often he's proven wrong. He doesn't admit it. He's been proven wrong, obviously, on the stock photo that I've talked about. He's been proven wrong on the exploding mic. It is impossible. We had Matt Tardio on here. I've said it for months. Look, I've dealt with enough explosives that I understand basic physics. You can't have something that's going to explode with enough force to destroy the microphone, as they claim, and kill a man, but yet we have no equal and opposite reaction. We have Petin or any other explosive. Petin itself, which is what they're claiming it was, burns at a flash point of 4,000 degrees centigrade. It's literally hotter than the sun. You're going to see smoke. You're going to see an explosion. You're going to have burnt material, including the shirt itself. And none of that happens. We don't even see so much as a residue. And yet you want us to believe that that's what took place. And by the way, we haven't even talked about the auditory. All right. It would actually make a sound. And there's not a single person out there that says, you know what? I heard the sound come from Charlie. We could take a firecracker, which obviously has a lot less force than what we're talking about, put it underneath his shirt, set it off, and somebody be like, oh my God, something just happened. And by the way, you would also see the residue from it as well. But none of that happened. So we're just now into science fiction, and we're going to push that all over the place. And even like there's several people that have been pushing the exploding microphone for months and months. And, going back a month from now, it's like when it would come up in my comments, I was like, look, let me explain to you just how retarded the exploding microphone is. Not even Candace Owens herself will push it. And yet here we are. Here we are. She's pushing it because she's at the bottom of the barrel. Everything else has been proven wrong. The Egyptian planes, like everything.
Does
We
she
have no
does she even talk
evidence.
about the Egyptian? Has she talked at all about the Egyptian plane? I guess
No,
it's
no,
just
it's
like she'll just come back to it in like a month and it's like, remember this? There's a new lead on it. We're so close to this, guys. I can
What about the French Foreign Legion? What's happening with the French
she
Foreign
got like
Legion?
she
Anything
got
good?
like 100 mil. She got like 90 million views for that post. Like, this is the most important thing ever. And
Yeah,
then just like zero
I agree. The
follow-up,
whole thing is super
obviously.
weird. And like, does the restaurant know? Like, did the authorities get back in contact with him and tell him no, that was not Tyler Robinson's card? If so, when? Like, he was just interviewed with like, what did he know different July 1st to today, or whenever he talked to Gary to say that it wasn't Tyler Robinson there? Because according to Diligent, gave him this interview, and the employees are, yeah, they're pretty sure, and he's not sure, he wasn't there that night. But then Mr. Exclusive calls him, and he tells Mr. Exclusive, no, it wasn't Tyler Robinson.
Folks, we live in 2026. If the Israelis want to track you, like, their cyber abilities are unbelievable. They can absolutely be listening to the United States. Most states sponsored intelligence out there can turn even if your phone is off. They can be listening to you. They can be tracking you the whole time. I mean, my God, if they wanted to, they could,
I'm not live streaming
create
Vertical.
someone, train someone, and end up inserting them in within the organization. The idea,
Jared has scared me away from live streaming Vertical.
Whatever person is so ridiculous that only a Candace Owens follower would believe that horseshit.
Well, I mean, Gary, fundamentally, like, it's just movie logic, right? Like, the idea, it's like some spy movie where it's like the villain. You imagine like Candace's adversaries as the Joker. It's like they leave a trail, hoping you'll find it because that's just the evil geniuses they are. And you have movie logic with that, and movie logic with as you were saying, like the way that explosives, the way ballistics work. Like, obviously, if there was an exploding microphone, it would have exploded. Like they talk about like the puff of air or whatever. Like, that wouldn't have been a puff of air; it would have been an explosion. Like, you would have had a burn. It would have been visible because that's how it works. And it's just like, but in movies, it's just like the John Wick scene where they're like shooting at each other with silencers, and like nobody notices because they use magic silencers. Like, that's not how it works.
According to Diligent's post, yes, it was on July 1st. Because he posted it on July 1st, and the headline of the post was something like, just interviewed him today.
And like, oh my God, they're right behind us. Take off again. And that's what I thought they were at first saying. Like, hey, Erica Kirk's plane lands, and then a little while later, this other plane. Like, no. There's days in between.
And then also, but what does this mean? I mean, it's the same as 9/11. It's also the same as 9/11 conspiracy theories, because like people will be like urban moving systems, and I'll say, okay, but what does that have to do with the 19 Muslim Arabs who hijacked planes and flew them into buildings? And they can't really answer it. So as long as you like stay on topic, they kind of lose their minds and just like get as is the style, just get mad at the Jews.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Max. Max, you got anything else to say? I'm gonna try to cycle people through. So if you're done, I'm gonna have the mods drop you and bring somebody else up. Before I have the next person come up, I am gonna play this audio. You guys give me a thumbs up if you can hear it.
I would have loved to have gotten a picture of the ticket that he paid. Obviously, because when you take an order at a restaurant and she's writing on that little notepad, it's got a yellow piece of paper behind the top one she's writing on, and that's a carbon copy receipt for the records of the establishment, right? There's two copies. There's her copy and the establishment's copies, the one that they use to order the food and the one that they use for accounting. And and then when you ring it up on the cash register and you run it through the credit card machine, the credit card machine prints out its own receipt that you have and that's to have gotten. It said you don't have a ticket, So yada yada yada. And I'm like, I was like, he doesn't have it. It doesn't have his name on it, anyways. It only had the last four of the credit card number, and I'm like, he had to have signed it. You sign your name on it. You got to sign it anyways. Right? When you're at a restaurant, you sign the credit card receipt, right? Even if you use the debit card, you still sign for it.
That's not true. Every time I use a debit card to pay for a meal, I don't sign it. I have had restaurants, but you don't have to sign it, and we don't know that they did. But the fact is this is July 1st, folks. For those of you that can't see what I'm showing right now, this is July 1st, including everybody that I planned on showing it to. But anyways, this is July 1st. Sorry, I wasn't showing that, folks. So anyways, July 1st, he didn't have the receipt, and suddenly he does. And he's saying that Ralph gave it to him.
It's
Ralph
been
is
your
now
fault
told
this
in
whole
person,
time,
well, you know,
Adri.
over the phone.
You've been having me panic and click stuff on my end, and it's been your fault this whole time.
He said he wouldn't know where he got it. So that's where we're at. And I think most likely, he allegedly fabricated that receipt. One of the things Ralph said is that Diligent has eaten at his restaurant multiple times over the weeks. So he would have a receipt, and there
You
it
wanna
is.
tell
And then, by
CJ?
the way, we go to the fact that his own witness says that Tyler Robinson ordered a couple beers. Alleged Tyler Robinson ordered a couple beers. That's what's not on the receipt. So, and here's the other thing that boggles my mind. The argument started off with all of these people. No, his parents didn't ID him from these grainy pictures. You're telling me that his parents could tell that that was him? I can't tell.
Mike, was it you saying in the chat something about Diligent altering the interview with the employee, saying that the 2 beers part is no longer in there?
Throughout the day that weren't following this thing really closely, use those same grainy pictures that the parents couldn't have identified Tyler Robinson from. They use those same pictures to identify this nondescript white male in Utah sitting at a bar and saying that it's definitely Tyler Robinson. So,
Gary,
the
can I
next
say something really quickly? He's
You sure
also
can, Chelsea.
saying that
You should probably
the
talk with
guy
Adri
on
and see what's
camera
going on.
without the head
CJ.
said he immediately recognized him by his voice. He said that in his space earlier. And I will wait until it's my turn for everything else. So sorry.
Okay. So on September the 10th,
they
we
don't.
have Tyler Robinson's
The receipt printer will just print out multiple receipts. One will be like, if it needs a signature, one will be for the store that needs a signature, and then the one for the customer won't need a signature, is my experience. There's no they're not like writing it out by hand.
Listen back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to his crappy space. He was invited to come to this one. If he was a man, he would have came and actually backed up his reporting, but that's not what he's doing right now.
Gary.
Yes, go ahead.
He's not gonna come in here. That guy's had me blocked since like last
Oh, I
year.
know.
That guy's a pansy.
I know. I'm well aware.
I
of it.
wasn't listening. Who are they
Again.
talking about?
So when was the first time that we heard Tyler Robinson's voice? Can someone identify that? Can someone do an AI check or check your notes? I don't know.
September 12th.
But what's that?
September 12th, when they found the video of him reading his college acceptance letter that was posted
you're right.
on 9/12.
That's correct. Fair enough.
Boom.
That's why we got other people in here.
I'm never going to not know that, which sucks.
Interaction with the police, if you guys remember that. Yeah.
All because of these stupid people.
When he was
I now have my brain filled with information I don't need that I'm never going to forget.
I am going to read. I think
that's one of them.
Is Mr. Exclusive in the chat somewhere? I told him I'd give him because I want to read some of his reporting.
So, sure that is
quick.
taking up some memory space that I could be using for my kids or some good time I had somewhere. But nope, for whatever reason, that had to stick.
He had the receipt. This is from Mr. Exclusive, Doc Maga 1. Make sure you guys go follow him. I've posted several of his. I don't know if I posted this one. But Diligent told him told him he had the receipt. The man was in no way in the position to refute that. Watch the manipulation at work. This employee did not acknowledge that was the actual receipt, which is absolutely true. So in this conversation I'm getting ready to play, you tell me what you think. Does the employee say, yeah, I've seen the receipt? Does he corroborate the receipt? Diligent says, I have the receipt, and this was the date, but you guys listen and tell me what you think.
Here, receipt that was used that night that I have here, and I have the receipt that was used that night that I have here, and I have the receipt that was used that night that I have here, and I have the receipt that was used that night that I.
Oh, this isn't the video I thought it was. There's another one longer where then he goes on to speak. All the restaurant worker says, here we go.
that was used that night by him says 9:47 on the checkout time. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right. And I was the one who helped him check out. Too.
And you were the one that helped him check out?
You're telling
You're
me
the one that
I would prefer to not have that.
Okay. And the receipt that I have here, and I have the receipt that was used that night by him, says 9:47 on the checkout time. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right. And I was the one who helped him check out. Too.
And you were the one that helped him check out? Yep. You're the one that you took the card from him?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
And
So
that I have here, and I have the receipt.
this is Diligent Denizen's response or post on this. You're lying.
Here, and
the worker acknowledged me holding the receipt in my interview. He does not acknowledge that he's holding the receipt. That's another lie. And that's the language that these people use. They always use these sneaky ways to try to corroborate their own BS. That is not what was said ever. So just stop it, Denizen. We're on to you. We know what a grifter you are. We're on to you, Candace Owens. We're on to you, Baron Coleman. We know you're all liars, and we're going to continue to push back on all your BS. You're not going to get away with it any longer. So you better be careful. You better be thinking hard every time that you put out a new video. And because we're going to be right there showing the world and exposing you for the liars, the grifters, the con men and women that you are. Kimberly, go ahead.
Thanks, Gary. So
You're welcome.
I can't stand the sound of Diligent's voice, but
You and me
I
both.
listened to I listened to his space for a few minutes the other night because I quit listening to him months ago. But he was also saying that George Zinn, he called the jail, I think it was, to talk to him, and George Zinn hung up on him. And then he claimed that George Zinn called him back on like a private number from the jail, making it
Bro,
sound like the jailers
CJ, are you in the space?
put
CJ, if you're not in the space, dude, you should get in and request to speak and share that about the POS system.
the spiritual aspect of this, because the Bible says that people who tell lies long enough will give themselves over to a lying spirit, and they will believe their own lies. But also, I really sensed a spirit of pride all over Diligent the other night when I was listening to that space, and he was being rude to people and said, "You will not interrupt me in my space when I'm driving." Just a huge sense of pride. And so I think that
I think somebody found a receipt on one of their accounts, and the receipt that they found was from like 2023. So it was a little different than the one that Diligent posted. So we would have to try to find a more recent one to do a comparison.
And the thing is, I literally think there's such a disconnect with some of these people, including Diligent, and this goes with Candace Owens too. They can literally fabricate a story. They know they fabricated the story, and they literally indoctrinate themselves. I like they get to a point to where they believe it. There is some sort of mental defect that allows them to say things that they know are completely untrue, full-throated, and they probably pass a lie detector test. And that's why these people become.
There have been people, I think, who have claimed that they talked to George Zinn. I think Diligent's one of them, but I don't know if it's legit or not.
Chats and read these from and then I'll get some more of you guys that would like
Hey,
to talk.
Gary, can I quickly say something really, really quick? And then
Sure,
I've got to
Shells, go
check
ahead.
out because I'm afraid. I actually know this guy. He lives about 20 miles away from me. I had to block him.
What guy?
I reactivated this account for the sole purpose of sending you a DM because I actually know this guy, and I will send you screenshots from texts. I had to block him. I know way more than most people do. I think that you guys really need to look into the furry pup fetish stuff. Because again, I know more than most people do, and people aren't connecting the dots. If a person who may or may not be involved in, the gay furry puppy fetish.
I will not be looking into furry pup stuff. I'm sorry.
That he was associated.
Not going to happen.
No, I'm talking about.
Okay.
I guess
Alfred?
I'll call him Diligent Denizen.
No, I'll call him Alfred. That's his real name.
Yeah, it's Alfred.
Can
Albie.
you send that information to me as well?
I'll send you guys whatever you want. I am gonna lock my account again. I only reactivated just so I could send Gary information because I know more than most people do, but also I have been dealing with
Is he a puppy?
trans people trying to break into my home, stuff like that. Had to delete my original account, had the
What
account, had
are
to
we?
deactivate that one
Are we,
too. I only
I don't know. I
reactivated
have no
to
idea.
send you DMs. So I'm going to drop down and I will send you whatever you want. We can talk via DM and please carry on. I'm just going to be a listener and go lock my account and then let me know what you need. Okay.
Sounds
Thank
good. And
you.
Charles, you could also watch us on YouTube as well if you end up locking it down now or whatever else.
I
Real
always
quick,
do. Have a night. Have a good night, guys.
Hold
thank
on.
you
Did
very
she
much.
just call Diligent a puppy? Is he a furry
I
puppy?
mean,
It's no, it's a puppy fetish furry thing. Unfortunately,
Holy
there's also unfortunately several young, like even 12-year-old boys.
whoa.
He was sexting
Oh,
young
YouTube,
boys,
YouTube,
teenage
we're good.
boys.
YouTube, we're fine. We're fine,
Allegedly.
YouTube. We're fine, YouTube. Nothing to happen. I'm gonna just, we're good, YouTube.
But
YouTube,
there's so
we're
much more
fine.
information that it's actually really easy to look up, but that's there. He knows
Well,
me. He
Shells,
knows
Shells,
where I
do,
live, and so I shouldn't be saying any of this in a recorded space.
Is
And
what
well,
she's saying for
do this
real?
for me. Let's do
I
this the
have
right
no
way.
idea.
I don't want to.
I don't know.
I don't want to accuse somebody of something that they're not guilty of, even insinuating, and I mean this. So send me that information.
100%.
Let me vet that
I have no clue.
information, and then I'll see
course.
if it is worthy of putting out there. And let's just kind of keep it at that for now.
I agree completely.
Somebody
I
tell me.
recommend looking up Raw's alerts and
Yes, Roz Alerts is
Diligent
who I was referencing.
Dennison. And there's one account that has every single screenshot of all the texts and what have you. So with that, I'm gonna drop down, lock my account, and if you guys need anything,
Yeah, CJ, you were
just send me a DM, and I'm gonna deactivate my account
canceled,
soon.
bro.
But I'll
Although
make sure
this
you have my
live might
phone
get
number,
canceled
whatever.
after what
Hope
was
you guys
just
have a good
shared.
night.
Thank you, Shells.
No,
All right,
it's
real quick, I
super
wanna hit
dangerous.
some of these super
Yeah,
chats
it's
real fast.
Jared.
We
It's
got Colton W1.
super risky.
I'm very surprised that I haven't gotten dumbass.
But I mean, Gary did announce that he was YouTubing it and told people to like behave. So we'll see.
On a live, I haven't been in a live quite some time. I think Kick was an autocorrect there. I haven't been in live in quite some time. Very excited. I love your show. Thank you, Christopher Henry. We appreciate you and we love you. Who is the delicate dildo person? Diligent dipshit is what I like to call him. Patriot Lady, 1991.
That
from X.
was
I used to wonder how
unexpected.
the Antichrist would deceive.
I did not see that happening.
The podcaster convinced
Was not
millions to
expecting
stone a widow.
weird claims. I mean, he looks like a
I
creep,
agree.
but
Like we are unfortunately in. It's not just mass gullibility. I mean, that's part of
Gary's
it.
line's gonna
We
get
are.
flagged.
I think a lot of it has to do with COVID. I think a lot of factors played into it. But we're dealing with some mass psychosis. I think there's no doubt about it. Lynn Pell, Gary, your volume is lower than everyone. All right, I will boost my
Take a
volume.
shot, girl. Well, if you're aware of all that stuff,
how's my volume over on the space? Are we okay?
go
over
see
there,
what you
or
can
is it
find.
just on.
Yeah, that's
on
what she
YouTube?
said. That Diligent was involved
the
with
Sometimes
that.
when I hook
volume
up
is
other-
great over
Okay,
here.
sometimes
I mean,
when I
that's
hook up other
like
devices, that changes things.
that's
why
a
I
crazy
apologize, Lynn,
claim.
and
I guess
will
she
try
has
to
info
talk
she's going to send to
louder.
Gary,
I'll use my
and
man
we'll
voice.
see.
Use my
I
dad
would
voice.
prefer to not
Amber,
have
go ahead.
that. I'll let somebody else figure all that out. No, thank you.
Amber. Okay, anybody? Go,
Oh, I'm
go,
sorry.
Amber.
I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's okay.
muted. I'm so sorry. You mentioned earlier, Gary, about Diligent going into that restaurant a couple of times to eat, is what the owner said. Do you happen to know when those dates were?
I don't.
I'm just curious if he was
Yeah,
if he's the original source for Candace back in. She said she broke that story
no,
back in like January. Okay,
that
he's
wasn't.
not.
I can tell you that he was not the original source. The original source was an in-law of the owner. I'll just leave it at that. They were a big
Okay.
fan of Candace, and they wanted to. They were deputized. She created a whole new genre. It's this murder mystery, choose your own adventure. You get to participate. You get to be Nancy Drew. freaking Matlock, and she gets to sit in her chair and make millions, and everybody else just outsources all of her content, and then we can get anonymous sources with unvetted, unverifiable information and just spew it all over the place like it's got the gospel, and just confuse millions. And by the way, it's completely agenda driven as well. So whether we talk about political
or CJ, you just hop into the space, and I'll tell Ben to make you a speaker.
Just destroy everything they built.
Because if I just read that, I'm gonna sound like an idiot.
I don't know if he's trying to connect the dots between Barron.
I think I would
and
fail to
Diligent,
get the point
almost
across. What do you mean you tried?
Revenue sharing or something. So
You tried
I don't know
to?
if he's
Are you in
onto
the space?
something, but I'm like, that would be very interesting to know as well.
Look, this goes back to all of this stuff. Whether we're talking about, people are like, when we talk.
Are you
about
doing
these
it from
sites,
your phone, or are you doing it from a PC?
What they do is they're paying millions of dollars in these bot farms, and they're boosting these people. And as long as they're on message, they're going to get boosted. And that, when you get a lot of views that are artificial, and it's very hard to detect, especially at the state-sponsored level. And by the way, why wouldn't they? It's really cheap in comparison to any other means to undermine the United States. They push these messages, and if you get off message, you just don't get boosted. So what are you going to do? They're influencing the influencers. And they've seen now, everybody sees how, this is the gold rush for influencers. Now all these channels that were nothing now are something, and they're getting lots of views. And then on the flip side of that, they're going in there and they have a huge demoralization operation as well. It's not just boosting what you want to hear, it's going and attacking people.
What up,
that are in
AJ?
opposition.
If you just get in here, you missed some crazy shit already.
Anything to do with Canvas. Matter of fact, probably the space. Like, go in there and look at all the bots that are just flooding my comment section. Everybody talks about it.
CJ's had some issues. It's been having issues on X.
Open their profile. They have 0 followers, 10 followers, 50 followers. You can go through the replies. All they've ever done is either talk crap about people like me, or they're just retweeting everything that Candace, Baron Coleman, and these other hacks are putting out. So it's super simple, and it's insidious because it looks organic, and it's also insidious because it's hard to prove. Unless you're the United States government and or you have the analytics of X or YouTube, there's no way to prove it. You can see it. It's obvious. It's obvious as gravity. Find me the source of that. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of just calling an account that has low followers like a bot, or if they're not like a verified, they're not paying money for it. I don't really do that.
Maybe you guys on
just because I know that a lot of them aren't bots. They're definitely bots on X. Don't get me wrong, but
do good at all these people boosting all of this stuff. And I saw that John Mappin had on one of his threads that he was introduced to JD Vance in 2019 by Charlie.
I rule. I get booted from them all the time, or the audio will just stop working and I'll have to leave and go back in all the time.
So happens,
unless I'm a speaker. Like if I'm made speaker, then it seems to work just fine.
Kind of venture capital firm.
But if I'm just a listener,
and he converted to Catholicism in 2019. So a lot of stuff going on in 2019. I don't know if there's a connection there, but I just found that interesting.
No, it's probably when the op started. It really was. And look,
maybe 20 minutes back. AJ,
candidate of the woke right.
25 at most.
I'm leaving it on the table to change my mind. And let me tell you something. I was talking to somebody on our live stream earlier about this. If JD Vance ends up being the candidate, he's going to get my vote because he's still 10 times better than a Joe Biden type, a Kamala Harris, whoever ends up on the left. So I'm still going to vote Republican. That being said, I think this JD Vance was friends with Tucker Carlson. Matter of fact, it was Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr. that really convinced Donald Trump to take him on as vice president. And we know that JD Vance was not friendly with Donald Trump in the beginning. We know what Tucker Carlson thought of Donald Trump, and we definitely know what Tucker Carlson thinks of him now. And they're still friends. Yeah, and I think this is an op.
Did he say Kirk too? Because it was also Charlie Kirk
that hated Donald Trump, that hate everything that MAGA stands for, because they're globalist on the right. And that's what this entire thing is just the globalist agenda repackaged for the right. But I'll still take a globalist Republican, which I hate, over a freaking globalist Democrat, because they're nothing like the DNC and the CCP. They're the one and the same. I don't know. So hopefully that's not true. I hope I'm wrong about JD Vance. But the more he talks, the more he sounds like Tucker Carlson. Real quick, I do want to say, number one, Christopher Henry just became a member on our channel. And Lynn Pell says, one more unrelated but important fact, the kid pitching right now, our ace for the Detroit Tigers this year, is definitely next year, is named Troy Melton. Well, he must have good genetics. All right. Speaking of which, folks, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe, all those things. And if you're in the space, do me a favor, retweet the space. That costs you nothing. But if you do want to support us on X or on YouTube, we offer subscriptions or memberships, and we appreciate that. And by the way, it's not just about me. I also want you guys to go follow Insurrection Barbie. I want you to follow SK Double Dub, Bronson, and several others in here. Zach Kaizen.
Miss Me Cat. I'm not sure about any politician ever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure about JD Vance. I'm not sure about Marco Rubio, but I am sure that they're going to be better than anything the left has to offer.
American propaganda.
So I'll take either one.
By the way,
sounds good. Run it.
Slippery, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Gary. Okay, so first time on a space. I usually come in and listen. Now I'm not sure what to say because everybody stole my thunder, but I think I would like to say, with regard to the owners of the Cowboy smokehouse there, they don't deserve any of this. They don't deserve any of this. I guess at some point, somebody thought they saw Tyler Robinson in their restaurant and they reported it. And they said something, and it amounted to nothing as far as the FBI is concerned. Did Gary say that it was an
in-law of the restaurant owner that started the whole Tyler Robinson ate there thing? Did you guys hear that?
They really deserve it. I know folks out here. I live in Idaho myself, in Boise, Idaho, and I know the kind of people that live out this way. And if you live out this way, hallelujah, welcome. But I would just like to say, if any of you are out here, go there and patronize their restaurant. Go visit them.
Fuck that.
Because they don't deserve the kind of heat that they're getting.
Do not go to this restaurant.
And really what it is ridiculous. This Diligent Denizen guy, Alfred, which is kind of a weird name to me, but
the in-laws are a candy fan. They started this rumor. They just kind of let it run. Maybe a bunch of Candace people will come in and eat at a restaurant now. Maybe we'll make some money. We're getting pretty popular. Fucking 7 months later, 8 months later, they decide to try to tell the truth.
About the fact that, a small business like this in a small town, and I looked up the population of the town at one time. I think it was 1,789 people, and that is a small town. They rely on largely tourism and just kind of being the local joint, and they don't deserve this kind of heat. We need to do our best to
disagree.
Combat these lies with the truth, and to use logic and to sort of dismantle their narrative. And I think that's the best way to approach this, because if you just keep saying,
Casey,
their whole
I have no idea. If the whole thing was fabricated, I have no idea. I think it's shady as shit all the way around, and I don't trust any of them.
It's not really an argument.
It's all they got.
Yeah, and it really is. And when you approach it from that perspective, when you see how ridiculous those arguments are, when you see how ridiculous those comments are, then you can just dispel them. You can just disregard those people as honest truth seekers, because they're not truth seekers. They're conspiracy seekers. They're these kind of people that watch these, we've said it several times, these like wine moms that stay at home and watch these true crime mysteries, and they want to be a part of it. And that's the atmosphere that these people like Ian Carroll, the delivery driver, the woman who doesn't know that the sound of lightning or the sound of thunder is what lightning makes, you know, and I mean,
Right.
a failed lawyer. You know what I'm saying? These
I
people,
do.
they're just not honest, and they're almost caricatures of themselves. They're absurd people, is what I'm trying to say.
So
And
as of right now, this does matter, J-Pup. And I'll tell you why. It's because it's the biggest piece of anything they've had that could counter the official narrative. So they are grabbing onto this and running with it. And the minute it comes out and is debunked, they got nothing else. Nothing else. What are they going to do? Go back to exploding microphone?
you know, you could pray for Candace Owens, as hard as that may be. You can pray for Baron Coleman. You can pray for Ian Carroll. As difficult as that may be at times, with the language that they use and the way that they use it, and as diabolical as they may seem, that is our duty as Christians. And especially pray for the people that are caught up in this, because I guarantee you that they don't care about a small business, in Penguich.
No, they don't.
They don't care. They don't care about who they damage or who they hurt. They only care about their narrative. So,
Agreed.
thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you very much.
The
Insurrection
only
Barbara
way
was just
that there
sharing
will
she had
not be a trial is if the prosecution agrees to remove the death penalty. I can't imagine they're going to approach his defense to make a plea deal. I would assume the defense is going to try to approach the prosecution to try to get one. And if the prosecution is confident, they're not going to take it.
Where him, Leslie, and a bunch of people.
So at that point, Tyler Robinson has nothing to lose but to take it to trial.
Nate and a bunch of people for a couple hours yesterday in their space. But I spoke with Officer Peterson
or at
today.
the very
from
least,
UVU
they're not going to
campus.
remove the death penalty.
For his drone violation on the campus.
Mm-hmm.
And I spoke with
At
Officer
least I
Peterson
don't
today.
think. I don't see why they would. If they have all of this crazy incriminating evidence,
and the case
why would they bother?
To the FAA case officer out there in FSDO, which is in Salt Lake City. So they have Blake on campus. They've gone through their security footage. They have Blake Bednar's on camera admitting. And then they also have that audio space that I recorded, but they have the full space because I had backed it up and sent it to him. They also have his drone video, which he thinks that he's erased. And all of that's been sent over to the FAA. They spent like over 2 hours trying to debate whether like you, me, your former co-host that was a ballistics expert. I think they mentioned you as well,
Nate
Bronson.
Vance.
Yeah,
well, J-Pup, I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong.
Which one of us works for TPUSA? Which one's a Fed? Which one's CIA? And so this is kind of why I started doing what I do. And it's not just because like I had relationships with Turning Point USA a couple times.
But honestly,
the fact that I've met Charlie.
It all comes down to Tyler Robinson and what Tyler Robinson wants to do. His attorneys can recommend and suggest things all they want. If Tyler Robinson wants to take a chance and go to trial, it's his call.
Before we got more information, he was charged and whatnot. I said to myself, I want people to be able to see what these people do for a living and why they're not qualified.
If you're always eating shit from here.
Sorry, hold on.
Video.
For some reason, when I'm clicking on videos, it's automatic. I'm not even clicking on it. But anyways, go ahead.
So I wanted.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. I wanted the public to be able to see.
Like, if I were Tyler Robinson, I would rather get the death penalty than spend the rest of my life in prison.
I would love to have got.
No problem. I wanted the public to be able to see.
So I would just run it to trial.
In their comment section is an Australian real. Gary, you're explaining through. So I want the public.
And at least, you know what I mean? Take my chance. It's being paid for by the state. I'm going to take my chance.
I'm trying to get this to not play through this, but it is. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Sean. Keep going.
So like these are nurses. Blake he sells insurance out there in Utah, or Texas or wherever he's claiming to be right now. But his whole life he's been in the insurance game, right? You got these real estate guys.
Why would Erica not want death penalty?
In ballistics, forensics, anything computer related, analytics. They've never worked for any agencies. They bring people up that claim to be experts. Like last night, they had a guy that he is a former Army infantryman and credit to him for serving in the Army. I'm not trying to discredit that, but I went through the guy's resume. He has no background in computing, analytics, claims to kind of so-called worked around like these intelligence agencies, but nothing on his resume would suggest that, although it's still possible he could have, I guess. And it's just not accurate. So when you listen to these people, and there's a reason why Gary has these spaces where he brings actual experts up. And I mentioned this the last time. I said, I've been shooting guns since I was 5 years old, but that doesn't make me a ballistics expert. You get guys coming out of the military, that doesn't necessarily make them a ballistics expert. And I believe it was you, Gary, that even said that you learned more about ballistics when you became a civilian.
Listen, on the outside, Tyler Robinson is the one banging the furries. On the inside, Tyler Robinson is the furry.
As far as what the FAA is going to do, and the FAA is a federal matter now, so that's in the hands of a case manager at the FSDO, and they're going to review everything. So Blake's facing at least, and I don't know everything they're going to look at. They have several things, but he's facing up to at least a $10,000 fine and 6 months in jail. Typically, I mean, this depends, because right now, I'll tell you, I spoke, because he flew that drone specifically. And Gary is I actually went through some of your old tweets. You used to talk about like drone regulations and stuff like that, all the way back in like 2024 and 2023. And I tried telling people, I'm like, when Gary went to the campus and flew a drone, which anybody can go get the 3D mapping for free. You can, if you want to use Google software, like myself, I use Pixel 4D. And the whole campus is mapped, so you don't need to do something like this and get yourself in trouble. But he did. He was trying to use a drone to simulate what it would look like when you're on top of that building. Now, I've spoken with a LEDA instructor. For those who don't know what LEDA is, that's the Law Enforcement Drone Association, who's been on top of that building. And I have the text. I'll send it to you, Gary. I don't mind sending it to you.
I think there's a lot of people who are anti-capital punishment. And I have a feeling that if it was them, if it was their husband or their wife or their close family member, their position may change. You know what I mean?
While it was parked, and then and I'm just like, okay, well that's not scientific. Like, I've been flying drones for 10 years before the 107 even existed. That's not scientific. You can't prove anything from that. So I have no motive to take that video down. I just happen to notice as a licensed pilot, and as a licensed pilot, we've had a lot of regulations stripped away, drones banned, stuff like that in the last year. So I don't want these people to cause more havoc on people like me that have the commercial licenses. That was my motive, and now it's just seeing them do what they do, try to discredit people like Gary or anybody else who is an expert in their field, and show these people that, hey, these are regular people who have regular jobs, just like people in here are listening. And there's nothing wrong with those regular jobs. You're probably an expert at
the
what
guy
you
speaking
do,
right now
and
is
that's a good
Sean
thing.
Campbell.
But I'm not going to take expertise advice from somebody who sells like commercial real estate insurance for solving crimes. I'm not going to do that. Like, you're not Dick Tracy. So.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when you believe that Charlie Kirk was killed by a cross or an exploding mic. Like, you've lost the plot.
I don't
for
see
people that can't
exclusive
see
in
this
here.
right now, if you're not watching either on YouTube, Rumble, or X, I actually have a picture up right now from that location. You can clearly see that there is a line of sight. The person taking this photo is actually standing up. If that person and there's still a line of sight, but if that person was laying down and prone, there'd even be a better line of sight to Charlie Kirk. So I don't know what, like, all they had to do is, I don't know, go watch some of my shows. We've explored all this stuff multiple times. They're way behind the power curve. They always are. They always get their facts wrong. And look, we all get things wrong from time to time, but again, they never correct it, and they never, like, I don't know, they their software is not running on logic and reason. It's running on fantasy and, I don't know, freaking Kool-Aid.
Well,
Madeline,
DM him
go
back
ahead.
and ask him where the hell he
Good
is.
evening from Huntington
Good evening.
Beach. Is my audio okay? Okay,
Sounds
so
good enough.
Okay, sounds great. I wanted to talk about that in the beginning when Candace started.
It would appear
this
she didn't really
narrative,
care if her audio
it
was
very
okay or
mild,
not.
and there was a lot of us with large accounts that
Yeah.
were kind of following along, and it was
Does he have a
very
large account?
innocent.
Who is this?
And Denizen, the Cree,
29,000?
used
Is
to
that a
follow
large
me
account?
and send me messages because he was banking on big accounts. So he was literally using people to retweet him. And then I started to push back. And the moment I pushed back, I said, no, I'm starting to see something that's very devious. And a lot of people were like, oh, she's not talking about Erica Kirk. But I was like, no, she is talking about Erica Kirk. And a lot of really good accounts were defending her and saying, no, no, she's friends with Erica. And little by little, it just all of a sudden it was all about Erica. And he blocked me. But so I wanted to, this was a very organized, manipulative way that he was doing things. And I think people that are weaker or haven't been around as long as I have could very easily be manipulated, because I saw a lot of great accounts all of a sudden were just, following along, and all of a sudden just going after Erica and doing all of these hideous things. Also, the bots, I wanted to recommend this. Like I said, I've been around for a while. Just do not comment or get into any arguments with the bots. If you have something to say, debunk what they're saying under one of our posts.
If I want to argue with bots,
moment
I
you
will
start arguing
fucking
with
argue
them,
with
that's
bots.
exactly
Don't tell me
what
what
they
to
want,
do.
and it bumps them up, because normally they'll just end up in spam. So anyways, I just wanted to make some of those points, and I'm going to go out for dinner now. But Gary, I've been a huge fan from the beginning and watching all of your podcasts. So thanks for everything that you're doing. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you. And I just
Speaking
I
of
followed you
bots,
back.
I had a
Finally.
guy
Thank you
tell
very
me he
much.
was going
I
to
think
come
your
back
points are
every
valid.
day and let me know how crappy of a YouTuber I am. He missed 2 days in a row. He was a liar. He lied to me.
And then
He made me
either
a
just,
promise
like,
that he would
reject
be
it, don't get me
back
wrong,
every
from
day.
Candace, real
Couldn't even
people,
keep that
they
promise for a
put
day.
you in a circular argument, and that's what they want. They just want you down there. If they're replying with things ridiculous or just pretending they can't comprehend what you're saying. Long story short, before I engage with any of these accounts, I check their account. And again, once you start looking at it and you see it, you can't unsee it. You can tell which ones are bots. If it's a recent account, super low follower account, you can just tell by the interaction. It's not real. It's not what a real person would do. So check that before you get locked into these arguments down in the comments, because that's what they're wanting you to do. When you're doing that, you can't be in Candace's comments challenging
Wild and
her
Wired
or
Media.
Ian Carroll's or
Thank you for the $10 super chat. We are military grade bots. Remember, we are military grade. So yes, we can argue with them. Yes.
Nikki, go ahead.
I don't.
Hey Gary,
And I don't think as many of them
love
are
your
bots as
spaces.
people like to
You're kind of
believe.
new to me, which I don't even know how that happened, but
I'm a new
thank
person.
you.
I think a lot of them are just, they're either
appreciate you doing
recently
these spaces
created
'cause
alt
they're
accounts
awesome. Anyway,
or they
I
are
have
just
a ballistics question for
low
you.
follower accounts. Or
I'm
maybe
not
they
I'm not an
mostly do
expert, but I
YouTube and they
don't know
see
if I
or
missed
heard
this
from
being
somebody that
covered.
there's all this chaos going on X. So they, you know what I mean? There's all different kinds of reasons why it could be. Or they could be bots. But
I lost your audio, Nikki.
more than likely, most
Give me
of
a
them I
thumbs
don't
up
think
if you
are
guys.
bots.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure it wasn't me.
No, it's my phone. So my dad was in the military back in the day. Like when he shot, he always loaded his own bullets. I know when they searched Tyler's apartment,
Yeah, I have
they
multiple
found
accounts.
a specific type of bullet. And from
Correct.
what I was looking at,
This
I
is a
don't think
sock
people
puppet.
understand,
It's
and I
just an
don't know
alt
if you
account. It's an
covered this or
anonymous
not,
alt account.
that
And
there
people
can be a
have to
certain type
because
of bullet,
they'll,
but
you know what
there's
I
like
mean?
a
They'll go
standard
on and they'll
bullet.
try to harass or own somebody and then they'll get blocked. Well, they just create another account. Now you're not blocked by these people anymore. And they just keep doing it.
Designed to mushroom
It's a real person
in the target,
who
and
probably has real opinions.
and it sounds like you probably already covered that, which I find like very interesting because it's that totally dissolves any type of, you know, it literally matches what you could visually see happening to him, right?
Yeah.
Like that exactly. That's not a microphone like exploding. That's not
No.
That's not a small velocity. That bullet, that designer bullet, matches his injuries and exactly what we saw. So yeah, I guess you covered it, and I appreciate that, but I feel like it needs to be reiterated because people seem to forget that, we saw that happen, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It drives me crazy. And then the other thing that drives me crazy is like, why does everybody feel like
I
they're
got so
privy
many
to the
emails.
information that is this full scope of evidence? Like the full scope of evidence is put together, and we saw part of that
Okay,
evidence
CJ,
being
used
gonna
at the
just jump in,
preliminary
dude.
hearings to determine whether or not there's probable cause. Now, people seem to think that everything should be out on the table, which is not the case because during a trial, the prosecution's probably going to hold, some of their better cards closer to their
Speak.
chest. So during the trial, if there is one, I would assume that there would be, unless he pleads out. But they have a strategy, and they're not going to lay
Well,
that
CJ's a
strategy out.
speaker now.
So
He should be all
all
right.
of these people that are going around pestering everybody for evidence and calling the FBI and trying to get all this information, it makes no sense to me because it makes their job harder to do. So that's just me venting it out. And again, thank you, and thank you for all the experts that are talking in these spaces and the people putting in the effort to get the truth out there. And yeah, I appreciate it. So thanks.
No, thank you, Nikki. We really appreciate your support. Let's kind of address a couple of those things. You're right. I think a lot of once we found out where somebody please mute their mic and getting feedback. I think that's somebody. Anyways,
Listen, the biggest reason most people have alt accounts is just because people that they want to talk shit to block them. That's the biggest reason to have multiple accounts. So you can go back and keep talking shit.
There's no doubt about it. All right. So if people are skeptical and are suspicious because of that, I understand. And I was too at first. And then I started actually researching this because somebody brought up Martin Luther King. I, of course, knew that Martin Luther King had been shot. I didn't really understand what happened behind that. So I researched that. I'm like,
He doesn't
wow,
even have his
that
hand
took
up.
place with a 30
It won't let me put my hand up.
yards. So almost exactly double the distance.
You don't need to.
Charlie Kirk was shot at 138
Just tell
yards. Now,
Gary to
going back
shut
to the low velocity, if you can't see right now, if you're not watching this, now I am holding up low recoil. You can get low
Shut up,
recoil
bitch.
30-06. Remington makes them too. But what we know that's not what it was because we have a core lock bullet, and the only version that they make in the low recoil is 125 grain, and the shape, the form factor, as we would call it, ballistics of the projectile is completely different than. So that bullet is most likely 150 grain. I've been saying that for a while now. Core locked, even before we knew that it was core locked. But it could potentially be 165 grain, maybe up to 185. The overall length of that looks like it's going to be 150 or 165 at most. Now, all things being equal, okay, we didn't have this low recoil ammunition back in Martin Luther King. I don't think there's any indication that was hand loaded or anything like that. So we would say, all things being equal, it is almost guaranteed that Charlie Kirk was hit with less energy than MLK was. This is somewhat speculative. I'm not going to sit there and say that I know because I don't even know. I believe it was a very similar soft tip bullet that MLK was hit with too. I have to pull up my notes. But we had him hit in the jaw. And this is what people will say. No, Martin Luther King doesn't count because he was hit in the jaw first, but it still didn't transverse the width of his body, all right, the thickness of his body. And where this started off was there's no way that you could shoot a human being with 30-06 and, it wouldn't have an exit wound. And it's like, well, Martin Luther King, no, that doesn't count because of his jaw first. Well, first of all, we don't know.
Any of you guys see the,
I'm
assuming some of you at least saw it, the video that Valhalla put out and everybody was tagging and running with of him, I don't know, taking a shot from 140 yards or whatever it was into a hog carcass.
We go to 138 yards, and we have a very similar round hit Charlie Kirk in the spine.
I'm wondering how they're going to counter that.
As soon as it hits bone, upon hitting skin, it's going to start tumbling. It's going to deform. Well, let me get those in order. It's going to immediately deform. It will immediately start tumbling, and when it hits bone, it is going to shatter into all the pieces that we saw, which is going to decrease the overall energy, or it will disperse.
Should be embarrassed. He's too busy counting all that money he's making. He doesn't give a shit. That dude doesn't care. He don't give a fuck.
Have an exit wound or deep penetration projectiles, as you want it to maintain mass, which is why they build solid copper. They have bonded bullets where the lead is actually bonded to.
Yesterday, I think, Mike. I think he posted it yesterday. Ian was sharing it all over the place.
Those are meant for deeper penetration. That's not what core lock is, and that's not what it's designed for. The other thing I want to talk about real quick before we get another person up here is They intentionally
A
intimidate
dead pig.
witnesses.
A dead pig.
They don't want
with
witnesses speaking
no
out
internal
unless
organs.
they're on message. I've had
So
5 or
dead
6
tissue.
eyewitnesses on my show. I've spoken to well over a dozen eyewitnesses, and all their stories align with minor differences. All of them, by the way, believe that we have the right person. But the 5 or 6 eyewitnesses that I've had on my show, man, you should see the vitriol that these people are met with. They're immediately, people start claiming that these are plants, that they're part of the op, and that intimidates people coming forward. And they're like, why won't everybody come forward and tell us the truth? Well, that's because when people do tell the truth, you won't accept it. And you are vicious and malicious, and you go after these people. And that's intentional. Because, we don't like if somebody came out today and said, you know what, I saw another shooter on another, you wouldn't see people on my side going after the reasonable among us.
CJ, you gotta
But
jump
everybody
in.
on their side will go after a witness that is contrary to the narrative that they're pushing, the pod slop. If I hear of a witness that witnesses something completely contradictory to what I think takes place now at this point with the evidence before us, I would want to talk to them, and I wouldn't lead them. I would just get them on the show. And this is also why we constantly have experts in different fields, in law and forensics, and you name it.
I did not.
So anyways, there's that. Kit Kelly, give us some questions,
Hey, good
words of
evening.
wisdom.
It
Thank
was
you.
not
Gosh,
wearing a
I
white
wish I
t-shirt.
had some. You guys usually give the words of wisdom to me. I just wanted to. I'm kind of at the ending part of the
Yo,
Candace and the Diligent thing. So
I'm not. This whole time, I thought Kick Kelly was a dude.
I did see the tweet from her where she said she had spoke to the owner of the restaurant, something about passing information to the FBI, and
Yes.
I was trying to get a feel. So, is the status of this that it's basically us saying it's us against them, like our word against their word? Is that what we're down to in this process? Because it just seems like she's kind of sticking to what she said. She talked to Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
and then Exclusive said that he did as well. So I was just wondering if you could give me a little breakdown of that.
Of what Candace is doing? I mean, she's
Well,
sticking to her guns.
Yeah.
You're correct on that. She's going to say, she's also saying that the receipt that she saw wasn't redacted at all. I will tell you, putting it mildly, Mr. Perkins said Candace is lying, and Candace's agenda is evil and corrupt. That's what he thinks, and he's someone that is talking.
So this dude's going to tell people, but then he says he doesn't want to go on the record. What is he fucking?
I have a chat up here from YouTube, and it says, Nine Toe says, and when the facts are presented, they never said, maybe I should rethink that. They never do that. They never reassess their worldview. They never reassess the facts. What they do is they'll actually literally go to experts. People will come to me and, Gary, what do you think about this? And I tell them what I think about it on ballistics or whatever it is. And immediately it's like, nope, you're just the Fed.
CJ.
They require
What are you doing,
their
CJ?
confirmation bias. And everything they believe is based on complete
You're going to have
trash.
to just jump in there.
So, take it for what it is.
Okay, you know what? Actually, I'll raise my hand and then I'll say pick on CJ. Since he can't.
Ben, did you block Blake Neff? Did you boot him? How freaking rude, bro.
I did not block him. I actually had him as speaker. Where'd he go?
I don't know. I was going to pull him up next. He probably got booted.
He's still in here.
It's Spaces.
I don't know. Blake, he's still in here.
Gary,
I don't know who.
Gary, can I share real quick?
Janice, go ahead.
My hand. Thanks. I'll be quick. I'm glad to see Blake here. I just wanted to take a moment to just thank you so much for your insight, your professionalism, your fact-filled information, just your character and disposition, and the way you treat and talk to people, even the opposition. I just wanted
What's that supposed to mean, Adri?
Thank you. I'm also
what do you mean?
a veteran of
Sound
the
like
United
what?
States Air Force, and
thank you for your service.
Elaborate.
I likewise, and I came up here to say thank you for your service, sir, and keep up the good work. I really appreciate you more than words can say. I've been following you for quite a while, but I usually hang out in the tunnels.
Do you have
But
the
you've answered a
Google
lot of my
posted
questions,
hours? Because it
and I look forward to the trial.
Updating Google hours or
And I just
updating like hours that are posted on like a door. Generally, if you're a smaller business in a smaller area, like it's not top priority to make sure all of that's functioning or to even really know how to change some of that stuff.
I just wanted her to know
Has that been proven, Janice?
So I don't know if that.
I
don't know how much weight
not
that would
into the
have.
gender doohickey, but
I don't know if
yeah,
she's.
I love my
That's
Barbie.
okay. You're not missing anything.
She is. She's great. If you guys aren't following Insurrection Barbie, you are wrong. You are
Another
wrong.
humble, honest, walks the talk Christian that I really appreciate. And I've
Couldn't
learned
agree
from
more.
her and learned from you, and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thanks for listening. We appreciate you. Blake Neff, what are you doing? I heard you were riding around an SUV.
I'm here. Can you hear
You
me
were
now?
identified at like 3 in the morning.
Can you
Tell
hear
us
me
where
now?
you were at 3 in the morning. Yes, I can hear you, Blake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, were you driving Tyler Robinson's car?
I mean, it would be news to me if I were doing that. I mean, it's actually like I didn't really elaborate on this because nobody asked. Like what I was actually doing the night of the shooting, I may have slept for like 1 hour or something, but I basically was actually up in the middle of the night writing like the statement that Turning Point released about Charlie. Like I wrote that kind of in the evening at one point.
Adri, I can see your comment, but I'm not going to pull it up.
And like a couple other, I think I ended up writing like 2 or 3 things overnight, which that's the main memory I have of the event. And if I remember right, I think
Blake is talking right now.
To this is kind of weird, but there's a song by this Canadian guy like called the Mary Ellen Carter. I think I was listening to that song while I did it. Rise again, rise again.
Just on repeat.
So you weren't in a black SUV, like trailing behind the car and just like following Tyler every move that he made?
I was not doing that. And like, I feel like this like actually a pretty good example of what Gary was talking about, like how nasty and predatory these people are. Because if you think about things for like literally 10 seconds, I think one would realize it's completely retarded to imagine that I was like off running around with Tyler Robinson to like try to retrieve this rifle.
I have a theory on that.
Whatever their conspiracy
Devout
is.
American.
Like very
and
obviously,
I think
I was at
this
the
appeals more to Blake Neff's nature. Like he's kind of a dork, and he has opinions, right? And I think he's got a bit of troll in him. I don't know if Andrew Colvett has that.
And they're like demanding that I go find out what the name of it is. Well, you know, I think all of you could probably figure it out yourselves if that's like something that really is important to you. And I will say,
but like I said, I think he's just
is not particularly.
He's got a little bit of that sort of nerd dork troll in him.
It's a place someone bought us
like other people I know.
Boss was murdered. That's what it is to me.
And beyond that, weren't there like tons of people around you the whole time? I mean, there were always people around. It's not like no one saw you anywhere. How come these people can't think of these things?
I think they actually either like they can, but they actually genuinely prefer to be nasty. Like I'm a villain in this like soap opera reality that they prefer to inhabit, and so they like to like go after me. They like to bully me. They like to spam gifs of Charlie getting shot below like random tweets that I have made. I made one last night, like commenting on someone made a post about Rudyard Kipling. So I made a post about Rudyard Kipling, and someone below it is just like, Blake, explain this, and it's like a gif of Charlie getting shot over and over again.
I don't think. I'm assuming we're talking about like Andrew Colvett.
I don't think that sort of behavior can be explained by anything other than malice, in truth.
It is, and it's not profitable to go where the facts and go where
Speaking
the
of Nick,
evidence
I'm
leads, or even just use common sense of what. I mean, the fact is these people have this conclusion
you guys
now
can't see that.
That you're
You
involved
should be
with
able to.
this.
Yeah,
Clearly,
Recaita's in
Eric
here
and
as a
Kirk,
listener.
Andrew Cole, that everybody's involved with this. And now all they have to do is if they hound you. And by the way, I don't think for a second that Candace Owens believes that. I don't think that Baron Coleman believes that. But they have an army of idiots that they've convinced of this through this narrative forming, this narrative framing that they continue to do. And the fact is, we have a bunch of gullible people
You guys, I'm
that will
just
buy into
steadily
this BS. And it's
DMing
just
Ben,
it's
telling him what
unfortunate.
to do on
It
this
is
space.
malicious, and I hope they get their just desserts.
Not you. Whatever. That's
who's next? Jarbot.
Jarbot.
And then CJ, you're after him.
Oh, good. I don't have to put my hand up for CJ anymore. I have no idea if Diligent Space is still going. And how come Jarbot is not talking?
I don't hear you, Jarbot, or it could just be me.
Unmute Jarbot.
Okay, my turn. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Because
Like
I've
a
been
Verizon commercial.
I've been shadow banned and
no.
Bronson shadow banned me, and I have had the worst time getting on this tonight. I put something in the chat a little while ago about the receipt that was in question, and I want to read a little bit about that for you here. Hold on, let me open up my notes.
Good.
You still with me?
Good.
I'm with you, man. We're here. We're on the edge of our seat.
On YouTube or on the X? I think there's quite a few on X.
There is a card reader called BBPOS, and that's on the receipt there. And they're a hardware manufacturer, of course, but they also have these
he's got 2,051
like
live viewers
smart
on
readers
X
at
right
bars, so people can put their PIN number in if they're using Apple Pay or whatever, right? So we know that's true. So if this bar has that, it's going to be running probably through a Stripe terminal. Everybody's pretty much on a Stripe terminal. I've got 2 retail stores. I also have another corporation that does a lot of POS integrations. So I kind of understand this. So I would say that if that place does Cowboy Cookout or whatever his name is, if they have that type of terminal that you can have at a bar, or if they don't, that could probably eliminate or verify one of the two. Not that it matters, of course, because it doesn't matter, because nobody really has seen him on camera or can validate anything. But to get to the provenance of the actual receipt itself, this would probably distinguish if it actually is valid or not. Outside of that, and I really got nothing else to tell you. I did talk to Blake Bednar's, I think it was last week, and he went on that same rant about could have been Tyler, and he flew his drone, and he was 8 foot back, and I debunked all that. And he tried to.
That's going to happen. The more that these guys struggle with their bullshit, the more viewers Gary's going to end up pulling for 2 reasons. One, there's going to be people who go, wait a minute, something's not adding up, right? Shit'll start snapping for them a little bit, and they'll start listening to Gary a little bit more and paying attention. And then he's also going to get a lot more trolls, a lot more heat.
FBI that was not Tyler entirely.
So it's bound to happen that he's going to get more
viewers. There's that. Mixture exclusive, I know you're saying
he'd have probably a lot more if he didn't block all of them.
In the meantime, I do want to read off Mr. Exclusive's kind of report on this, which is exactly what was told to me. He says, and let me just make sure I'm sharing this and I'm not to everybody that's viewing. Mr. Exclusive, breaking news, Charlie Kirk, investigation update, the Steakhouse. I have just got off the phone with Mr. Perkins, the owner of Cowboy Steakhouse, and he confirmed the following to me directly. I'm also tagging him in this post. It was brief but important phone call. According to Mr. Perkins, Tyler Robinson did not eat at Cowboy Steakhouse. It has been officially verified to him from law enforcement, and he is sure himself. Mr. Perkins has also addressed the receipt that is circulating on an X. He told me that the receipt being shared is not Tyler Robinson's receipt or the one thought to possibly be Tyler Robinson, nor it is the receipt shared with investigators. Mr. Perkins was polite, but clearly has been bombarded with calls. He told me people need to use some common sense. I don't know if the receipt is a legitimate receipt, but it is not.
Yeah,
the
he doesn't
receipt
have
in
a
question.
brain either.
He did not call anyone a liar. However, he did tell me that many reporters, investigators coming into the steakhouse could easily get a receipt. Mr. Perkins made it clear Tyler Robinson did not eat at his restaurant. I've always believed in going directly to the source whenever possible, rather than relying on rumors and secondhand information.
I don't think
contacted
Gary
the
did
owner
acknowledge
myself.
he was in there, did he? I think he just said that he's reading something from
One of
him.
the narratives that has been circulating online regarding Tyler Robinson's alleged whereabouts. As always, I will continue to verify information and report what I can independently confirm. And he shows a picture of the receipt. And you can see here the receipt contradicts Denizen's own witness that says he had a couple of beers and a steak. So on this receipt says $3.25 for soft drinks.
Well, Ben's saying he doesn't see him in there.
I don't know. The debit card information is not there. And one of the things that Ralph told me, the owner of the steakhouse or the smokehouse, is that when they pay with a debit card, it only shows the last 4 digits. So there's no way to even know who that person is. And look, I'm not saying that the person that Denizen talked to is lying. Eyewitness testimony is always, well, it won't always, it's always questionable. All right. You can't just take eyewitness testimony. You need some additional information. Quite frankly, Tyler Robinson, and this is one of the things that Ralph brought up. He's like, look, Tyler Robinson looks like 80% of the kids that come in here. I mean, the skinny white kid from Utah. And, when suddenly you have this event and you're looking back and like, oh yeah, this kid kind of looks like them. It's no wonder if they got something wrong. Honestly, right? I mean, it's just, it's not like they're trying to spin a tail or whatever else, but eyewitnesses get things wrong all the time. All you got to do is go watch brain games or go study some of this stuff. It happens, and it is what it is. But according to them, and not only that, according to everything that Denizen has put out, he said he didn't have a receipt. I think it was like July 1st or something like that, and now he does. How did he get that receipt? Ralph says he did not give it to him. I don't know where he got it from, and I do think there's a high probability that he actually created that receipt because
Hey,
they push
Gary,
narratives. Yeah, go ahead.
one more thing.
Yeah.
Stripe,
Hey,
which
Recatus is
is,
speaker.
I mean, you can only use Stripe with those handhelds. You're right about that. If you use a debit card and you put your PIN number in, which it says on there, it's not going to show your name.
Yeah. 100%.
What's up, K-Pasto? I'm generally in all places all the time. So I get it.
I don't know. I forgot. Maybe it'll come back.
I think Jen is wanting you to ask Mr. X to request up, maybe.
Yeah, please, Mr. Exclusive. If you haven't requested, please request. I'm feeling generous. I might even get Eco up here and
yeah, Eco.
Somebody that disagrees with us, get up here. Zach, go ahead, man. And then we'll get Ricardo Law.
I want to hear Ricada and Eco.
We appreciate you, bud.
I want to hear Ricada and Eco go back and forth. Oh my God. Would that be beautiful? Yes, Ricada's in here.
Recorded space that you played earlier, that's complete BS. I don't know of a single restaurant that still uses carbon copies. And if they're using Stripe, they definitely aren't using carbon copy print.
Oh man, I want to hear Ricada and Eco.
Would have been applicable about 20 years ago, is no longer applicable.
Yeah, Ricada's a speaker.
With him,
on my screen, he's second row, third one in from the left.
A bunch of PCI DSS regulations that would get him fined from Visa and MasterCard for doing so, and violating Utah privacy laws that could get them in trouble. So there's no way that Ralph, being a business owner, is going to do that and risk his business for some low life that's coming in.
Well, this is speaking now is Zach.
On the flip side,
Zach Kazin.
Candace and Diligent are pushing this out and basically effectively defaming him. He actually has a pretty good case for defamation. So if he hasn't, I would recommend him capturing all this information and talking to
I don't even care. I just want to hear Nick Ricada and Eco try to have a conversation.
In terms of the receipt, the last thing I wanted to say was Southern and I were talking earlier in a chat. I think what he likely did with his receipt
yes,
is I
Britta
think he
is in
probably
there as
ate
well.
there July 10th, in the evening of July 10th, and he timed it so that the order would go in at approximately the right time, and that he would check out at the right time. And then all he had to do was change the month on the receipt.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't put it past him at all. I mean, he's, as a matter of fact, one of the things that I was told was that, you know, Ralph heard some of the things that he was saying, and I haven't seen this, and I don't know if somebody can find it and bring it up and we can throw it up in the Jumbotron, but apparently Diligent at one point did do a retraction, and that was because Ralph confronted him on it. The other thing that I did ask Ralph for, so that we could get a comparison, is basically, hey, can you send me a sample receipt, and like have him run his own card, or, you know, create a receipt. I don't want him sending me someone else's receipt, but, you know, create a sample receipt so that we can do an AI analysis or just a visual analysis to see if we can see any
Nick
differences in font or anything else that's
because
going on with that particular receipt.
I kind of like both of them, but for very different
this
reasons.
is where Ralph basically stands on this, and that is, like, it's inconsequential. He could have gotten here within the time that he said. He probably could have
Ralph
gotten
is
back.
the owner of Cowboy Smokehouse.
Him, but he has been told that it wasn't him, and that's most likely right. So, you know, what they're trying to do are constantly push these narratives, and these are strategic. Like when Baron Coleman is lying and saying that against all other evidence, including now we have witness testimony, telling people that Tyler Robinson was in custody at, you know, around 3 p.m. on September the 11th, and that he was being interrogated at 6:25 p.m. on September 11th. That is a lie. And he was not interrogated until the 12th. And he wasn't even officially arrested until 4 in the morning on September 12th. That is what the prosecutor and the defense consider the official arrest time and date. But the reason he's trying to do that is trying to undermine or create doubt amongst the viewers, and because it's exciting, he wants to try to tell his viewers, trick his viewers, that there's this huge multi-agency conspiracy going on where he did not send that Discord chat at 7:57 p.m. Mountain Time. But he did. He did. And as a matter of fact, I meant to clip this. The number one, they also said there was no video.
I don't think that Dairy Queen photo has been like officially verified.
All the video they said didn't exist.
Don't believe
so. And we saw a clip of that video in the preliminary hearing. And during that preliminary hearing, when he's in the interrogation room, Tyler Robinson has his phone and he puts it in his pocket. You can zoom in, you can tell it's his phone. So even when he was there, they were handling him with kid gloves and they didn't take his phone. And why would they? Why would they? If he's going to sit there, and they weren't leading the investigation, they specifically said that the Washington County Sheriff's Office did not do any interrogation. They did not attempt to question him because they were not the lead investigators. I would let someone like Tyler Robinson sit there and continue to incriminate himself on his phone, because guess what? SBI is going to be here in just a few minutes, and they can look through his phone and they can see whatever. They're going to forensically examine it. Yeah. So let him do.
Yeah. What would he possibly be doing in the area on a different day? Do you guys suppose?
Until after 9 p.m. on September 11th.
If it wasn't that day, if it wasn't 9/10 that he was at that Dairy Queen, it was a different day. What was he doing there?
You believe that, you're gullible, and you're just excited, and you love this stuff. And quite frankly, if you also participate in going after Erica Kirk and the other victims in all of this, you revel in evil. That's what you do. You're participating in something evil and disgusting and so fundamentally un-American. You should be genuinely ashamed of yourself. And if you're not, you need to either get psychological help or go talk to Jesus. Probably both. Yep. Breeze, go ahead.
And I would be willing to bet that it was after, was it August 25th or 27th when it was officially publicly advertised that they were going to have the event at UVU?
Lighten the mood a little bit.
Bet it was somewhere close to August 27th.
I just wanted to ask, what did he eat that day? I'm trying to be funny because I know they've asked him the most ridiculous.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, sorry.
I'm messing with you. I'm just trying to be funny.
God, here we go. I mean, the funny thing is, if you're asking what did I eat or what did Charlie eat, because Charlie only ate like 4 things, which is one of the I actually try to relate, positive stories or fun stories about Charlie because people like it. And one of the funny quirks about Charlie is he ate basically like 4 or 5 different foods tops, except for like very rare occasions. So he was always getting the same thing. He would get, like,
yeah, Riss, Grok is a huge, all of these AI things are huge problems when it comes to trying to like fact check things, because you can put in a similar prompt with the same idea, but because it's a little bit different than another one, you will get different results.
Grilled chicken
based on really
sauce,
anything.
avocado, like usually as guac.
Yeah.
And then like olive oil.
But yeah, so
And I
like
think
if
he
you ask
eats
Grok if something
lean
is true,
beef
say for
and,
example with the Tyler Robinson case,
maha
it's
or
going to go
chicken or
through
beef
and
or
look at
whatever
like
now
what the
to
majority of
that out
things that are
too.
being posted on X are, and it's going to incorporate that, and it's probably going to give you that answer, whatever has been looks like it's most
I
populated.
think mint chocolate chip ice
No,
cream on his
CJ, you are
birthday and on
not
the
still
4th of
shadow
July.
banned in here.
At the RNC in 24, because Vance was the VP and that was a big triumph for him, he ordered like a cartoonishly large number of chicken wings,
I know.
of which he ate maybe 5 or 6, and I think I ended up eating like 20. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, because
That's well. I just want to tell you, I've been hearing what
I get it.
the questions they were asking you in that space the other day, and you were. I just can't even imagine the level of like PTSD and what you guys are all going through with this type of stuff, and I'm just really sorry. So I just wanted to tell you that, and I wanted to make somebody laugh on some level, but yeah, that's
No,
about it, really.
that's appreciated. In fact, one you don't want to use that word nice, but like one thing I appreciate that I've done these a few times is it has opened me
my
up
receipts
a little
don't
more to like
record
the
the
number of
cardholder
people
name
out
on
there
them.
who are
They just record the
supportive on
last 4
this. 'Cause
digits
sometimes
of whatever the card number
it does
is.
feel isolating if you post about something random on X and then it's like 50,000 different people line up to just be like harassing you and spamming gifs at you, and we get some nasty
And
emails and
we
stuff too.
also
It's like
don't need
it is
any
frightening how many
signature,
of those people
whether
there
it's a
are. I mean, it's
debit or
frightening
credit card.
when you
So
can see the number of people simultaneously watching some of these streams that are just spewing out a bunch of lies.
I'm
It's
just so
just
sorry, and I
concerning.
just wanted to tell you that it's awful.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for letting me up. That's all I wanted to say.
We love you, bees.
And I love you too, SK. All of you. You guys are wonderful, and you're my people. So
Yes, I think it's truly evil what these people are doing. It's horrific. I can't imagine doing any of these things to my worst enemy, let alone a fellow American. It's just
well,
disgusting.
I can't imagine trying to remember the day of something really traumatic happening to you and being like scrutinized for your every little move, or what, where did you walk, or who did you talk to, or that's why I was kidding about what did you eat that day. Like, I can't imagine the level of like microscopic, analyzation of what you were doing that entire day, that something so traumatic happened. So I just think it's so inhumane. It's gross.
Well, and speaking of memories of what people were doing and how that Blake and everybody else, every word that they say, everything that they claim they did that day, are put under a microscope. It's okay. Somebody posted this earlier. I reposted it. Of course, I can't find it now. But somebody posted this earlier where, and I remember watching the episode where Candace claimed that she blacked out, completely forgot a whole trip to Maine, I believe it was. And it's okay for her to forget things. It's okay for her to forget things. But it's not okay that people under stress, and again, there's lots of research done on what traumatic events do to the mind, the memory, never mind auditory and visual exclusion that takes place under stress, but just to memory and how things get scrambled up. That is well established, but these people get no grace whatsoever because none is extended to them. Rakaita Law, send it.
Yeah, and let's not forget that
no,
she also was talking about Charlie's child, how she couldn't have woken
Stealth
up
needs to
and
mute
done
her
these
shit.
things
It's
because,
feedback.
sleep training and whatever. And then she goes on air and talks all about her daughter waking up at 4 a.m. frequently to ask her dad to help her find things.
Well, we almost had
What is she doing?
rackets.
Like, she can't even keep track of what she said.
Cool. Thanks.
100%.
Yeah, no, like that actually, that's something that really bothered me the other day. Like, stuff that
Dude,
is
mute
gross,
stealth.
but I feel
Thank you.
the strongest indicators of her her bad character in all of this is actually the little things. And that thing about her
Yes, I
toddler
know,
waking up where
CJ.
someone's like, hey, you were saying it was super weird and suspicious that Charlie's toddler was awake. They could only
Well,
been awake because their parents were having a
I
fight
am a
and were
little
getting divorced
irritated,
and there was an
Adri,
exorcism going on or whatever. That's the only possible explanation. And then someone points out,
but
like,
I'm
okay,
not
well,
going to
your
say
toddler was
why.
awake. And then she has a ready-made excuse. Well, you see, my toddler, I have the valid justification because my toddler had jet lag. And so I'm able to have my justification, but there's no valid justification for anyone else's toddler doing something I decide is weird. And it really emphasizes for
No, I
me
don't want to be
the
mean.
the
I don't want to be mean.
self-centeredness, the entitlement, the nastiness. It really bothers me. It bothers
Yeah.
me and frustrates me and frankly frightens me that
Well,
there's so much obvious bad character on display here, and yet there are these
Why?
people out here who are sending her hundreds of dollars in super chats in gratitude for what she does, who just orbit around her, and it's a disturbing thing to behold.
I agree. And anyone with children knows that you can't predict anything your kids are going to do or when they're going to wake up in the middle of the night randomly or frequently for that matter. Some kids wake up frequently in the middle of the night.
For the
Anyone
record, I
with
don't wanna
children
know
knows
why.
this. Even between your own children, they're different.
No, there actually is a reliable way to predict when your children are going to wake up. It's whenever you're going to have sex with your spouse.
Yes.
And your
That's
children
true.
wake up and come to your door immediately. They're like, "Hey, mom, dad, what's up? Can I snuggle? I had a nightmare." It's like,
That's
It's
true.
an
you can't
opportunity for
between
them
us,
to learn
actually.
self-reliance because the
Brackets.
parents have to always respond right away.
I can't
Yes.
believe you have paid FDA shill Blake in here to lie about Charlie Kirk eating explosive Jewish matzah. We all know he did. We all know he did on that day. And the explosive Jewish matzah is actually what killed him. And I can't believe you brought Blake in here to misrepresent that.
Well, the only
don't
reason,
forget he's a
look,
racist too, Rackets. Don't forget he's
Nick,
racist too.
Well, I trust him more now.
The only reason I did was because I was paid enough BB bucks to let him into the shop, and then I also got my Fed check today. So I was like, "All right, fine. I'll let the one bald man in the country, the only bald man that was ever stepped foot in Utah,
Trust him more now.
that was clearly driving an SUV that day. So that's where we're at with this.
Well,
I want to know how y'all are getting paid. Nobody's
What?
paying me shit. I am getting the shit into this deal.
Well, you can tell who doesn't actually know what's going on when they talk about like Jewish dollars and stuff like that. Because as a proper Israeli shill, I only get paid in media hour blocks on television. On CNN, on Fox News, on NBC. They don't pay in cash anymore. That's very passe. That's like last that's last century, man. Now we get paid in programming.
I've been to Utah three
the,
times in my life, and I will never be back if I can help
Candace
it.
and everybody else in views. That's what they're paying them on. And bots, an army of bots.
This whole thing is crazy. I mean, this receipt deal is one of the things I've followed most closely out of the Tyler Robinson thing because it's just my ability to follow things time wise. This is hit at a good spot, and to watch this thing unfold, and to see people who have disregarded all of the evidence that is presented, that is verifiable, that is corroborated.
Are you talking about if you're talking about Nick Rekieta, Eclipse Truth? I don't know. I mean, you should definitely check him out. But I will just warn you.
All of that stuff is fake. That's all a lie.
Probably not going to be
but a
your
guy
speed.
who's not even on camera,
Probably won't be your flavor.
with a t-shirt on, says, yeah, actually, Tyler Robinson was in my restaurant totally on that night. And I swearsies that it was him and he paid. But for whatever reason, we can't show you any evidence of it. And we told the FBI, but they didn't care. And nobody cared. And it's all because they're all in on it. And it's like, or maybe they looked at it and they're like, this debit card doesn't belong.
That's rich coming from a Jew.
Like the simplest answer is the most obvious one. Occam's razor, the simplest answer is usually correct. And if you Occam's razor this thing, you go, okay, it's not Tyler Robinson, because if it was Tyler Robinson, that would have been seen by the FBI. It would have been cross-checked against his bank accounts, which they wouldn't even need a search warrant for. And it would be given to the defense, who would have brought it immediately to the probable cause hearing and said, it is not possible for our client to have done this because of this timeline. And the prosecution is entirely wrong. And if their timeline says what it says right now, it can't be correct, and they cannot carry this prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. And we need you to dismiss this, Judge. And that would have been brought, successful or not, before or in this pretrial thing. I've seen people come up with every excuse on the planet, even ones like, well, they don't want to tip their hand. There is no hiding the ball in court. There is no like tip your hand or whatever. You can kind of strategize some things, but once you go to trial, everything's known ahead of time. Everybody has all of the cards. And they have a big mirror behind the other person so they can see their hand too. Nothing is secret. Everything is, how do these, which factual scenario is reliable?
Utah is pretty.
The reliability
it's very pretty.
of this
like
has been,
Salt Lake City,
has not
very
been
pretty.
tested because no one believed
but, like
it
Utah
would
would be awesome
if they won
the people
on this,
weren't there.
They would win. It would be over. There would be no trial. Not guilty, dismissed, lack of probable cause, game over. And they didn't do it. And there's no reason
Have mercy on
to
us.
not do it, because a jury is not going to be convinced by a receipt with a mismatched debit card number on it. No matter how much blurring Candace does while she says, I saw the unblurred receipt. How? You can't even see, like, you can't see what's in front of you. You're the dumbest woman I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. Throw her in a fucking dumpster.
Nick, did you know that I was today years old when I found out that smoke was caused by fire?
All this time you saw fire and you saw smoke, and you thought they were just friends that partied together.
But no, they either just don't care, or they just don't have as much fun over here. Maybe I'm not sure.
Too. I just surround myself with other morons. There's, that's what I do. It's very macabre. I can't even get it wrong right. Macabre.
It's amazing. It's amazing that the pattern recognizers and the people who are able to discern truth when no one else can see it can't get basic, like the most basic pattern recognition down of cause and effect. That is a part of everyone's life. It's ubiquitous conditions. They're like, if I put my feet in water, they get wet, but I don't know why.
Yeah, you don't get to claim to be that you recognize patterns, that you have great pattern recognition. If you've gone 35 years and you never put together thunder and lightning, just shut the F up. Real quick, don't go anywhere, Nick. I want to get
because I would give them the most attention.
Take it away.
Hey guys, how are
So
you?
it's
Good.
weird.
I'm glad Blake. Good. So I'm glad Blake's up here too. I wanted to touch on something, an interesting part of the whole thing.
Is she going to talk about SLC,
the
trans
incessant trying to blame Israel
stuff again,
thing, right? And I was thinking about this. In the last few days, we've been posting about the Israelis have been taking out like the actual individual terrorists that were involved from October 7th. They have a sophisticated system, kind of like a after Munich situation, right? They're targeting and they're going after them. So a lot of us are posting the videos.
What is she talking about?
The person they're taking out, and then obviously the victims and some of their stories. For us Jews after October 7th, the strangest thing for me was the denial of the actual atrocities when it was live streamed on Facebook, all over Telegram, all over Twitter. It was on every single social media site until slowly it started to get pulled, and then it's still out there on all the Islamic stuff, and then it was live.
What the hell does this have to do with Diligent Denizen?
All the atrocities, and even the Qataris watched it, including the Hamas leadership. So this is like publicly known, okay? It makes no sense. That's like evidence, right? And they've got
CJB34.
tons of
how's it going?
Of drives and background in intel.
Is she Jew? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything about her, like at all. I had one interaction with her and it didn't go well, and I've just avoided everything to do with her since.
And, at least I would say at least 300,000-400,000 people went to see the actual footage, and Israeli embassies or US embassies and officials and military that came into country who wanted to see the 47 minutes. And there's longer ones for other analysts. That kind of evidence
Hey, if you could,
was there.
just for shits and giggles, Riss, if you could just like put it in a nutshell and DM me. I'm a little curious. I'm just not curious enough to like do any work. You know what I mean?
Candace was doing and others about Charlie Kirk's assassination, because when I saw the ability to do that kind of atrocity denial, which was live streamed and videotaped in the most brutal of ways, it was 2 days straight of because they were still fighting up for 2 days dealing with these terrorists. And then obviously after that, in the tunnels and the hostage videos.
I had a close friend take lithium. He didn't talk like this at all.
Then the transferring of dead bodies.
Long story short, he ended up using it to unalive himself. But
Of mothers
it didn't make him talk like this.
And live streaming it all over the world, which was supposed to be not allowed based on the Qatari deals. But of course, Qatar is a piece of shit, so it is what it is. And that was all done. And then you wonder how and why people were able to do this to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Okay, that it is identical.
Whoa, how did she?
Lack of
I
moral
wasn't paying
character.
attention. I'm curious now how she tied that all
That
into
is
Charlie.
why the narrative shaping, like I quote tweeted, Linda Sarsour came out and she's talking about dismantling the U.S. Constitution in America, and it was laughing.
Stealth
I'm like,
medical.
dude,
I think can you guys see this stuff when I scroll over? Like, okay,
U.S. territory.
when I scroll over the name and it pulls up their little bio.
Maybe, I don't know, 10 billion people before they would ever, God forbid, ever think of Charlie Kirk. And to say something like that, that's so disgusting, when he was allegedly supposed to be traveling to Israel this last January to have a meeting.
Yeah.
Everything
like
about it is
Cliff
such an
Notes
op, and it's so disgusting.
The crazy.
And it's another blood libel that Jews are going to carry forever.
Well, I mean, you say that.
And this is the guy who
get her,
wrote a book
Rackets.
about
Get her.
Shabbat.
Oh, this is not going to go good.
This is the level of insanity.
This is not going to go
so
good.
Many mistakes, because I wasn't watching Charlie Kirk's show very often, and I was live streaming since the beginning of the war. If there's anybody that's seen more content and more information, it's been me.
Get her, Rackets.
I have so much of an archive of my Twitter spaces that it takes 3 months for Twitter just to give me 6 months of my archive. That's the level of volume. So you're like, anybody could have just said, oh, like there's 3 experts alone you could just pick up from Hudson to talk about what happened on October 7th or the breach or whatever.
All right, guys, I'm going to lock in here because I think Nick's going to pop in and say something.
And the narrative shaping, even because Charlie Kirk had made some comments, because he didn't fully understand this. He's not going to become a wartime expert all of a sudden, so it's just disgusting. And so that denial, what did you expect from the same population of people that were denying
Gary
and
might not
visually
let
watching the
Nick
atrocities?
go
and had
in.
seen it even
He might try to like
for the
divert
last
it.
3
Well,
years.
it's also like a self-induced cognitive dissonance, right? It's like you are so bias driven to begin with that you can't accept reality of what's taking place. So they just say this is all fake, and it's just it's disappointing to watch. This is like some third world peasant bullshit. For Americans, I don't know. Maybe it's not as surprising as it.
No, I mean, the minute we allowed Americans to say 9/11 was Project Blue Beam or whatever the hell, or there wasn't a plane. I mean, we had people calling. We had patriots. People knew people on the planes that went in. You had calls from people saying goodbye to their wives. These are like live streamed. Like that kind of denialism on regular Americans on the right is insane. It's insane. There was like 15 countries that warned the U.S. prior. Okay. Days before, even what was the country that called
Jews did 9/11.
They just took out this major guy in Afghanistan. What's his name? I don't know if it was the French or somebody, and said, hey, this is a sign of something's coming. Like, we're really concerned. We just didn't know how, when, or where.
I don't know what her point was, but I'm really hoping Nick says something.
I don't know. Anyways, and I was thinking what Rubio said today or yesterday about the amount of violence that occurred, for I don't know how many years, between 1970 and whatever. And over 5,000 bombs were done by left-wing extremists. They blew up the U.S. Capitol, and they called our people insurrectionists, and they blew up the actual U.S. Capitol. and affiliated with the Venceramos Brigades in Cuba. Anyways, I'm very frustrated because we should have done something in Cuba 40 years ago. And today we had Billingsley. He works at Hudson. He's former advisor of the president.
Now she's
He's
on.
a big military guy.
She's on about
And
Cuba.
he's an expert on terror financing. And he came into the space and he was talking about the level and extent of what was going on inside of Cuba. And it's very frustrating how many American kids have been radicalized and trained there. And the amount of espionage. And again, the number one person affecting our elections, other than China, like China
I'm
and
not
Russia,
Jewish.
and spying
Therefore,
on us,
I had nothing to do with
knowledge
it.
graphs
For
on
sure.
Americans, and like have every bit of data on even newborns is the Chinese, and they lease that out as an API to
And
the
now we're
enemies
going
of
to
America.
China.
And then these morons like Joe Cunt has the audacity, and Tucker and all these people, and even Tulsi defends her stupid
She
hire.
makes me
Doesn't
want
have
to
the
like
ability
Tucker.
to say, yes, we're under active
I'm just
measures
going to put it that way.
by very violent
She makes me want to
entities.
like Tucker.
Okay, Charlie Kirk was just in South Korea, and if you know what's going on in South Korea right now, you will understand a through line of the warnings he gave when he was there. So it's like, it's just, I don't know. We Americans need to get educated on the right very quickly. They're looking really dumb right now, and they can't be just a handful of us that are educated.
Holy,
and a whole population of 30 and under
that's
that are just
not
decided
happening.
to become complete and utter
I'm
fucking
good.
morons.
I'll stay
Well,
half
one of the
retarded.
biggest problems is that they want to be entertained more than they want to be educated. And I think there's some people that are earnestly looking for information, and then they end up on the Baron Coleman's and Candace Owens, and this is more entertaining, and they value that over the truth, and then they just completely don't even care if it's true or not at some point.
CJ,
and they enjoy the participation that they get, that's giving meaning to their life, to find, the inconsistencies, the minor inconsistencies of what Blake says or what Eric Kirk says or did.
Gary, for whatever reason, has a bit of a soft spot for a lot of people. He's very fair, right? He's a very good character. He does not like to fight with people that are sort of like-minded, all right? However, after I butted heads with Stealth the first time, I was asked by Gary very nicely to just ignore her or to just not be aggressive towards her. So that's what I do now.
Or give me the silence.
Because Gary asked me so nicely.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now I can. Go ahead, bud.
Beautiful. I'm sorry about that. I was having problems getting on earlier, but I have been here the whole time. So I guess I'll just kind of give a quick breakdown of what happened today.
Please.
Earlier in the day, I actually had made a post regarding Diligent Dennison there. I had called the restaurant early, and they had confirmed that he actually had spoken to the owner.
I have no idea, but I do know that I sent that woman a DM and I apologized. Like I was reaching out to apologize. And she never even responded.
So when I got involved,
fucking rude.
It was just trying to verify information, just trying to call people and see what's true, what's not true, because of everything that floats around that. So when I got back on, my first post today was, hey, he did call. He did speak to the owner.
I just asked.
Why would he fake a receipt?
I wasn't even rude about it. I just asked her a question. And then her and that freak Josie or whatever just started piling on me. So then I was like, no. Nah.
And within seconds, I introduced
just gonna
myself,
sit there and
told him who
take
I
that
was,
from these two women.
And he immediately said to me, Tyler Robinson did not eat here. We had just been confirmed that. We just found out. He made it sound like, he had just been recently told, possibly by law enforcement, that, in fact, it isn't Tyler Robinson. And then I asked him about the receipt, and he said, people need to use some common sense here.
So this is Mr. Exclusive
come
calling.
And go every day. They can get a meal.
We're talking.
He didn't, like I said, he didn't call anyone a liar, but he certainly implied that it is very possible for someone to make that receipt. And I was very respectful with the way I reported it. I even emphasized that he didn't call anyone a liar. He said how this could possibly be done. Didn't expect it to blow up the way it did. But this entire time with the reporting, all I've done is call people. Anyone on X could call people. They could call people and verify anything I've said, anything I've done. It's been very easy to reach people. Now, granted, most of these people, like Sergeant Lopez, the K9, the head of the K9s, Tina Rodriguez, the
Right there
lead
with you,
agent.
Adri.
Yeah.
Most of the times they won't comment. They won't give you any comment. They'll giggle and laugh with you off the record, but they won't give you anything substantial. They've got that locked up. They've been told not to say anything. But what I've been repeatedly told is that the FBI won't comment on ongoing investigations because I keep trying to find out if there's something more going on here. In regarding the armed queers of Salt Lake City. And I've always been respectful to people on the other side. But the
doesn't make him wrong about a lot of the other stuff that he talks about, though.
Off the charts. And I see after I made the report today,
I can't read your name because I'm half retarded, and I don't speak letter number stuff.
But you notice he didn't get on there.
You didn't always have that, didn't you? Have it spelled differently before?
Like he did with
or is that how it's always been?
Diligent Dennison.
Yes.
I also did record him, Gary. And before I just released that recording, I wanted to get his permission first. So I did call him back, and I spoke to Shannon at the restaurant, who told me that these people are just off the charts, that it's harassment at this point. And then I'm looking at my threads, and I'm seeing people threatening him over his liquor license, that he doesn't have security, and it's a liquor license violation. I mean, this is.
Have you guys seen all of that?
At this point.
I mean, I don't doubt that, but I haven't seen that.
There's so much more that could be done. I happened to catch what they did to Blake the other night.
Like nothing.
Yes. Yeah, where, the hotel situation, and that was, I mean, this is what they're experts at doing, taking a little, even if you have just, you forget something for a split second, you misspeak, they are all over it, they twist it, it's just horrible. And
are you? I don't think Exclusive is lying either. I never thought Exclusive was lying.
And
I was questioning what the hell this store owner's doing.
That his entire conversation with a member of the Robinson family was made up. And I kind of, I did, well, they didn't come out and say he was lying, but they did tell me that nobody had spoken. They told me they weren't going to speak to me initially, and I wasn't even a member of the direct family. So there's just been so many things going on that's been very unfortunate.
Mr. Exclusive, can I ask you? You said something. You actually you reached out to Salt Lake City Trans Tifa?
Oh no!
Yes, what's happened is I have tracked down one of the people who made a predictive post. One of those posts before September 10th. And their motivation was not to speak to me at all. And just so you know, here's how I'm approaching this interview with this person. It's what I've been working on mostly lately. I've contacted a Candace supporter who I get along with, actually. We see things differently, and we chat all the time. We DM each other. And I said to him, hey, why don't you come to this interview with me? First of all, I'm really not sure I want to be there by myself, but why don't you come? We'll meet up in Utah, and I'd love to have one of her supporters there that I know is not. I know he's going to be honest about it because he's an honest guy. And let's see what we can find out here. And this person did make a predictive post, which I thought was really interesting. Okay.
Are you unaware that
honest guy? And let's see what we can find out here. And this person did make a predictive post, which I thought was really interesting. Okay.
Are you on?
Shut up and let him talk.
Is there an issue with the comms? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you keep cutting in.
I was going to ask Mr. Exclusive. Are you aware?
I thought was really interesting.
Oh my God! Let him say what he's saying.
Do you guys hear him on repeat? Sorry, is there an issue with the comms? Can you hear me? I was going to ask Mr. Exclusive. Are you aware?
That was really interesting.
Oh no!
Oh, Gary's got like his feed is like looping back into it. That was weird.
There we go. I think I fixed it. Sorry, guys.
Hey, by the way, while we have a quick break, Mr. Exclusive, great job. Great reporting, great investigation. The thing that you've done that is the most irritating to them is you are poking holes in, I mean, not only obviously in the evidence collection, but you're also poking holes in an essential part of sort of the conspiracy reporters toolbox, and that is to create the urgency of danger to the reporter. All of these people are in danger for bringing out the truth, right? Like they're constantly they're constantly talking about how dangerous it is to be like a podcaster. It's the bravest job you'll ever see, actually. And they're out there really risking their lives to bring you this absolute schlock and drivel. And you are coming out and you're like, hey, why don't we just call the guy up? Like that seems like a good idea. You call him up, you ask him, he's like, you know what? There's some reports at first. But we sent everything in. FBI comes back, verifies it's not him. And I don't know if people would realize how common it is when you have like a major news event come out and you have pictures and stuff and a suspect goes out either because they've apprehended them or they're a person of interest and they're looking for them and that picture hits the news. People are seeing them all the time. They suddenly start seeing them all the time. They start seeing them in their memories. They start seeing them out of the corner of their eyes or people passing on the street. And they start to go, oh, yeah, whoa. I think I did encounter that guy. And it becomes the biggest event. This is a waiter at a smokehouse, right? If he's the guy who served a couple beers to Tyler Robinson after he didn't shoot Charlie Kirk, but was falsely accused, he's massively increased in value over whatever he was before that. I don't mean that in a condescending way. I mean, that's his own perception. And so like he becomes this thing. So of course he reports it. Of course he saw Tyler Robinson. Of course Tyler couldn't have been down there to shoot Charlie Kirk. And that makes him important when he wasn't otherwise important. And you're like, well, why don't we just like check now? Because a lot of false reports and a lot of false information comes in at the beginning because everybody is, like I said, they get excited. There's a psychological issue that when you're triggered to something, you start seeing it. It's like when you buy a red car, everybody's got a red car, etc. Like that all goes into play. But the thing that is manipulative and horrible is the people who go online and then they report on the minutia like this. That isn't well supported and is hard to falsify at first. And then they act like obviously they're going against the conspiracy, so they're at risk. And you've just annihilated that. None of these people are in any danger. Nobody cares if Diligent Denzian lives or dies or eats Cheerios or Apple Jacks. Like it doesn't matter. And you've annihilated that. So good job making these people back into the useless normal people that they are. That's where most people, self-included, belong. Like we should all just be normal people with normal opinions. Nobody's out here to change the world. And it doesn't happen to everybody. There are certain people who are out there. Unfortunately, Charlie was one of them and he's taken away. But like, I just love what you've done here because you took the simplest approach right to the source. And the source is able to say, yeah, it wasn't him. And they don't know what to do. It's really funny, like watching Diligent Denizen flip out and make post after post after post that are progressively more retarded. It's amazing.
Thank you. And also what he did was in his interview with his witness, he was leading that guy. Oh, I have the receipt. This is definitely it. You just to your point, you are so important now. Tell us what happened. Yep. I couldn't believe he was even claiming that guy acknowledged that receipt. It was absurd.
I didn't even watch the interview because when I was scrolling past it,
I'm glad he got clean and sober, right? And he's straightening himself out.
And body movements.
Super happy about that.
Trust a word coming out of this mouth. There's nothing to back this up. Show me some CCTV footage or a name and a debit card number on a receipt. If it's a debit card number, show me that it links up to a bank account. This is the easiest thing to verify. And the other thing that drives me crazy is they accept that this is true. But if this is true, literally
anytime somebody goes that far down, I hope that they can get clean and sober and fix themselves and pick themselves back up.
Coordination cooperation
I
and
don't know why
performance.
you would be
If
upset
you
about that.
if you
That
know
seems
anything
a
about
little
putting
weird.
together a little league team, you know that you can't trust anybody in a major conspiracy because everybody sucks at what they do all the time. Like you can't organize a brunch most days, but oh yeah, you organize the killing of probably the next Republican president, like major presidential candidate in the next decade or so. You organize that flawlessly, but you can't put together a
And I'm
spreadsheet on Excel.
really
Come on.
happy.
And you can't.
I'm really happy for his kids that he's fixing himself too.
With it like that, that's the craziest thing. Hey, real quick, I want to get some other folks in here. Mr. Exclusive, I'm gonna keep.
Hey Gary, I got to bounce too. Thank you so much for having me on.
Dang.
Welcome, buddy.
Coming up in a little bit.
We were
And,
so
you
close
guys
to a
out there,
Ricada
just
and Eco.
keep it up. Like, I just want to encourage everybody. The evidence points to a killer for Charlie Kirk right now, and it's an obvious answer. And that obvious answer should be pursued until there is a plausible alternative. Because if there isn't a plausible alternative, then the obvious answer is probably right. And Charlie's family and Charlie himself deserve
And it would be like one thing, right?
much
If
farther
Ricada like denied it or tried to hide it or whatever, like he owns it. He publicly owns it.
same justice. So you guys are out there fighting against misinformation, and you're all heroes for it.
Well, thank you, Ricada Law. If you guys aren't following Ricada Law, make sure you go follow Nick over there. We just had him on a podcast. It was a lot of fun to have him on, and we will definitely have him on again as a regular guest. Real quick, I do want to go to a couple other folks, but I want to hit some super chats that I'm getting over on YouTube real quick. When I heard Candace Owens was going on Russia for vacate, my first thought, she's going to move there eventually to escape liability and hide money. Thoughts. This has actually been
Lori Love sending a huge
theorized.
super chat. Thank you so much. Sending respect, supporting Bronson. Thank you for your voice. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out.
You guys go check him out. We'll have him on again and talk more about that as well. I think it's very possible. MTX45 says we have to stop being so charitable for these these propagandists, not their lobotomite necrophiliac followers. It's not about confirmation bias. It's about money and or clout, mostly money. I agree. Look, yeah, I agree. I'll just leave it at that.
He's reading super chats. I thought he was reading.
Jay Shoots says, Blake, I worked less than 1 mile from where Charlie started TPUSA. I'm so sad I never got to meet him. I live by the high school he graduated from. Love you all.
Hey, let me know if you guys can hear this. Maybe I should start doing this on super chats.
It's maybe mildly off topic, but
Did you guys hear that? Was that loud?
Because she mentioned the high school he went to. I don't know when we'll release it. It might only be closer to the 1 year mark, but we actually recently did an interview with the guys who put up a mural honoring Charlie in Serbia, like where he's wearing his basketball jersey, and it called him Charlie Kirkovich, which is not his name.
What about
applause? Tribute to him and like the local dialect.
That's actually pretty cool. Boggs Chip says Scamdy came to me in a dream and told me he did it. Please tell Blake that so many of us stand with TPUSA and Erica, those of us who were actually fans of Charlie while he was here. These people
the air horn or the applause?
Before, they'll move on to something else. I agree. I couldn't agree more. If 90% of these people didn't know anything about Charlie, didn't follow Charlie, don't know what, and now they're just trying to remake him, completely recreate who he was and what he thought and what he said, and just using him like a ventriloquist doll. And it's disgusting. It really is. And obviously profiting off of his death. Gary, you are life striving. Adam Bartholomew, thank you, Adam. We always love you, buddy. Gary, you're a true warrior of the truth. Thank you for taking on this fight for all of us. I am in your debt,
doing
sir.
the air horn.
We're in your debt. You provided some of the best audio and video
I was
from that day.
Thinking maybe for super chats, I should have some type of audio recognition as well.
Real quick, I want to get to Kick Kelly. Then we're going to do Jacktron next.
The air horn is better than the.
Then we're going to hit Nish. Then we're going to hit Nate, and then we're going to go back to Stealth. So, Kick Kelly, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to. I didn't know that Blake was going to be here, and
I will.
I just wanted to.
I
let
will
him
air
know
horn
that,
the shit out of $1.99 super chat right now. Are you kidding me?
and we've been studying the Aurora effect. The Aurora effect, which talks about what happens to people during traumatic events and stuff like that. And it's just so weird that that's all kind of coinciding with what I learned, and that basically I would describe what happened with Blake the day that everything went down. That it's kind of like I don't know if you guys have ever like driven home from work or somewhere and you have all this stuff on your mind and you get home and you're like, you don't even remember driving yourself home, kind of. You just made it home. It's kind of like that. And so I just want to tell him that, it's completely normal that he have gaps
I wouldn't. I
and
mean,
not know what's going on.
I
I mean,
wouldn't
I know he
overuse
knows,
it.
but
I don't
I'm
get a
just
lot of
saying,
super
like,
chats, so it wouldn't
these
be like
studies are
super
are,
often.
are
I mean,
fascinating.
if it got to a point where there's just a ton of super chats coming in, obviously I'd probably not do that. But
a lot of people have brought this up, and I want to push back. Like, I don't think I'm particularly forgetful about that day. In fact, I would say the opposite. I think I have pretty strong memories of that day relative to other things. But
you're great.
Like, I would just entirely dispute that remembering the specific hotel that we stayed at is something that would frankly be all that likely in the first place. That's just not.
Yeah.
That's just not a thing I would generally remember.
Like a background element. Yeah.
There it is. $2 super chat.
It's kind of like
from
you can either go either
CJB34.
way. You can
Thank you
completely
for the
go to a
$2 super
heightened
chat.
sense where you remember smells and
CJ
like
Carenti coming in with the 20.
fly on the wall kind of thing, or you can go into
I think I
like
might have hit two
gaps
buttons
where
there.
you're
I don't
like
know if
you're
that's
not
going to
really
make
paying
multiple sounds
attention
or
because
not.
your mind's somewhere else. Is what I'm trying to mean. It's called like a tunnel effect. So yeah, I studied it, and then I heard everybody getting on you, and I was just kind of like
Actually, hold
reminded me
on.
a
Maybe
little
we
bit
try
of
this.
that. And before
CJ
I go,
with
I
the
just wanted to
$20
tell
super
you,
chat.
like, that I have watched Charlie for a really
Is that
long
better,
time,
CJ?
and I'm just
Make
so
it a
glad that
somber
you and
sound.
Andrew were his friends, that you were his inner circle at the end. I'm so glad that he was able to have good friends like you. So that's what
Thank you very
I'm
much. And I've even had that thought. Like, I actually didn't go to most of Charlie's like campus events. I would usually go to the evening ones, not a lot of the tent ones. Because in the evening ones he'd have a speech, and I'd sometimes like help him work out what he wanted to say if he was doing a speech. But like, I went on that one. Really, I think it was just because it was the first one of the year, so it's just, it felt high stakes. It was going to be our biggest thing ever, and I just think he felt like bringing me along, and I'm glad. It sounds weird. I'm glad I was there. I'm glad I spoke to him on the flight down. I'm glad I had the text conversation.
I want to hear from Mr. Exclusive more on this.
I'm
contacting
glad I was working with
the
him
person
on the last day. I think I would have felt worse if
seemed
I
to
never
have
spoke to him
foreknowledge of
that
the
day.
event. What are we doing?
Awesome. Thank you, Kid Kelly.
Like
folks,
that was
I want to try to
going
keep
somewhere.
everything. We got like 15 requests, and I do want to get as many people in as possible. So try to keep your comments as pithy and succinct
Adrian
as
with the super
possible.
chat.
Try to limit
Thanks
to
for
about a
always being
minute,
real.
and then yeah, we'll just try to get as many people as we possibly can in
My
here.
banking complaint.
I think we had Jacktron or Nish. I forget which one.
Where's
I said
Jared
first,
at? I feel like
but,
Jared would appreciate
one of you guys. One of y'all go ahead. Whoever speaks first goes.
Jared loves me.
I have a baby that might wake
I think
up.
he's the only
so
one.
I have time limit.
It's not baby trained yet. It's not sleep trained.
No, I don't have the 8 nannies.
You must be doing ritualistic like murders if your kid's not.
I disavow sleep training. I'm just going to say that. Thank you.
No.
Well, I'm assuming
No, I do
stealth
too,
will
I do
probably
that.
bring
But,
it back up.
I wanted to talk because you were
If
talking
Gary
about
lets her talk
how,
again.
don't battle the people in the comments.
What? Why do these
And
people not
I
want to
feel
battle
like-
people in the comments?
Hold on.
That's
No,
half
I
the
think we
fun.
should battle with people in the
I
comments.
agree.
I just make sure it's not a bot. Like try to confirm it's a real person. Yeah.
So maybe we can have a space just for this and have Andrew, not Colvett, but Paleo Christian, come on and train
Wilson.
people, because I have a personal experience of 10 years of in and out of court.
Wild and
with a
Wired
narcissist.
Media, thank you for the $5
So,
super chat.
Candace is
What
giving
was
me
that
flack.
lady
That's why
talking
maybe I'm so
about?
passionate about this, is because she gives me flashbacks
Which
of
lady?
the 10
Are you
years,
talking about
the worst 10
stealth?
years of my life.
Because if you're asking about stealth,
With
I have
the
no
way
idea
that I
what she
had
was
to
talking
make
about.
sure I didn't say the wrong thing, or
But if
a
anybody
word
else in
can
the
be
chat
taken in
knows,
2
feel
different
free.
ways, I had to make sure I said it correctly, because if not, it would be twisted.
Feel free to
I
explain
had to
it.
make sure that if I wanted something to be done for my son that was good for him, I would have to be like, make it to where it was his idea, not mine. And no explanation ever mattered, and no matter what was said, it would be twisted around and put against me. So I feel like
If
if we
you
are
knew
going to
me,
fight in
it wouldn't
the
be that
comments,
weird.
It needs to be
Adri,
like
it
Charlie
would not
did.
be that
It needs
weird
to be just
because I'm a huge Rocky fan. Huge Rocky fan.
rationalize their ideas.
So once, I think it was
And
it
it's not
S-Files maybe that said that.
who we're arguing with. It
Once
needs to be
somebody
because
said
we're
it,
trying to
that said
target
that, I
people
was
that
like,
will scroll through the
oh,
comments
just clicked.
and read. And just like that's what Charlie did. He didn't try and convince who he was arguing
Juju
with.
B sending
Never. He
in
never
one
said, I
gifted
want you to
membership.
think
Thank you.
like I did. He always said,
I
I'm not trying to
appreciate it.
convince you. And that's why he chose that space, that
And
virtual
Pisces
space,
got it.
because
The
he
one who
wanted
doesn't
people to
like
be
Nick
able to walk
Rekieta.
by and hear
Perfect.
the arguments and catch those people that are, maybe on the
Pisces
fence or
dreamer.
don't have a
Perfect.
strong
Pisces. Welcome.
opinion. Because we
Welcome. I
can't do
just would
anything if
like you to
people
know
are
that
in it.
all of the bad things that Nick Rekieta did, I never did anything that bad dealing with kids. I mean, I definitely did a lot of the same drugs that he did, but kids were not involved. I did not have kids at that point in my life. So if that makes you feel better about now becoming a member here of somebody who kind of likes Nick Rekieta,
And
I hope
don't sit
that
there and
I hope
try
it
and
helps.
write a paragraph trying to explain yourself. Don't explain the idea. Expose them for their ideas and kind of mind shift. Because I felt so defeated the last couple weeks. Like, oh my gosh, these people are so like almost
Is
disingenuously
this a
like on
struggle
purpose,
session?
just trying to
I
get
don't
you
know what
riled
this
up.
is.
And I'm like, no. And I prayed about it. I read my Bible, and I was like, no, we need to switch it around. We need to just ask them questions and not give, not be about them, but be about exposing the
Well,
source.
the other thing that I would add to that is that these they're really tropes at this point, but these talking points that they come up with that where they're trying to undermine the actual evidence. The other thing I would say is like there's a lot of people, not just me, but there's a lot of people that have addressed these things at length, ad nauseum. And I would actually, encourage people to find those people, whether it's my content or somebody else's, and you can share that content and also kind of move on. And the other thing I would say is like everything I agree with everything you said. The other thing I would add to that is make sure you guys are asking these questions or challenging the Baron Colemans, the Candace Owens directly, and then also again just making sure that you're sharing other small creators' content. So I was having a conversation on the phone with a very important person in this industry. And he's like,
Ooh.
this is exactly right. We get conservatives. Conservatives will go out there and they'll rail against,
very
whatever
important person.
movie or
Ooh.
whatever else. And they're like, this movie sucks and this is a culture war and whatever else. But what they never do is they don't endorse like good movies, like conservative movies. Like we're really good at criticizing things, but not promoting things. And we got to get better at promoting things. And we got to get better at promoting each other. And that's why I try to have as many people like smaller content
Well,
creators
yeah, but
on my
what if
channel
it's
all the time.
not a
Like,
good
we
movie
gotta-
though?
we gotta
But
start
it's
being better about
conservative.
that.
Like
And
you're
it
just
goes
gonna
back to
promote
something I've
it
talked about before,
because
and
it's
I've been
an
guilty of this. Like, I'll
ideology.
see a post
Like
that I
it's got to be
absolutely
good.
love, but like for some reason I'm hesitant to share it. Like I don't know why that is, and I think, but like their side isn't like they promote everybody. They promote Barron, they promote Candace, they push their stuff. They'll like they are good at marketing, and we suck at it. And it's this weird. It's like our strength is our weakness, and that is we're very independent minded, and we don't want to throatedly endorse everything. But we got to get better at building that muscle of like promoting one another, sharing each other's content. Yeah, sanity check it. Make sure you don't, because sometimes like I just had someone recently that I shared, and come to find out didn't look at the video, and it was a little crazy. But regardless, we got to get better at that and promoting what we believe in, and not just tearing down or criticizing the other side. And that was something that Charlie did on a really regular basis. And no, thank you for that, Nish. Jacktron, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, that like if I like something, I'll promote it. Like I don't know about that whole just promoting things because it's conservative or you know what I mean. Like if it sucks, like wouldn't you think that we would want to like not promote it? You know what I mean?
All right, I think
Like to
Jacktron
not
might
be
actually be on there, but he's
tied
asleep.
with that.
I don't know. But
I never
you're
did
breathing.
see Sound of Freedom.
But
I have
yeah, I
not
think
watched
there's like
that
a spectrum of
yet.
people that follow this. I think
And
initially,
it's not
probably,
because like I think
most
it's a
people
bad
just
movie
got online
or
and
because like it's just the subject matter itself. I
be
just
the first places that they're directed to
Yeah.
via the algorithm. People that already are established like content
Yeah,
producers.
Nefarious was cool. I
So
liked Nefarious.
then you have the people now. It's 10
Hold on,
months
let me
later.
see. Okay,
So
Nate
who's
speaking. I'll time this down for Nate. So my story with Nefarious is I just saw a trailer, right? I had no idea what the movie was necessarily going to be specifically about. I didn't know anything about it whatsoever, other than Sean Patrick Flanery was playing a demon-possessed guy in jail. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go see that. And then when I got to the theater, I realized, you know, pretty early on, like, that it was more than what I thought it was going to be. Still liked it. Really like it.
I need to kind of do something sensational to get people to notice me. And I don't even think they really care about the issue. I don't think they care about anything, right? All it is like, how do I get noticed? How do I get on that train? So for some people, I don't even think it's like an actual, like, they don't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. They don't give a shit who killed him. They don't give a shit about anything. All they care about is,
yeah, it was, and it was just something that Sean Patrick, like a demon possessed dude in prison, I wouldn't have had that on my list of things that Sean Patrick Flanery was going to play.
Something to be cruel about. And then the issue with what the Candace Owens, I'm just picking on her, but Candace Owens, I think she knows she's full of shit. I think she knows it. But she's doing it anyway. But the big thing
with conservative movies, right, is like the messaging seems so incredibly like over the top obvious. Like, just make a good movie. Like, have a good premise, a good plot idea for a movie, and then just put in some conservative messaging in there. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be so thick or the overarching whole point of the movie. Like, just make a good movie and just drop little nuggets of that in there. It's what Hollywood does.
Serial killers. And
just do that.
Thieves.
Make good, fun movies with a conservative bend to it.
For an assassination, like Tyler Robinson allegedly did Charlie Kirk. But there are these people that are going to be doing that.
You know what I mean? Nefarious was
some sort
like,
of a justification.
It was a little over the top as far as conservative messaging. Like, they could have, I'm not saying it was bad or anything, but yes, not so pushy or preachy.
That's
right.
One of the things that she's doing. And while I have you on here, I just wanted to throw this up here because since, we're always talking about ballistics, but Jay Whitley at 101.
I haven't seen that, but anybody who has in the chat, if you've seen Citizen Vigilante, is it good?
And I use core lock. So did my dad and my grandfather. It's the most
like,
common.
is it worth it? Because I think I'd have to pay
this
for
guy
it.
Is paid by the Jews. Clearly, that's the only way this could even be true. But go ahead, Nate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, clearly, I'm paid by the Jews. I'm just waiting. It's all in escrow, I think, all the payments, because I haven't got any yet. I mean, they're just,
Is that where it is?
I don't know. It's magical, mystical money that is going to be promised to me 3,000 years from now.
I've been wondering where it is, and that makes sense. They just got it in escrow.
I've been looking for my money.
We all are.
I got mine. I don't know what your guys' problem is.
You freaking Jew. Stealth, go ahead. Somehow Stealth got taken down. Stealth, go ahead.
I didn't boot her.
I'm sorry.
You're fired.
Ben, I didn't boot her.
It's because she's Jewish, isn't it, Ben? You freaking Jew-hated son of a gun. Stealth, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Yeah.
Jack Tron, you can jump in here at some point. I don't know what's going on over there.
Is he awake? Is Jack there?
I don't know.
Okay. So this is for Mr. Exclusive. So you had mentioned something about reaching out to the person that made a prevented, like a pre-post prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination. So just really curious, just from the legal perspective of reaching out to that person, if they've been already, called or spoken to by the FBI, more than likely. But apparently,
I just realized that
prior to a lot of
I was like, I don't see a super chat. What do you mean, Stealth
he was always
talking?
having
just
threats,
clicked. AM. Just clicked.
saying that he was going to be harmed the next day or a week before or whatever. This was a normal thing to occur. This occurs for celebrities.
I'm gonna put my hand up. I need to. I hope Mr. Exclusive hangs around for a little bit. I want to ask
on the
him
regular
about that.
before all their events. They'll receive that kind of statement. So I just was curious if your thoughts on that, and then I have another thing for you.
I'm sorry, Stealth, could you repeat that? I was getting a lot of feedback while you were speaking, so it was kind of reverberating. I only caught part of what you said.
Okay, sure. So it's very common for people that do events that have any type of notoriety to have threats a week, a day, same day, 2 days, doesn't matter, prior to those events. And Charlie Kirk was no different than that. Allegedly, he always received threats prior, especially in universities and locations that were highly contentious, or it was just a regular thing. So number one, this person that you may or may not be meeting with that had made one of the predictive posts, I'm assuming they're already reached out to by the FBI, and is that needed something to be cleared with the FBI? Will that interfere with anything? And then secondly, are you aware of that concept that there was always these types of threats towards Charlie Kirk and pretty much any high prominent person?
Stealth,
it is. What is that about?
I was very much aware of, now they've been researching it a lot. I'm very much aware of the threats that Charlie got. I'm not aware of the extent, but the person that I sought to track down, try not to give, the person I sought to track down made a specific comment, was following Lance and was very close to the university that day. They have not, and when I tracked them down, I was literally almost ghosting X there for a week, 10 days, 12 days, tracking them down. They've made no mention of the FBI to me. They absolutely have no motivation to speak to me. I'm trying to be careful what I say, because basically what I've said to them is, hey, I just want to talk to you. I won't release your name to anybody. But I figured out with this help who you are. And that led me to reach out to somebody else who was kind of doing his own investigation, was on the other side. I said, hey, I'd like you to go with me to this. Because I felt there's always something more there. Maybe this is where I don't see eye to eye with a lot of people. I absolutely think Tyler Robinson did it, but I happen to think that there was more involved there than meets the eye. And I think that the targeting of TPUSA is, I think they're going after them for reasons. When you want to undermine a country, the first thing you do is you go after the youth. And Charlie was so effective, and TPUSA was so effective and has become so effective that I honestly believe there's more to this than just Tyler Robinson.
That's exactly what I've been saying for months now, Mr. Exclusive, and you're exactly right. There's Charlie Kirk was personally responsible for 2.5 million votes. We beat Kamala Harris by 2.3 million votes. If you want to divide the right, destroy the MAGA movement, which all of the globalists hate, including Europe, and we saw what the MI6 did, sharing intelligence that was damaging to Donald Trump intentionally with the Obama administration, and ultimately within his own administration with James Comey and Clapper and the rest of these scumbags. But yes, this is why they're going to boost Candace Owens. This is why they're going to boost.
To that question, they were more effective than they weren't effective, if that means anything. But TPUSA, in and of themselves, I think were pretty effective.
China has their internet locked down, but ours is open. And by the way, our government doesn't.
It's one of the most effective things the right has
in fifth generational warfare, the way that they are, and they're doing it well. And I think for the first time, the reason this is so effective, I think this is the first time where we're seeing this.
I don't know why they keep cutting off Mr. Exclusive. He's trying to talk about reaching out and finding somebody who sent one of those early posts that was like, watch out, something's going to happen tomorrow at UVU.
that, maybe we should just have a private call about a couple of things on this topic that I just don't want to.
Sure.
I didn't know you were live streaming, but just because the
Yeah,
analysis
let's
that I
keep things
made from
private
like
for
day
sure.
one,
Let's do that.
had borne fruit, and so
Yeah.
the
Forget
most important thing is
transparency.
that Tyler Robinson is responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk. Okay.
Well,
Period. Full
I don't
stop.
know if
On
he
mine.
has real info or not because they keep cutting him off. Like it sounds like he hasn't actually talked to this person yet. Like he's trying to get to that point, but I can't tell because they won't let him talk.
We've picked up signals intelligence that the Chinese and Russians had within seconds of Charlie Kirk's assassination, started a cognitive warfare campaign. Okay, those statements didn't come out of nowhere; they literally came from MySpace. Okay, so the reports and analysis around tracking narrative shaping, including when you're dealing with people using very advanced cognitive warfare tools, like Kujuju or Golaxy, if you don't understand the method within seconds of Charlie Kirk's assassination and other events that have been significant, to see
Well,
that
that's
is separate,
retarded.
and you're right, separate from
Gina, that's retarded.
the groups that were aligned at the university and other stuff like that. My only concern is that please, at least at some point, if you decide, if this goes forward, that the FBI is aware that you're having or potentially researching this. I don't know how it works with journalists, and I don't know what the rules are. I just take everything the FBI, but and I do have trust in the people working Charlie Kirk's case. But the most important thing is that the malign foreign influence ops, whether it be before or after, okay, it is irrespective of the fact that we have a shooter. Now, if the conversation was that there's people on the ground or one's involved with the DSA or with the Trans-Tifa or with the Cuban groups at the UV University, I could bury you with hundreds and hundreds of pages of evidence that you would have to study and sit and look through and understand just how they're doing this. One of the best ways to look at it is there's a PBS documentary about Jax Teixeira and his online recruitment and his Discord channels prior to releasing the largest tranche of information, not just about the Russia-Ukraine war, but about other things. And he's in jail. He was at a U.S. Air Force base, and 13 other members of the military were also got into very big trouble from that base because of his prolonged access to information and hacking. If you look at that and you mash that on top of like an 09A or 764 kind of strategy, and then you look at the Golaxy or the Kujuju documentation of how foreign adversaries can specifically target and look for individuals to radicalize, okay, at some point, and it could be completely separate from the fact that Tyler Robinson did what he did because he's on a Discord chat and he was radicalized online or, and had whatever. But you can look at the Christchurch situation in New Zealand. You can look at the repeat of that in San Diego.
AM, you could be correct. You could be right.
But we have tried, we as a community that are concerned that Charlie Kirk gets the proper justice, is that Tyler Robinson took the effing shot, and he did it. He did it, and he admitted to doing it in every possible way. And whether he says he regretted it or not, 25 seconds later, does not matter to me. This is justice. He did it. Everything outside of that, and I just don't want it to ever derail the actual case, because the way that disinformation operations will work and how you strip this man and his family of their legacy and TPOC of their legacy is by muddying the waters. And so that's why, like, all these insane individuals that have insane belief systems that speak in most bizarre,
I just don't
insane
understand
ways
why Trump's
on Discord
Department
channels and plot and plan
of Justice
want to live stream.
If they
young
had
people
connections
harming
and
themselves
evidence, why
and
they
then encouraging them to
like
do
how
mass
they would
terrorist
not be
attacks
pursuing those
is
to any
something
type
that I
of
think all of us are committed
Trans-Tifa,
to,
or
including the
especially
FBI, to
after
stopping this from happening. We're flying all over the
they
world,
pretty
picking
much
up
made
these
Antifa
handlers.
a
Some are in the
terrorist
U.S.
organization.
Yes, a lot
Like,
of them are Russians. Yes, mostly Russians. But
so I'm
but
supposed to
it's not
believe that
necessarily
Stealth
just
has
that.
more
So
information
that's
on
why
that
I'm
than
asking you this, like, to have a
Trump's
private. I'm not
DOJ
saying
does,
I'm not saying anything more than I would normally
and
say
that
in
they're
the
just
space.
not acting on it
The
at
things
all.
that my concern is that
I
this case
struggle with
goes
that.
properly, and I have no investment in it other than for Mrs. Kirk and her being a widow and her having children, and that you cannot commit political violence on the right or the left because you create
That's
that
true,
environment,
Eclipse
and
Truth.
it
We
is
don't know
catastrophic to
that
America's
he's not,
integrity.
for sure. For sure.
And second comes the nation. That's how I see it. So, yeah. So I just wanted to say that.
I agree with you 100%. And I hope I didn't. When I say there's more to this, I'm talking more about what's happening now with TPUSA and, you know, the money behind some of the misinformation. And you know, I'm not, he did it. There's no doubt. I mean, I'm not going after that. I'm trying to find out more about what's going on and where the money's linked and you know, where I think possible connections are after the fact. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm more interested in right now. So, but I understand your point and your concern. So,
yeah, so that's good that you bifurcated that. Yeah, and if you're looking for the money and all that kind of stuff, that also is already been, you know, it's already been organized out.
He's just talking about like Act Blue and shit.
Like there's so much data on
and
that
not
in
what
regards
she's
to
talking
you
about.
talk about the individual influencers.
I'll get you linked up with Mr. Exclusive if for sure, and we can have that discussion. Adam, go ahead, buddy. Or Bronson, whoever speaks first. Adam's
Hey, what's
Adam's
up,
hands
guys?
down. What's up,
Good,
Adam?
Gary.
How are you, buddy? I can.
Doing good. How are you doing, Gary?
Good, man.
Dude, props to you for taking on this fight. I really appreciate you, you know, just kind of spearheading this fight against the disinformation. You know, there's a real conspiracy out there with these ex-posts from the DSA, the Trantifa, whatever you want to call them. And I think it's pretty telling that people like Baron Coleman, Candace Owens, Sam Parker,
media, I have
Project
no idea
Constipation,
who they are.
You know, whatever. They're just ignoring these people that Jen, the producer, brought up that were posting about this in advance of the, you know, of the event, the shooting, whatever you want to call it, YouTube terms and conditions. You know, there's a real conspiracy out there, you know, beyond the fact, the school system, the indoctrination that led Tyler Robinson to think this was his best solution to counteract Charlie Kirk. You know, there were real people that posted about this before the event. There's a real conspiracy out there that these people are totally ignoring. And I think that's really telling. But, you know, Baron Coleman, he made 40, 50 minutes of content over a 6-second clip of my video that, you know, happened to traverse over the alleged sniper's nest. And, you know, look no further than the recent Political article covering what happened to Terrell Farnsworth, a video that I recorded where he was
I don't remember exactly what the whole conversation was. It was something like she was almost crying, like felt bad because she like knew but didn't do enough to like reach out to TPUSA to warn them or something before it happened. And I was like, holy crap, I don't know if you need to be like trying to put all that guilt on yourself. That seems weird. I was like, we don't even know, right? Like there's no evidence that there's connections here. And they're well aware that Charlie got death threats all the time. So I was basically just trying to like cut in to be like, whoa, easy. Don't be so hard on yourself. And then they just started snapping at me. And I was like, hold the fuck up.
Receipt and, you know, whatever else with Project Constipation and Diligent Dipshitizen, you know. It's pretty funny. They're ignoring the real world and what's happening with people like Terrell Farnsworth. The guy had to move I'm totally broken up about it. Based off of my footage, recording Terrell Farnsworth taking the SD card out of the camera, he had to move his house. I mean, I'm sure Blake Neff could speak on this a little more, but he had to uproot his child's lives and
But you know what
completely
I mean?
move
Like,
and go
pretty sure TPUSA and Charlie Kirk and all of them were well aware of the trans stuff going on in Utah. Like, I can't imagine that they were just completely oblivious to that. And I think they half expected them to show up.
People that were posting in advance that seemingly predicted the shooting.
So I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, she was going to get in contact with somebody at TPUSA and be like, listen, I think they're going to unalive Charlie Kirk. And they were probably going to be like, yeah, we think so too.
By the
I don't know,
conspiracy people that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars on on their content. They're totally ignoring the real conspiracy. Not to mention the school system that led Tyler to think this was the best course of action. There's a local lady on Twitter. She talks a lot about the school system in Utah and the activists that are involved in indoctrinating our kids. There was a real conspiracy here. And it's completely being ignored by it's completely being ignored by the lead conspiracy theorists and lawyers that are involved in producing content on this subject. That's
I agree.
Total disgrace.
I agree. I 100% agree, Adam. We talk about it just about every night. All the actual leads have been completely ignored. SK, what were you going to respond to real quick?
But I mean, at the same time, like, was somebody intentionally radicalizing specifically Tyler Robinson, or did Tyler Robinson just find himself in, for example, some type of Discord spaces where they all kind of radicalize each other? Look what we see on X Spaces happening with the conspiracy people. They are steadily in echo chambers, radicalizing themselves. So is there like one specific person or a group of people at fault specifically for radicalizing Tyler Robinson? Or is Tyler Robinson responsible for his own choices? Like, I don't know. Not sure where we go with this connection.
And the whole entire ecosystem, the Tim Shriver, the social emotional learning, how they are manipulating the kids, the disagree better, the dignity index. Ermia Finian was a dignity index coder. That's Tim Shriver, whose dad is Sergeant Shriver, who started the Peace Corps. His mom is Eunice Kennedy, who started the Special Olympics. We have this all mapped out. There is obviously, again, just to be clear, Tyler Robinson is the one that killed Charlie Kirk. No one disputes that has any sense at all. The question we've been asking and researching since day one is, how did somebody like Tyler Robinson become so radicalized to do something like this? And it is very easily explained, and people need to be paying attention to this.
It's not hard at all
kids are
to
going
explain.
school,
Go into any X space with conspiracy people right now.
to these exact same methods, just like with the Braver Angels. I don't know if anyone remembers Data Republicans' post about Braver Angels. And then they had the balls to come out and try to go against her.
These people fucking radicalize themselves.
But the workshops that they have, they use all of these methods in these workshops. They say it's reds and blues, and they're just trying to have conversations, all the living room conversations, all of the different organizations. There is an entire ecosystem with tons of different arms. The interfaith arm, you have MWEG. MWEG literally registered the website that they've been using to push all of these things less than 24 hours after Charlie was killed. Governor Cox, disagree better. Off the top of my head, sitting here this late, I can't remember everything it is that I should be saying, but it's all over all of our X accounts. It's all over our podcasts.
Tyler went from not getting probably any attention from anybody, very incel, to all of a sudden somebody that would maybe play with his PP.
X page, my X page. Lisa Logan has things from 2020 all the way up until 2024 when she took a break from X. She has her YouTube. You can go watch her YouTube channel, Parents of Patriots. She's done things about the social emotional learning in schools. Tim Shriver, who's Project Unite, with Tammy Pfeiffer. They're the ones that started the Dignity Index. He also has a social emotional learning nonprofit called CASEL, or CASEL, I mean. It's CASEL. These things are all very important to pay attention to. And when you
totally
look at the
possible.
ties between
It's
these
totally
births,
possible that he was just an unhinged person and decided to do this. Especially if Lance is saying that after the fact, he's like crying and saying he wished he wouldn't have done it.
through
Like,
these
it's totally
NGOs
possible.
on our kids and on the
But it's,
public,
you know what I
you
mean? It's
see
also
exactly how it
very
is that
well
they
possible that he talked about it in some way, shape, or form with a group of people or in a Discord or something along those lines before the time.
Okay. Bronson, let's pull you up.
I just had a question for Mr. Exclusive. I don't know if he's still in here, isn't he?
He is. Yep.
Okay. It was just were you saying that you're in contact with one of the people who made one of those early posts about having maybe prior knowledge of it? Is that what you were saying?
Yes. Yes.
Like
I tracked one of them down with assistance from somebody who's far better than me at doing things like that. And without getting into too much detail, I contacted them, told them that I knew who they were, and I just wanted to talk. It wasn't anything more than that. They said that they would. They obviously weren't going to come to me. I would go out to them, and we're trying to pin a date down now. It's going to be sometime in August. Going to be an actual video interview. I got to blot out their face and distort their voice, but it's going to be a video.
So that's upcoming, Mr. Exclusive, right?
Yes, that's upcoming. That's upcoming.
All right. Well, we will definitely look forward to that. What else you got, Bronson, real quick? Folks, I just want to try to, we're shutting this down no later than 2 a.m. And I want to try to get through as many people that are down there requesting and get as many voices into the chat as possible. So try to keep things pithy and concise. We appreciate that. I'm going to go to Britta and then back to Stealth. Britta, go ahead.
Okay, so there must be something going on there that Gary's aware of that I don't know anything about if he's trying to shut that down like that.
The hotel just gets to me where they're like, Blake, why don't you remember what hotel you were staying at? Guys, I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but to me, when I'm on a trip and other people are planning it, I don't really care what the name of the hotel is. I don't really care what city we're in when we stop for a break. I'm focused on whatever I'm doing, and it's like, okay, just give me instructions and then I'll move on. So that's all I wanted to say. I think that's the most insane thing to be like, well, anybody worth their salt would
he didn't
be
really
like,
say anything. He just said that
I
he
need to go
tracked
back
somebody
and
down
like moment by moment go through
and he's trying to set up a time for them to do an interview, an in-person interview that the person will have their face blurred out and the voice changed of one of the people that sent one of the early on messages on like TikTok or whatever, who seemed to have foreknowledge.
History or nature. It had like something in the main room.
Then
it had like,
and then Gary was pretty quick to just kind of cut that off. So I'm thinking that Gary might know more about this and that they're playing it super safe or something. So I have no idea.
He doesn't know the name. This clearly proves things aren't adding up, says the person who probably is not really good at adding along with pronouncing things.
Well, you know what's going to happen now. They're going to look into it and then they're going to go start calling that hotel.
Yeah, they'll find the hotel and like I'll have mentioned, like I mentioned macaroons, and it's gonna turn out it like doesn't sell macaroons. And they're like, this isn't adding up. Nothing is correct.
He said he had coffee in the morning and they don't even serve continental breakfast.
Did you say macarons? Macaron?
Yeah.
Oh God, you got me there. Oh no. No.
I had to do it to him.
Yeah,
but and then the other thing that I was just going to say is that it is so insane that it's like Josh Hammer. Do you know he tweeted public he quote tweeted?
Yeah, it was on TikTok too. There was quite a few TikTok videos, and by quite a few, I'm over exaggerating. I think there was like 2 or 3.
hundreds, if not thousands, of people
But
were tweeting it
that's a
that
lot.
day.
Like, really, if you think about
But
potential
if
foreknowledge
somebody
of
actually
something
predicted
happening.
Charlie Kirk's actual assassination and where it would take place and who they believe did it, if they did that a few weeks beforehand, that's no big deal. We don't need to look away.
Yeah, maybe.
Couldn't agree more.
Maybe it
Real
has
quick,
nothing
this
to
is
do
a
with
great
it. Maybe it
comment.
has everything to
Mr.
do
Jones
with
said they should
Act
all go
Blue.
to jail, and the platform should get spanked hard for allowing Russian bots to run their algos. The problem is they are incentivized. Look, X. I don't care if it's X.
I think they're sort of all under the same umbrella as Trans Tifa,
because those are numbers. So it's
well,
like like they're making money off of that. They're making ad revenue. They can go to the people that want to advertise and like, hey, look, we got 50 million subscribers. Whatever.
That's possible that he might, but I don't know. Just the way he cut in like that makes me think that trying to keep some stuff on the down
and that's
low.
why this is so insidious. There's no direct
fine.
Exchange of money,
which is
between
fine.
hands.
I mean,
Everybody's
if that's the
incentivized.
case, if
They
you
know
could
how
have just
to
told me that,
algorithmically
I probably wouldn't have
accelerate
bothered.
the algorithm, right? They know how to manipulate the algorithm and get more viewers, get more people sucked into this using these bots and these bot farms. And that's what they do. And they're not going to do anything about it. They really aren't. And that's why it's incumbent on us. Everybody keeps saying somebody needs to do something. While you sit there on your fat ass and you say nothing. You're like, no, I don't want to get into argument today on X. No, I don't want to say anything mean in the comments. These social media, and I'm not blasting you, Mr. Jones. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying in general. Like, people keep waiting. We're conservatives. Quit waiting for someone to come save you. Get off of your ass and risk a little bit. They're going to say mean things about you. I'm just going to let you know now. They're going to say mean things about you. They might even go crazy and they might dox you if you're really effective. But until you've been doxed, that means you're not doing enough. Until you're getting death threats, you're not doing enough. You're not fighting back hard enough. You're waiting for somebody else. You're letting Gary do all the work, SK do all the work, all the other, Britta do all the work, Stealth do all the work. You're doing nothing, and you're waiting for somebody else to, like, everybody needs to step up. We're losing our country, and we're losing the information war. The government's not going to come help you. You got to get out there, and you got to fight. And this right here, this is the battlefront. So quit relying on others.
On that a little bit. Like, this is one thing I've certainly tried to urge on other people, like in the media space and everything. Like, I think this kind of gradually bubbled up such that I think there's a lot of people who they prefer to ignore that this is happening, or like they'll only just talk about like, hey, we need a big tent to fight the left or whatever. And I really think it's the way this has continued to go, and like the level of fame that a lot of these people have reached for pushing this. Like, I think people need to recognize this is actually a pretty major crisis.
Yeah, for sure they know, and I'm sure that they use that to negotiate prices lower for themselves as well.
A chunk of the right, and they're like going down this big distraction, and it's actually making it like important that we need to get people won over to the point of this stuff has to be called out when it happens. This stuff, if you do it, it means like if you're pushing this or promoting it or enabling it, like, you are not a conservative in good standing. You are not an ally of other people who are conservatives in good standing. You're not going to be financially incentivized to do this. You're not going to be given a platform as like a leader in this movement. Like, you are, like, you can go off and make your conspiracy slop and get your super chats, but like, you are not a person in our political movement.
Agreed.
And like, I actually think it's important to communicate this, because otherwise, like, these people are charismatic. If you give them enough rope to do
What
it,
did
like,
what
they
did
will
Exclusive
hang
say?
the
Did he
entire
say like August? He's trying to do it in August. I want to hear that. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to that.
with all of that. But insert the person of your choice. But like, I
I'm wondering
think this
if
is actually
Mr.
very
Exclusive knows if that person has been investigated at all by any authorities at all.
Anyways, among others. Stealth, go ahead.
That would be wild if they haven't been.
I just wanted to, I'm so glad to meet SK. Lisa Logan came to my space. And so actually she called me today and I was meaning to call her back. I'll call her on Sunday. But you mentioned
I don't
Armia
think
Tinian,
Blake
and
Neff. I can't imagine Blake Neff would say anything negative.
female.
Whether or not he,
It's Jeremy, an Iranian.
you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I don't know if you could hear what I said. It's an Iranian transgender male to female, and went to Cuba for training. And if I could play 10 seconds of a statement, I just posted, by the way, in the upward bubble for you. Barbie made a whole, which was so nice of her, a whole visual aid on the Tyler Robinson case, claims and networks audit report. So you can see the visuals. So I put it in the upward bubble.
CJ, I completely missed what Paramount was saying.
I put a clip of
I was reading chat
Finian. Okay, so
and
this is
had
just
my
from July
personal
4th.
volume turned down a
Now
little bit.
this person from
What
the
did he
Salt Lake
say?
City
You
Transtipa
guys are
group
saying he's upset. What was he? What's
was
he
in
mad
Cuba
about?
right before Charlie Kirk's assassination as well. And I think now is living in the Cuban embassy in DC and running operations from there as well. So this is just a quick clip.
Screw the U.S. terrorist state, and let's get into the streets and make some noise as the empire turns 250 years old. Go back to rejecting U.S. imperialism. Go back to recognizing the naked face of U.S. empire. Like, there is nothing, absolutely nothing worth celebrating about the 250th anniversary of a settler state. July 4th represents the 250th birthday of the U.S. empire, the U.S. genocidal settler state. We have to recognize that the U.S. empire does not...
This is the other partner, but just her audio alone, talking the way that she speaks and most anti-American rhetoric, after her family escapes from Iran, allegedly. And this is her at the Armed Careers SLC explaining why brigadista is treated as a rite of passage for political organizers.
Building something worthy of the sacrifices made by people across the world.
Out of Utah.
The incredible detailed programming that is set up by the National Network on Cuba and ECAP when you visit as a brigadista allows you to see what the U.S. tells us is impossible. The political education you receive by being a brigadista in Cuba is unlike any forum, literature.
So for those that don't know, in Cuba, the Chinese have a full...
As far as I know, the
military
only
base
one
to
getting
fill up
doxxed is
there.
Gary. Nobody else has the reach Gary does.
By myself, the Free Cuba movement for my space is for like over a year and a half now.
Which
Alex
makes sense why they're
Rodriguez's,
going at him as much
assassination
as they are.
of a U.S. citizen and a German national who was living in Israel at the time, but in D.C. Same network, same Cuban training. But this is imagine the radicalization at the UVU campus with their Cuban groups that are all part of this. They have a Pink Pistol group. They have all this extensive stuff. But these are highly trained operatives. And it's not a joke that you have Hezbollah wearing Cuban police uniforms in Cuba being reported to us by people from there.
Well, yeah, because she's connected
speaking Arabic.
to Gary, like helping Gary set up his shows and like help grow his channel. That makes sense.
Marshall Billingsley from Hudson Institute of My Space. So he was giving details. I'm like, oh my God, the presidency we need a whole 8-hour thing on Cuba alone and how they've been infiltrating, and they have the greatest intelligence agency. They have all signals intelligence up and down the East Coast of everyone's cell phones, any kind of data, they collect it there and then they sell it to the enemies of America and
we also need to talk a little bit about, not tonight, but it needs to be discussed, some of the things that Donald Trump talked about as far as declassification, the things that China are doing as well. And like, folks, if you're not figuring this out, this is part of the multipolarity, freaking entire psychological operation being conducted on the American people. Like, these are serious people doing very serious things.
All that is like absolutely legit and true. What the fuck is the Trump administration doing then?
But they're also using our children. They're using...
What are they doing? The people in power are just doing nothing about it.
Actually occurs to me as you bring that up, like the whole
I mean,
Candace's thing with,
if that's the case, doesn't that just kind of align you with some of the woke right people who are pissed off that Trump isn't doing, starting new wars and not deporting enough people? Like, doesn't that just put you in the same camp then, kind of? If all of this stuff is true and Trump's DOJ just isn't doing shit about it, there's no arrests being made, nothing.
This is dumb enough to take it.
Like, what is somebody with an X account with 200 followers supposed to do about it?
Could be a political organization too, like George Soros. You better believe that George Soros and that entire left is pushing or running bot farms, and they're pushing this as well. I mean, when we look at what is behind this, we have political agendas, we have leftists, the woke right, and the Trump hating right that are pushing this. We have many different agendas when it comes to you name it. That's why people are pushing this. We have the globalists pushing this. We have revenge, power, and influence. That's why this thing is so lucrative and has so much steam behind it.
Trust me.
And then here we are on
There's
the
no
right
difference between 260. All right.
People are going to say mean things
No
about
difference.
me on X.
There's almost no difference between 1,000 and 60,
one thing I did want to
as
ask
far
you,
as
Blake,
the engagement goes.
this is a great question or a comment by Tracy Bina over here on YouTube. She says, why would anyone believe a person who put Blexit in the hole for $1.7 million? There's obviously a lot of rumor and I think facts behind what happened with Blexit, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but I'm going to try anyways.
Well, it's a legit criticism, right? Like all these people are so aware of all this stuff going on with all this crazy trans-Tifa terrorist organizations that are like, they're aware of it. Well, if they're aware of it, then I got to think the Trump administration is aware of it. They're just doing nothing about it. Nothing, no arrests, no investigations, nothing. Like if that's the case, we have a problem.
I always emphasize this
big
point
problem.
that I do not work for Turning Point USA,
and it's not going to be solved by 300 people on X.
Events. Like obviously, I have a symbiotic relationship with them, but I am not TPUSA. What I'd also say is I started with Charlie in 2022. I only moved to Arizona in 23. I believe Blexit started in like 2018. She went off, kept it while she was doing her own thing, and then kind of it got reabsorbed into Turning Point.
Well, if you're talking if you're talking like about like bigger creators, it's not even that they're afraid of Candace. They just don't want to cause ripples in the money train.
I don't know the full details. What I have like heard it sort of said is generally speaking, it was a mess or not well done.
We can't say that there's no investigations. What we can say is it would appear that nothing has been done.
Seen of Candace since then, like this really shouldn't surprise us. I don't think she's a person who really has the ability to run an organization. And so that wouldn't shock us, but I don't know much beyond that. I think what I do remember them talking about is like when they were bringing it back in, I think they were aware that Candace could be difficult. It could cause some problems, and I think Charlie's attitude was, well, hey, donors and Republican conservatives, they like the idea of the project, so it'll be a good way to solicit support. It'll be a project that people can get behind. They always kind of love the white whale of getting the black vote more Republican, and he probably kind of likes the idea of just in general, in the sense that Candace was a big name and that she had like left Turning Point. I think he probably maybe liked his competitive fire of getting some portion of that back. But I actually should probably not say more, just because I do feel like I'm mostly speculating here. The amount of hard facts I know there is not a great deal. And
the other element
will come out. I have no idea.
Well, the investigation for Tyler Robinson didn't take an incredibly long time before they had an arrest made.
Tyler was a gentleman, and he was always diplomatic, and he was a uniter, and he didn't want to start. He didn't want to be the source of a bunch of just drama in the conservative movement. The other part of this, again, I don't know if you can confirm or deny. The other element of that is they did have a non-disparagement agreement, right?
Between Turning Point and Candace, like non-disparagement.
Yeah.
I don't know the details, but like it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I think they would be foolish not to. Once you have somebody that's leaving, hey, I'm not going to say anything bad about you. You're not going to say anything bad about me. I think there were some legal implications, and by the way, that was part of the cease and desist that she was served. So, anyways, Charlie wouldn't have needed that, but they knew they needed that with Candace Owens. I want to go to Sinful Smalls. Go ahead, bud.
Hey guys, evening or good morning. First, I want to say to Mr. Exclusive Dude, you've been killing it. I think you are a big part of what Gary's talking about when it comes to saying, hey, we can't just sit back and like
100%.
Hope things work themselves out and hope for the best. I said the other night, like, I only got on here because I like talking Chiefs football. I'm a Holmes goat, by the way. But and watching shows and movies and all that. That's been my thing, and into politics a little bit because I'm kind of a nerd in general. But this we're basically in a cold civil war with info right now, with propaganda and with the far left and dissident right, which they're really just dissidents of America in general. I mean, you can go back and look at the last the first civil war, where it wasn't started by foreign influence or foreign powers, but it's being egged on today that way with China, with Iran. We saw that with what was talked about last night by the president, with China influencing elections or trying to influence elections, either or. And you can say it went back all the way to 16 with the Russia hoax and Biden's laptop and all that stuff. I wanted to pull this up because I've watched this a few years ago about the Civil War, because again, I'm a nerd about this stuff. But while no one like egged on the war, started or helped start the war, foreign power wise, certain British private companies did aid the South by building commerce raiding ships, such as the CSS Alabama, which prolonged the conflict but did not cause it to start. And countries like Russia, on the other hand, favored the Union because they wanted someone to challenge British power worldwide to kind of like balance things out.
Good night, Katrina.
Kind of seeing that today, except it's more extreme. It's more easy to kind of push it through social media, through any sort of propaganda you can think of.
What's up, Tribal Queen?
Unfortunately, we can't sit on our hands.
I don't know how much longer this is going to go with Gary,
representatives
but
in Congress who
whenever this is done, I will be. I'm going to pull up the diligent Denizen space.
Here and there.
So apparently,
he's an idiot. He's
according to CJ, diligent maybe
became all of a sudden
had
a conspiracy person over
that
Israel
the employee on a space or on a phone call or something. So we're going to try to find that and listen to it and see what they have to say.
He brings that up, and
so that'll be coming up whenever this is over.
And he was losing more and more support throughout his re-elections. They kept going down, but all of a sudden it has to be Israel, of course, that influenced that. So we can't even trust certain people in Congress.
Do you follow me on X? If you don't, you should, because if all you do is post dumb memes, I definitely want to follow you back. I enjoy stupid memes.
Your house seat. And now they just want to continue to.
And it's really nice to break up the timeline.
What we voted for,
with the occasional stupid funny meme
instead of just. But yeah, it's getting annoying. Oh, and I had one question for Blake, just to kind of like even it out, give maybe something a little bit more wholesome to even out what I had to say. But if you want to share, I know it could be personal maybe, but what is your favorite like interaction or favorite like memory of Charlie that you shared with them? Like it could be anything if you're willing to share. I get that stuff's personal and all that.
It's dark, but like the thought I had is I've probably
but he recorded it, so I should be able to go back through it. I just won't be able to try to talk to anybody.
I really liked being with Charlie when he went to the UK. I really enjoyed that. And similarly, I was really glad he got to go to Japan and Korea that last weekend. I think he really enjoyed it. I think it put him in a different environment that was like definitely interesting. And it was great in several ways. I liked on both trips seeing like what a celebrity Charlie had become, that people were recognizing him in airline security. When he was at the Meiji Shrine, like these like guys were walking up and they're like, "Oh, get to photo with Charlie Kirk," and like he was getting recognized by people from Italy, from the Philippines, from Korea, from Japan. I really enjoyed all of that. When we flew, sometimes he would ask Mikey to whip up
just go to their
AI
their X accounts and it should be
quizzes
their post.
On like
should just stay
geography
as the
or
post.
American history,
and then it'll just say
or
like
the
play
Bible,
recording.
and he would have us like kind of go back and forth against each other, like trying to answer trivia questions or seeing which of us would answer a question first. He liked doing the Bible one because he could actually usually beat me at Bible stuff. Whereas like his geography, we could both get some, but I was usually better. And then history, I could usually mog him. I'm a bit of a history dork. But we would do that. I loved all his like just kind of his Charlie eccentricities. You know, he would quiz me for facts that he needed to know about this or that.
And he'd be like, okay, tell me more, and I'd be like, say a thing, and he'd be like, okay, what else? That's how he would just be getting stuff out of you. He'd just say, what else? And he'd harvest information from you, and then he'd be like, all right, I need to nap now. And then he would just like tilt his seat back, and he could like go to sleep very quickly, and he would sleep for 20 minutes or whatever. So I have a lot of fond memories like that. It was fun to do that. Charlie was like so not into most pop culture, so it was very funny whenever he like did have some intersection with pop culture. So
like South Park,
like he listened to like no bands ever, but we opened the second hour of the show even now with that serious song, dun, 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 dun. That's because it was like the Chicago Bulls, I believe, would play that when Michael Jordan walked out in the 90s. And of course he was a kid in the 90s, so he remembered Michael Jordan walked out in the 90s, of course. Stuff like that. So I guess that's not any specific answer, but like all of that comes together. One thing, I really enjoyed being his tour guide in Korea, which was a very funny thing I was able to do. It was entirely because I got invited to a friend's wedding that by total dumb fluke was like 5 days before Charlie was going to be in Korea. So since I was going out anyway, I just said,
what did I call?
like a week early.
What did I call
Eclipse
Truth?
Wedding, and then I'll just hang out in Seoul until you guys show up.
I tuned
we did that.
Blake out.
Like I had explored the whole thing, and then when he got there, he had like one open morning. I mean, Charlie's entire life was like run like the Prussian army, like very timetabled out, very far in advance. But he did have like a couple free hours during that time he was in Seoul, and so he goes like, all right, let's go, Blake, pick a region of Seoul.
Adri, I don't know if this dumb stuff is going to be over.
A couple hours. And so we went up to this kind of historic palace that the Korean kings used, and then kind of this historic neighborhood area, and we just kind of walked around it. And of course, he was getting recognized. I think we've posted some like videos from when we were doing that. And I also remember that it was like it was like Florida there. It was like 95 degrees and really humid, and I was wearing that sport coat that I wear everywhere, and I was just sweating like a dog.
Yeah,
and
he's a super dork.
That was a lot of fun. And and then I think that it's a photo of me, Charlie, and Mikey, my ex photo,
and a self-aware one, which is even better.
But it was part of that. So that's a long rambling answer, but I'm really fond of all of that stuff.
No, it's great. Awesome. It's funny you bring up the Chicago Bulls thing, because I saw a clip a few weeks ago. It showed him like throwing around the football on a football field, and I was like, "Damn, he's slinging it like he's Mahomes or Brady." I was like, I didn't know he was like that. I mean,
he was a tall guy. He'd done some sports. He really liked sports. Like that's probably the closest he got to pop culture. I've mentioned this a few times. One of my early Charlie memories. You might remember the 22 World Cup was in the winter because due to FIFA bribery, it was held in Qatar. And so the World Cup was happening like in December.
There was a few of them in here. And I think Uncle Tom came into the space for a little bit, but I don't know if they requested to speak and they just didn't let them, or if they were just coming in to listen and talk about it on theirs. I'm not sure.
During the show, I believe. And so, and it was straight up like during the segments, not even in the breaks. Like we have some guest on.
Well, that's just it. Like
they can ramble on, and
you know what I mean. They still have the Israel stuff to talk
about. They're saying, and he is watching.
And who knows? There might be some other big crazy event that happens between now and trial. That, you know what I mean? Like you never know.
Or shot on goal or whatever it was, and that was super funny. When like during AmFest, it was also like a college bowl game. I don't even remember if it was like one of the teams he cared about was playing, but he like had a big TV that was playing like one of the football games, either NFL or college football, and he just had it on like in the backstage area while prepping.
Gary doesn't give a fuck.
He was doing events, or like we would be driving somewhere for an event he was doing on and like it happened to overlap with like an Oregon football game, and he just straight up like had the thing on his phone as we were driving. So he was never most of the time that was he did his Shabbat thing, and so most games he was actually able to see because that was his day off. But on when it was not avoidable that he had to be on the road or doing a thing on Saturday, like he would have it on his phone, it was just really funny the ways he would go out of his way to have that little bit of normality in his very hectic and pretty pre-scheduled life.
Awesome. Thank you, Sinful. That
had to have been a mod.
That was really good.
I
Thank
don't
you,
ban
Blake,
people
for sharing all that with us. Let's go to Mitch. Mitch, please keep it under a minute. We want to get some more folks in here, and we got about 30 minutes left.
Okay. Just wanted to say great job to Mr. Exclusive. I also did an analysis of the receipt that Dilly claims is real, and I'll just go through it quickly. You know, POS machines have highly consistent font spacing and alignment. And if you look at their receipt, the T in table A, the E in table and steak are all not consistent
CJ just
with
broke
the
all of his
actual
shit.
font everywhere else. The date doesn't make sense. The alignment in 947 does not align. The numbers are different heights. So I've pointed out. I tagged you, Paramount, in this. I tried to send you DMs, but I'm not. You don't see my DMs at the moment until you.
I'll fix that.
I tried to.
I don't know. I don't know if Muppet came in and talked or not. I don't know if he came in at all, but he didn't talk. I don't believe, unless it was super
completely.
early. But
So, and he's gaslighting you. No, show us the number. Show us the name. I'm showing you that this receipt, forget about the name, forget about the number. The whole thing has been altered in order to fit the narrative. In the same way that I also demonstrated earlier, you know, it's amazing the Mandela effect. And I wonder if this is about creating jury tampering by tainting the jury before there's an actual trial, in the sense that how many of us believed that, what's his name?
Welcome.
Tyler was in Dairy Queen.
You picked
And
the
it now
right
turns
one.
out I did a grok analysis that shows, given the shadows on his body and the lack of shadow on the ground,
You picked the right
that
one,
is
Keisha.
probably and most likely a Photoshop picture. And there is no evidence that it was from that day. 6:38 was a random time she picked out of, whole cloth and used that to feed a whole narrative. But both people, even people who are against what
Thanks
they're
for the
doing,
heads up,
actually believed he
Hotbox.
was in Dairy Queen when it's pretty clear there's no evidence that he was ever in Dairy Queen. That picture has no time or date stamp, and it clearly indicates that it's photoshopped. I'm showing now how the receipt that Diligent claimed exists is clearly also altered or photoshopped. Who did the altering? Who did the photoshopping?
I would be
but there is
like,
no
unless
escaping.
this
Also,
Mitch
just
is
another example,
absolutely 100% sure that receipt is altered in any way, I would be really careful with running with that. Because he's talking to this employee that works there. They could have easily just gone in and printed it out.
The price on the steak is correct, but I want to actually
everything else.
I don't like that. I don't like when people say things with 100% certainty if they're not 100% certain, because that just opens the door to being proven wrong and looking stupid.
And I want to reinforce what you're saying here. There's been several times where she's put things out into the zeitgeist and into this conversation that even I have taken as like, okay, that's verified. Or as time goes by, you go back, you're like, this is a fact, and you realize it came from her, and then you look into it and it's not. And one of those, by the way, is that dogs missed the gun. It's total BS. It's total bullshit, folks. No dogs missed the gun, but you'll see people say that all over the place. There's no anywhere. And by the way, I've had people reach out to me that were on the ground that said that was a false. And by the way, that was also highlighted in, they never brought up any dogs. They never brought up missing any gun or anything else. That was a manhunt. They wouldn't even know to look for a rifle. They were looking for an armed and dangerous person. But that is an excellent point that you bring up.
May
Lisa
I put
Logan.
that post in your nest just so that it gets spread around?
And by the way, I'm sharing this on our screen right now, and it's a good point. I put it up in the Jumbotron as well. Mr. Exclusive posted this, so again, more credit goes into him. But I posted Diligent Denizen hated Charlie. Well, let me go to his post first. This is a screenshot of Diligent Denizen trolling Charlie Kirk and Diligent on the 14th July 2025.
Listen, folks.
Sold out. Disgraceful. Quotes in scare quotes. Trust the government. I hope your platform treats you accordingly. Charlie responded, wrong. Look at the entire segment. Stop spreading lies. Well, from the grave, Diligent, we have Charlie telling you to stop spreading lies because that's what you do. He knew that's what you did when you were around. And my point on this that I wrote is Diligent Denizen hated Charlie and TPUSA when he was alive. And like so many, are now dedicated to destroying Charlie's legacy. And this is what the vast majority of these people, from the Ian Carrolls to so many other Diligent Denizens, so many others, they hated Charlie, they hated TPS, they were hitting him with the same tropes. You know what? I feel honored that I get hit with the same things that Charlie was getting hit with. And many of you do too. Like, trust the government. No, I don't trust the government. You know what? I don't trust the government. But I sure as hell don't trust these social media freaking just con artists.
Have a good night,
I trust the evidence. And that's exactly what Charlie would
now I'm
before,
thinking about it too
and
much.
exactly
So
what he'd be doing
up.
today, by the way. Lisa Logan, give us some wisdom.
My ears are ringing. Somebody told me you guys were talking about me earlier.
We were talking so bad about you.
Were
we? Dang it. Well, thanks so much for having this space and having some of my favorite people here on the speaker panel. Appreciate you being on, Blake. I think I was on a space with you, like one of the very first spaces you kind of started participating in, and you had a bunch of crazy people coming after you. And what I keep telling people, and I've seen these people in multiple spaces.
Damn it! I gotta fly in here.
Don't even make sense. Theories that don't have any evidence behind it, like they're not rational at all. And I kept going in these spaces, and I kept telling people, listen, if Charlie was still alive, right, and he could talk to you, he would be like, listen, I do care about who assassinated me. Obviously find that out. But he would be more interested in warning people what his death was being used for. And that's something that SK Double Dub 33 and myself and Data Republican have been really trying hard to expose. I know other people up on this panel too. And I think that that's what people are missing in all of this. The Steakhouse thing. Okay, somebody said that they saw him there. Laissez-faire actually is another researcher that was looking into that with some of the other researchers she's been working with, and she found out that Steakhouse is connected to Celeste Malloy, who is running against Phil Lyman here in Utah. And the Bundys. And the Bundys are associated with her, and the Bundys are associated with the Koch network that we've been exposing. And that's the thing. Like, this horseshoe is one big circle.
It is.
And I think that Charlie was starting to pick up on that. That there was some nefarious things going on the right. And I think that's, his death unfortunately served a purpose for a lot of people, making themselves more important. We've exposed how there was 7 organizations that immediately after his assassination basically used, political violence and the situation around Charlie to push for something called the Dignity Index. And how Ermia Fanan, who we were just talking about, was a coder for the Dignity Index. How the Dignity Index and the website that it's now attached to was launched out of the Biden administration. And now redirects. It was for a different purpose during the United We Stand Summit, which was put on in correlation with the SPLC, the same SPLC that said, declared TPUSA a hate group. I don't think any of those things are coincidences, folks. And so I think we got to obviously point out that people are muddying the water in regards to the investigation. I think that's important, but I think more important, we have to understand why was Charlie assassinated? What are they trying to use his death for? And I think it's to bring things in to censor a whole lot of people. I think it's to change our economy to a well-being, resource-based economy. There's a lot of things, and so just pay attention to that. Like sometimes when the noise gets too loud, just pay attention to the real purpose behind all of this, and it is to destroy America. It is to completely upend our country and our Constitution. So, thanks for letting.
No, that's great, Lisa. No, I think you're absolutely right. And again, what we need is more voices. Look, I'm here to recruit you. This is not for you to listen to and be entertained. And I'm glad if that's happening, that's great. But this is a call to action.
I don't
we
know.
need more people. Your country needs you.
I have no idea.
Right? The old Uncle Sam freaking.
Like, it doesn't. It's that. Here's my problem. If you just listen to Lisa, she doesn't sound any different from the people that I go into on like diligent spaces. Sounds no different.
Much less. The people are going to say mean things about you, but we need more people in the fight for sure. I want to hit Kristen and then Davey. Try to keep it under 1 minute. I want to try to get to as many people as we can in the next 25 minutes.
Is it possible that maybe Tyler Robinson just decided to take a chance and wanted to unalive Charlie Kirk because he was a loser and didn't, you know what I mean?
Like I watched or listened a couple of nights ago,
I don't know.
and the patience that you guys show is, I certainly could not. So it's pretty admirable. But my question is regarding refuting claims and, fighting back, because we do need to. Would it make sense to put together a database? But there's so much good info from you, from so many people who have done the research, have debunked things. Would it make sense to put it all in one spot so we're not reinventing the wheel and, wasting time arguing without, referencing and all of that? I could put it together if people send me info, but I thought I'd throw that out there.
I think it'd be an awesome idea. I can't even find my own database. I'm like, I know I made a short on this.
Yeah, I think some do.
My computer, and I can't even find the stuff that I made, much less all the other things that people have addressed. And if we can get together and put together a database, I mean, that would be huge. Something that can be.
I'm happy to.
I would love. I would love to take you up on that offer. So
100%. They are not letting it go to waste. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You should too, and we're going to put together a database.
Politics.
And this is the thing, like they have these things. We have Ian Carroll putting things together. These people are so much more organized, and this is why there's more of them. They're more energized, and they're more organized, and they're working together. And like,
no, I get that. I understand that people are using it or are going to try to use it to do things on both sides of the political aisle. I get that. That makes sense. But it didn't sound like that's what she was implying. She was saying, why was he unalived? Well, why implies intent, that there was prior intent, not that they're taking advantage of a situation, that they planned the situation to be able to take advantage of it.
Sorry, Kristen, did you want to land that real quick?
Nope, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Davey, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say, and you're right, what you just said really hits home, is we should be beating them on every front. And one of the problems is we're always playing defense. We're always
that would lead me to believe yet that anybody else was involved.
Conspiracy theories,
maybe
whatever.
Lance
and
Twiggs.
So we need to get our offense going.
But I feel like
and
they
that
would
doesn't
have
mean
that.
a violent offense, but we need to start thinking more in
They would be able to pull
offense.
all of his text
and you
records,
can't
the
argue
Discord
with these
message
people,
records, everything.
that are so far from the
Like
truth.
they would
I have a friend
that.
of mine who I
and
love.
I don't know that they
He
would offer
believes the
him
earth
limited immunity on actually conspiring to do what Tyler did. Now, being an accessory after the fact, I could see them offering limited immunity for that,
I wanted
for
to
his
say
testimony.
this to you, man. All of us here that are in this space, from everything I'm hearing, we know what it is to love. We've felt love. We've experienced love. We have love in our hearts. Some people don't. They don't seem to have it, or it's so submerged, it's not even there. I watched during the election 2024 when Trump was elected that night. I was surfing around a lot, but I spent most of it with Charlie there. And Charlie, even after it was clear,
I personally am on Central Time.
Proof, he was afraid that it would be taken away from him. And finally somebody said, yeah, Fox News, it's been confirmed. They've announced it. Trump has won, and tears were in his eye. And Erica came from behind without showing her face. I didn't even see her face. She put his hat on, his MAGA hat, his red hat, and she wrapped him in her arms. And I never saw her face during the whole thing. So this woman who wants all this attention, and she just was hugging him, and I just saw love, and everything I've seen is love coming from her. So anybody who needs
it doesn't, but generally what limited immunity is going to do,
list,
right, or where they're going to offer limited immunity is on like the most damning charge to sway them into helping get a conviction on the person who actually took the shot. And if he was like a conspiring with and helping and doing, I don't know that they would even bother offering him any type of immunity. They would have just arrested him and put him right there with Tyler.
In a time where it's all about quantity. It's get 1 million views, 1 million interactions.
Like, he's probably going to be charged with something at some point.
As long as you get many numbers. But the quality you have with you, Blake, and we're all on your side. And please pass this on to Mrs. Kirk. None of us doubt her, not one little bit. And for someone to doubt her love for Charlie just means they haven't experienced love. That's all I can think of when it comes to that.
Thank you very much. And that's very true. I mean, I don't know how much I can testify to the fact that they
he didn't even necessarily have to admit it. They had it in text messages. You know what I mean? They had it in communications.
Incorrectly, because she
that he was an accessory after the fact.
Too little or cried too much.
So I would assume that would be the charge that they're offering him limited immunity on.
This or that, like that genuinely disgusts me.
Exchange for his cooperation.
Like, I'll be frank, it's like I didn't see her terribly.
And they'll probably end up charging him with something like
I saw Charlie
obstruction of justice or a lesser charge.
Interacting with her as often as I did Charlie, and the period where I've interacted with her the most is in the days immediately after
that it?
And like,
well,
I got such an up close view to her, not just her mourning process, but how seriously she approached the idea
which would be accessory after the fact.
Honoring her husband and his legacy and taking a very genuinely Christian approach to it. And I saw that as she was thinking, like,
because if they had any evidence
how she
of him planning it with Tyler, and they were offering him immunity on that for
and
like, I would imagine that Lance would have testified to that.
Anger and loathing, like righteous anger, when I see people try to nitpick that or deny it or just outright fabricate lies about it. It makes me very upset because as you said, like, they loved each other so.
What? Okay, so aside from, and I don't know, right? I just have a hard time because of the
like every time he got
lack of evidence for this. K-Pasto. What else have they done since 9/10? They just doing nothing.
How excited he was! Like every time it was
like, what are they doing?
Shabbat. He got home, said Shabbat Shalom. Poof, he was gone for 36 hours, and he was spending that with Erica, with his kids. And even just
100%, that would be obstruction.
It's kind of funny, like Charlie was,
but I don't think Lance burned the note.
100%.
But obstruction of justice would be part of not reporting, like not calling the cops and saying, "Hey, this person just admitted to me this is what happened," and then helping turn him in.
The office for anything? Nope. Bam. I'm going.
I think they could still get obstruction of justice on that.
He would be at home. There were more than one time where I was still at the office working on something, and then he starts posting he's watching the Monday Night Football game and he's with Erica, and I can go on and on, but you're so correct. Like, their relationship was so strong, and it's so revolting when people try to deny that or drag that down, or Candace is making posts about how she actually knew Charlie better because she has like a text message where he was making fun of someone in 2018. I don't even need to keep going on it, but thank you for bringing that up.
Awesome. I mean, I'm definitely aware, K-Pasto, of their theories.
Just been listening for the last hour and a half, and I've gotten sort of
and I'm
a
like
good overview.
Like, I don't have anything against them looking into it or anything like that, but they are like legitimately like almost going as far as to say is like they definitely were involved and had something to do with it. And I don't see any. There's no evidence of it.
In terms of like SK's work and Mr. Exclusive, I kind of see we are fighting on several fronts here, and I think it's good if we have a broader overview of the war versus the battles that we fight in these wars and in this overall war, and there are several fronts. And I think it's tough to say just go out there and fight and be on the front lines when a lot of us don't have the sort of capacity like Mr. Exclusive, and I would like to commend you, sir.
But that's also why I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with this Mr. Exclusive interview with one of the people that allegedly may have had prior knowledge, foreknowledge. Curious to see what that person ends up saying.
The way I see it, soldiers on a front line, they're fighting a battle, right? They only know what's in front of them. And the generals, the lieutenants, the hierarchy sort of sees the overall war. And the war we're really fighting, and SK, I commend you also on your work. I've not delved into a lot of the stuff that you were talking about earlier, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. And Lisa Logan as well, and Data Republican. We all three work together all the time, and there's tons of information out there.
Okay, wonderful. I would love to see that. I am aware that at least since October 7th, and obviously much further back, going much further back, there is a lot of foreign influence in American politics, in our culture, and in our society, and there's a lot of influence there. And I'm not sure quite what to make of it, but I see it resulting in people like Candace Owens and Tucker. I would love to know who's got Tucker's ear. And I'm pretty sure it's folks like Alexander Dugin and these sort of Chinese academics, Chinese nationals. I'm not sure what to make of that because, I was kind of a Tucker guy back in the past, but the more that I see what's the stuff that he's saying, and the more that I see people like, I'm really actually shocked at what J.D. Vance has said recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. It seems like he's sort of, it seems like he's sort of falling into that sort of stuff.
Yeah, or he was always into it. And again, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I think he was the Manchurian candidate for the woke right. I really do. Try to land that plane real quick, Slipper. I want to get to a couple other people, but your points are extremely good and valid.
Sure. I think we need to fight these battles on all fronts. And I think that, it is important to battle the misinformation coming out of like Candace Owens and Ian and Barron and all these people, because that is our justice system, and that needs to be upheld. And but I also think that we need to fight our battles as we
there
are
is
capable.
So much
in
foreign influence in our government.
It is
like
talks about the functions of the members of the body of Christ.
Any country that will
all wield the sword, but we can serve in our
ally or
capacity as
not,
much as possible to sort
any
of combat,
country that can influence
these
superpower of the globe is going to do that.
Not everybody's supposed to be a YouTuber.
It's in their best interest.
Whether you're just good, like Insurrection Barbie, things that she does. Other people that have become prominent on X just for posting and doing the research. Or maybe you're a researcher. Or maybe there's all kinds of things that are your perfect niche that you're called
some more than others
to help in this
correct
fight.
Some more than others, but it has to do with the ability to be able to do it more than others.
We need everybody.
You know what I mean?
And you need to find out what it is that you can bring to the table and bring to the table. And that's what it's all about. Thank you, Slippery. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Better than them saying it's run by Israel, right?
For Good God Foundation.
So stupid.
And try to keep it under a minute, please.
Good evening to you, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, first of all, this is my first time to join Paramount Space. I just want to agree with all of you here. And I think everyone here has
got a super chat. CJ, this is just for you. You ready?
Like the way you have been speaking, I just agree with you all. And I think everyone is right.
I'm going to turn this guy down. Craftsman Ethos. If there has been foreign influence in the government and has been shown in the voting, they are also pushing online BS. But we do need to deport Candace. You know what? I'm going to read that again because I thought that was a question and it was a statement. Or was it a question? If there has been foreign influence in the government and has been shown in the voting, they are also pushing online BS. But we do need to deport Candace.
Hit that mute button.
Yeah.
Hit that mute
Yeah,
button.
I'd be okay with deporting
Unmute
Janice.
your mic. Unmute your mic. All right.
Wouldn't matter.
I'm gonna add
Still, she could do YouTube
Ari.
wherever she goes.
Ari, go ahead.
What difference would it make?
Welcome. Ari, Janice.
Hello.
Ari.
Hello.
Oh, there you go. Cold Blood Christian, go ahead.
Hey Gary, what's up, man? I was
Hey, Cold Blood
over in the
Christian.
other spaces there a while ago. Sorry, I was working out.
Sorry.
I was in the other spaces there a minute ago. Well, when about 3 hours ago, and they were
But no,
talking
the point
about
I was
you,
going
and
to
they were
make,
saying
because I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. I wish I was less retarded, dude. I really do, because I'd be able to pronounce it better, or just at all. Anyway, the point that I was going to make is that depending on how much influence another country has everything to do with how much people in power want to allow them to have that influence.
It's the Jew assassins. You're cutting out, brother. The last thing we heard was that I was bought and paid for by TV.
And if there are, oh wow, geez, Gary, Mike sounds like shit all of a sudden.
All right, hey, brother, find some interwebs and then come back. All right, go ahead.
Is this cracking up for you guys too, or is it just my
All right,
headsets?
Janice.
Well, sort of, but
Yeah,
they would
I was
have
just
to,
to
like,
say,
there would have to be more
you guys
than
hear me?
5 of them. You know what I mean?
Thanks. I just wanted to say that neither the defense or the prosecution has brought up Tyler being at the Cowboy Smokehouse restaurant
It's snap,
in their
crackle, and popping.
timeline of that day. They went through like pretty much the whole day when he did that
I'm
day.
gonna. I don't know what happens if I
And I mean,
refresh. I'm gonna try. I don't know if that just boots me out completely, and it would appear that it does. We'll go back in and see if it's still crackling.
and I mean, I
Okay,
think either
must
the
have just been on my
defense
end.
could have brought that up if that was true to show that, I mean, he was in a different place 3 hours away, but also the prosecution could have used that to show that he was establishing an alibi, which is pretty common when people commit a crime. They go out somewhere in public to create alibis. So, and then he did go back to the scene of the crime after that and get stopped, I think, by a
If
security
that was
officer.
even him, and I think the evidence is pointing more and more towards that was not him, and I
Yeah,
think
and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't
yeah.
think, I mean, they would have used that, either
Yeah.
the defense or the prosecution, if it was real.
Oh, great. Now I'm not a speaker now, so this is just going to give me problems. Is this just going to give me problems?
The written letter. So I think, yeah, even that could have been, but that doesn't, like you said, it doesn't prove that it doesn't exonerate Tyler Robinson, you know?
Yeah, no, and I want to touch on what you said. Like everything looks like he had and then later on, and I've said this long before we had the text messages where he was saying that, I'm probably not going to make it back. I'm probably either dead or captured at this point. Like the execution of this seems to be a lot better planned than the exfiltration, the escape. I don't think he had a good plan for that.
After.
Yeah, and I think I don't think he thought he was going to be successful. And I don't think that I think he thought if he was successful that he wasn't going to get out of there alive. And it just so happened that, sometimes stupid criminals get lucky. And unfortunately for everybody involved, he did that day. And I just don't think he had a good plan for the after action.
Yes. And it really shows what he did after and how he was waiting for the gun. It just really shows that he really didn't have a plan. But I was just kind of like that just doesn't make sense. Either way, it does. Even if it is true that he was there, it doesn't really matter because
Nope.
he's like, there's a lot of criminals that create alibis and go to a public space,
Who
use
the
their credit
fuck is
card
that?
to put themselves at a different place, different area. So
I
I just don't
actually suspect that if that was him, and I don't think it is, but if on the small chance that it is him, I think it was a matter of him probably freaking out, trying to get out of there, and then calming down for a little bit and be like, you know what, I got to go try to get that rifle, because he thought, according to his text, that was the only thing that he left behind. That was the only evidence. That's how idiotic this kid was. Like, he didn't think about DNA. He's like talking about prints. Like, this is 2026.
Have a good night, Kate Pasto.
No, I think you
Yeah.
make some really great points, Ari.
And I also thought it was funny that Candace
I,
doubled
their
down
their
today
numbers weren't
about
any different. I don't
that
think.
that she
Craftsman
brought that
ethos.
up. But then yet she was the
In fact,
one,
I think they
also
were
the one
probably
that put out
higher
that
then than they are
photo
now.
of Tyler Robinson
DQ?
at the Dairy Queen. Yeah, at 6:38. You know, which puts him also 3 hours away from that smokehouse place. So it's like it doesn't make sense if you like whether you was he there or was he somewhere else?
Yeah.
Um,
Can
and
be.
like somebody
If
just
they
brought up
if
earlier
Candace
that
and
even that
if
picture
they
was
are
not
getting pushes
it's not even
from
verified. So at this point,
from whatever you want to call it, somebody
and
paying
that's the problem.
farms to increase
When we
views
have
for
these
them and
people giving us
whatnot,
information, we have to
I would
demand
think that
accountability.
John
And it's
Mappin
okay if you have anonymous sources. But what's not okay is to have
would
anonymous
be.
sources and unverifiable information. That's where we got to draw the line.
I think
It's like,
Mappin
okay,
would be
either
having a
your
lot to do with
source
that.
is anonymous and your information is verifiable.
But just the fact that I'm like, I know people that work in my wife's salon that are paying attention to Candace Owens. Like, wouldn't surprise me at all if it's pretty legit numbers.
Verifiable information. You can. This is where it leads. And when people don't ask for, when people start accepting that and not taking her to task on that or anybody, that's the real problem. And that's what we have with all these grifters. That's what they all have in common. Is they don't provide any evidence of anything. They don't have any evidence of a single material claim. But no, thank you, Ari. You got anything?
But I wouldn't put it past John Mappin to be paying for boosts.
Tonight. We appreciate you. Real quick, let's go to Britta, and then finally we're going to end it on Melanie.
And that's why you're my favorite.
So my name is Britta. I'm No Soup for Knowles on Twitter, and I'm just wondering.
Go follow her, folks. Go follow her.
I see that Blake Neff is in the space, and also Tyler Boyer. I'm wondering when I can get
Boyer's
my
in here.
paycheck from TPUSA. I mean, I've been accused of working for them for so long, and I just feel like they owe me, $100,000, and then maybe like a couple million from BB. I'm thank you for taking my question.
I'm gonna need my check too.
I'm getting in line first, Britta. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on, let me speak.
Tyler, I didn't even know you were down there. You're welcome to come and speak.
I want in.
And we'll even go over some time there. Melanie, go ahead.
Minutes that this space is still going.
Hey, Gary.
I'll go over
thanks so much for letting me on. Oh, can you hear me, Gary?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I know you have a hard stop, and I know how wives can be, so I want to let you go real quick. So I want to point out, it's so important for us to I love that you're calling us to action, because that's the one thing that Charlie inspired me on in the first place. Was when I first ever heard Charlie speak. He was the reason I even got a voice, and I was so afraid as a conservative to speak out.
It's not going to surprise me at all if Candace Owens decides to try to run as a third-party candidate. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
It was at a church, and he was just talking to us as Christians and as conservatives to not be afraid and to just be able to stand on what you believe and on the truth. And so that's why it's so important that all of us, keep pushing that message, because I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he was saying, quality versus quantity. Yes, of course, that's so important. We are standing on the truth, but also we also are trying to fight a lot of fires. And so I just want to say, it may feel like an overwhelming fight, but it's not in vain. Just do it with the right intentions and continue to speak the truth and speak it confidently, and just keep your eyes on above. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And look, folks, this is why they're winning. Is all the little things that they're doing. They're organized.
Noah, you still in here?
Us from the point of they're sharing all of this content. They're not afraid to jump on
folks,
X and say stupid things. They're not self-conscious enough to where they'll throw on, the selfie camera and make a video, even though it sounds stupid. They're not down. They're down there in the comments. They're fighting the fight. for Candace and sticking up for all of these people, and then doing their own thing. Like all of those little things have a synergistic effect, and it's all the little things that we're not doing. And we sit there and we wring our hands over,
Look,
is my
folks.
lighting perfect? Is my audio perfect? Is my message perfect? Did I mess this up? Like we got to quit being like that. We have truth on our side. Most importantly, for my fellow Christians out there, you have God on your side. Like get out there. God's going to bless it. It may not be perfect. It may you just got to hit record or whatever it is that you want to do. Whether it's typing up a post, whether it's fighting the fight in the comments, whatever it is, like do it, and God will bless it. And it won't be perfect, but you'll get better and better at it. You as you go along. But you got to quit being afraid. You got to quit being afraid.
I agree with you.
I did have a super chat I want to hit real quick.
Stop being, especially if you're
to fracture the right by the right to gain power.
Relatively attractive woman. You don't even have to say smart things. You're going to get followers if you're making videos.
Couldn't agree more.
Not sure if you are aware of that or not.
That has a speaker position. Got any last?
But it's y'all have kind of a cheat code.
Everybody to know. Tyler, you got a speaker position.
Kind of a cheat
code. Give us some. We'll go extra long. Whatever you got to say, send it.
Oh, that's really nice. Sorry, I'm driving in the car here and just popped in because I saw my friend Blake was in here, so I caught the in. But
wait, you have a friend named Blake, not just me?
That guy, Lennon himself. But I wanted just to say a huge thank you to everybody that's here. I know so many people have been obviously praying for each other, praying for Charlie's family.
Yeah. That's why I have a small following. That's here. I mean, we've got, of course.
Sometimes we get.
I don't have that built-in cheat code.
Of the craziness online that we forget there's thousands and thousands of full-time staff and activists and young people.
I'm guessing, Gina, your son's probably a bit of a gamer, huh?
To, people of faith and different walks of life that are getting involved. And with what I run at Turning Point Action, we have a full team that's out there trying to fight the good fight against the real radical evil left that's trying to hijack the country, and all this plays together because it's all harmonizing. And
well, I've been trying to get him to eat more peanut butter and French toast so he fattens up a little bit, but he doesn't seem to be taking the bait very well.
Seasons and episodes of pretty much every year since I met Charlie of people who
he's not that. Gary's not that. His wife is more buff than he is.
It's a very God, versus Satan type thing that we've seen, and it's always been the
she's
same.
Like way ahead of him.
Similar type of stuff. Obviously, this is more intensive and the worst possible circumstance ever with losing really one of my best friends and Charlie, and he meant so much to everybody that's here and everybody that's across the world and in so many different places. But throughout, it's always been very similar, where it's the same type of people with the same type of thing that they're trying to do, and it's really attacking.
Don't try.
A person
Tyler's
or a thing.
He's Mormon, right? Tyler, is he the Mormon? I forget.
TDS and everything else, where people are able to kind of get a step up the ladder and get some notoriety and really cheap points by going after kind of the big dog or the big organization. And we've been dealing with this for a really long time, in early days with college kids and rogue college kids.
That's probably why you don't trust Tyler.
You have some of these
Mormon.
Some people we've known for many
Makes sense.
years.
I get it.
There's many stories that haven't been told, and at times people are frustrated because they're like, "Why are you so quiet about stuff?" And it's a fickle thing to have to deal with.
Well, you don't have to swim with them. Like, you could just post and then you just ghost. You just post and ghost.
At some point disclosed.
That's all you got to do.
To them both privately or at some point publicly. But I want everybody here to know that there is a egregious amount of nastiness that's gone on. Everybody's seen it.
Is it grossly misshaped? Now I gotta look. Now I gotta look at some images.
Are very firm in their faith and very firm in what we've been doing, and the people that actually spent so much time with Charlie, know Charlie's heart, know Charlie's family, know his closest friends, know the activists that have been involved.
I think it's just the hairline,
the hard work,
dude.
the people that are we would consider.
I think it's just the hairline. He's got sort of a slanted hairline.
I've been blessed because You know,
I think
I
that
got to spend
the
so much
head
time with
shape is
Charlie, but
okay.
we
I
have
think
so
the
many
hairline
people who have
just
done
goofs
so
it
many
up.
incredible things for this country that
But like, I'm
they'll
not
never
gonna
get credit
lie,
for, and they've
I would
blood, sweat,
take
and
that
tears
hairline
poured
over the one I
into,
got right now.
you know, everything up to the
Just
last
saying.
2024 election, and obviously people are doing that here now with 2026, and you know, it makes it even more despicable, the
Tyler
type
is the
of
biggest snake in the world. The
animosity that people are
biggest?
directing
The
towards
biggest snake?
an
That's
organization, and
crazy.
just in
There's
general, a
pretty big
movement
snakes
of
out there.
people who are trying to do the right thing to save the country. So my ask to everybody here is that just don't lose sight of that. Don't lose the forest through the trees. Of sometimes you can get so wrapped up in all of this that it actually stops you from doing the very work that Charlie that Charlie lived and died in.
Yeah, no,
Which was that his
I know he
belief
had to
was
get
really
a
that
pardon
every
from
single
Trump,
person
but the
here has the
biggest snake?
ability to use their God-given abilities and talents to bring more people to good, to, you know, first and foremost, have a relationship with God, build your family, do the things there for your family, but that's your culture, and downstream from culture is your politics. And so in order for us to be able to protect those things, you have to involve yourself and unfortunately do some kind of activism work, where, you know, even if it's just a little,
You may
few
not
hours a
think it
month
has anything
that
to
you
do
can
with it, but I
dedicate, or
guarantee you
a
it
day a
does.
month, or
Telling you.
you know, a few days or a few weeks a year. You know, those are the types of things that help save the country. So anyways, I just wanted to say thank you again, and appreciate it. Thanks for letting me chat for a few minutes, and hopefully we can do some more of this as time goes on, especially as we get out of the election this year.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Tyler. And look, folks, I loved. Yeah, we started off on a negative. We have some evils to fight out there, but I loved how it really quickly turned positive. I don't see this in those other spaces, because we have a bunch of people on our side that love this country, that they're genuinely patriotic. They don't believe that this country is ran by the Epstein class. That's total crap. This is the stuff that the Russians, the Chinese, and enemies of this country want you to believe. They want you to believe that this country is fundamentally flawed. It is not. It is the greatest country on the earth. And we're not perfect, but we're better than everybody else.
You know, I don't know. I don't know, Noah. Like, if I'm just speculating, I would say he probably had some type of effect.
Thank you. Make sure you like, subscribe, share this. We appreciate all those things. Keep fighting the good fight. Your country needs you, and it needs you right here. And all it needs you to do is have some courage. And I promise you, get out there, take a risk. You'll be glad you did, and it's a muscle, right? You got to get out there and exercise this thing, and you'll get better at it and better at it and better at it. But we need your voice, and we need it now. So anyways, until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.
Well, yeah, I don't even know, like, be specific when you're talking about our fundamentals. Like what even are those anymore? Let's see. CJ, are you still in the chat? How's that space going? Should I pull up Diligent's old one and just try to go through that quick? Or should I hop into this Godfroy one? Charlie Kirk assassination discussion with what? Anna Scobar show? Did I read that wrong? Should I hop into this live one, or should I go play the previous one that he did? Okay. All right. Take your time. Take your time. While we're waiting on CJ, what'd you guys think of the X space? Was it informative? I was hoping there would be a little pushback in there, but there was none. There was none. Biggest thing I took away from that was Mr. Exclusive might have some pretty good, might have some interesting information coming out in the relatively near future that I'm looking forward to hearing. Who is in the one you said is live right now? It looks like Diligent is in there. Sort of, I think, like your usual suspects. are all in this one. Our House, I missed most of it. Who just got in trouble for making a racist comment? Tyler Boyer? Where did these people like Anna Escobar pop up? She hated Charlie. She celebrated his unaliving. Where do you think they popped up? They see that the right was stupid enough to buy into this conspiracy stuff, so of course they're going to help push it. Diligent speaking at the moment. All right, we'll hop in there. We'll hop in there. Is he screaming? Of course he is. He's always screaming. Yeah, he must be like half deaf or something.
I think that he was supposed to die.
Yep.
I think that this
In the
was
shootout.
none of this was supposed to ever happen. We were never supposed to have any of these questions because we would be told the transfer.
Here they go, guys. It's just
video
running with
gamer
speculation.
kills Charlie Kirk, and that's the end of the story. Nothing to see here. And now Deep State takes over all this shit, and no questions asked.
Yep.
And I think just like me, I think he had some inkling that told him to go to Panguitch, and it fucked it all up. It just fucked it all up. And they've been scrambling ever since. You can tell that they're like, this is not. These are not the.
Because he went to Panguitch, guys, they couldn't just kill him. What?
Machine.
Yep. And what do you call it? Pre-scheduled text messages has stuffed him up because he wasn't where he was supposed to
Somebody,
be. And stuck with messages.
Somebody was messaging me about it while we were doing this last one and had some interesting things to say.
Anything where you're logged in on your iCloud.
Yeah, exactly. So
or they were just completely fabricated and injected when Celebrate pulled the phone.
Well, yeah, that absolutely. I mean,
they got caught doing that in 2021.
Well, there you go. They got access to everything.
Really? Can I get? I'm sorry.
I think he drinks a lot.
Can I get the information? What do you mean they got caught doing that in 2021?
Celebrate controversy 2021. That's all you got to Google.
They all are.
But that's not what I had to say. I'll put my hand back up and wait again.
Thank you. Yeah, and Matthew, I don't mind. We just have some other hands, so I'm going to get to.
I don't know if
Lindsay,
she's in here right now, though. Like she might have been when they started it.
Oh, I don't know if my comment's important anymore. It's just when you guys were talking about the judge, Tony Graff. I actually looked into him. I just wanted to add that his parents got divorced when he was 4, and then his mom had a whole new family and never mentioned him in her obituary. And the same thing with the dad. Well, I don't know if he had more kids, but he didn't mention Tony Graff in the obituary. So I did a little post about him, but I thought that was like, he went to UVU. You just don't know what these people's childhood was like. If it was like a government like MK Ultra thing again, where I'm just like, was he just like an orphaned kid that like? Anyways, I thought that was an interesting tidbit. I was just going to share that about the judge when you guys were talking about it a long time ago. So there you go.
No, thank you. That's definitely good information, and yeah, it's this whole thing. I think we have the right to ask questions about everything because the whole artifice feels like a construct from the judge to the defense to the trial. Like it's giving a lot of us very uneasy vibes. So thank you for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, I'll make it quick because I have poor sleep hygiene. And then I woke back up and I saw Paramount Tactical had a space and your name is on it, Diligent. And I know you already know this, right? But it's like bizarre. The whole thing, all night, the hairs on my arms are standing up. First from your report, okay? Listening to the interview again of the waiter saying that he was so convicted that it was, loosely quoting, that it was Tyler Robinson, that they contacted the FBI and nobody came back and, followed up with that. And then for Paramount Tactical to have a space saying Diligent is a liar. Obviously he has Candace's name. It's not right that he says that about her, but we already know that happens. And then for Blake Neff to be sitting under a space with that title. So I tried to go in. They wouldn't let me go.
The lady with the big lips.
Because I was going to be like,
I got
what's going on? Like, it's not that deep. Like, Because they're like, you see, they're organized, guys.
Way
They're
too
putting
much
this together.
filler.
Like, they're trying to make it
I
seem
think
like
she had the cheeks
people
done too. It
are
looks
part
like
of some
holy
like big
shit.
group
Tyler
or some
Boyer's in there now too.
Yeah, Tyler Boyer's in there too. And they're like, oh, you know, they're so organized. Guys, come on, we gotta get more of
They're
us doing this.
literally an organization. They're literally an
Okay,
organization.
but listen to Paramount Tactical literally telling people like, come on, your country's calling you to do this?
He did. He did.
To
He said,
do
"We need you
what?
all to stand up and
Yeah,
speak
like,
up and for
right.
your
And then let me,
country."
because I'm gonna hurry up and finish saying this. I know there's other hands and stuff. But I just was shocked, and I wanted to run up in there and be like, "Yo, man, what are y'all organizing against a bunch of American citizens who have a right to ask questions, who have a right to not like it?" And not saying that anybody just doesn't like Erica Kirk, right? But they're trying to make that seem like the biggest sin. Even if somebody didn't like her, that's not the biggest sin. This is America. What are y'all organizing against the First Amendment? It's creepy. Your report has really got them.
Against the
Tyler
First Amendment.
Robinson
The
getting
fuck is
hungry,
this
going
bitch
to a
talking
steakhouse and fucking
Talking
up the
about
everything, whatever.
fighting back.
They are shook at because there's no way
Ain't nobody trying to
I
silence
could have the
speech.
truth on my side, and it's 2:00 in the
Or,
morning.
well, not,
and
you
I'm
know what I'm saying.
telling everybody to round up. And this behavior is bizarre. They are unhinged, and I'm praying for everybody who, and I mean everybody who's saying anything against the official narrative, who's doing anything, people listening to the space, everything, asking God to protect everybody because
I don't know. She's
that kind of
freaking
unhinged
everybody
behavior,
out, getting everybody paranoid.
like
That's what they do.
it
Oh,
causes people to do stupid things. Clearly,
oh my God!
It's
He said we need to
crazy.
organize and unite. They're gonna come get us.
Yeah,
they're in full damage control mode, and that is bizarre. Like, you're un-American for questioning why a foreign nation might be involved in an assassination, and why our government's covering it up. That is fucking bizarre. Like, I mean, I don't know how you can look at this
Is
case.
that what they're
serious,
talking
and,
about? I
like,
don't think
looking at
that's
the
what
evidence,
Gary
and
was
I don't even
talking
know as
about,
much
was
as
he?
other people do. But how it's not just glaringly obvious that it's not this kid who did it. Like, I don't know how you can look at it any other way than that. And whatever data points you want to bring up, whatever stats you want to bring up, and some people can fire off 30 points, some people can fire off 3. For me, it's just 3 simple ones. It's the pant leg, it's the receipt that Diligent just exposed, and it's the comical text messages that he never sent that sound like they were written by a 50-year-old
where did
man.
he go? Is he still
Like,
in here?
whatever your evidence is
name
of
I
this
can't
kid not
pronounce.
doing it, it's just completely
in here?
obvious that it wasn't him. And the
We're
fact
gonna
that they're
talk.
saying
We're
you're
gonna
not
have a little
American
chit
for
chat
questioning
if you're
it
still in here.
is just
Yes,
beyond bizarre. And
you.
It
We're gonna
just
have a little
speaks to the
chit
fact that they're
chat,
in
buddy.
freefall mode. They're in desperation. That's
You
why
ready
a lot
for
of
the
the
little
shills went
chit
to the
chat we're gonna
courtroom.
have?
That's why Don Jr. is there.
I
And it
understand
makes total sense. So thank you,
the
Casey,
points
and
that
yes,
you're
please
getting
pray
at.
for everybody involved.
Totally get it.
And also, just again,
Don't even necessarily
please
disagree with
pray for
you.
Tyler Robinson's safety.
Are you ready? These
They're-
people
that-
right
we are
here
all worried about
in this space, these people that are all over X right now are going to completely fuck up any progress we could make with some of the issues that you have. You know what I'm
I really
saying?
mean it. Tonight,
These
like,
people are going to fuck all of that up.
And that's just what we're going to do. We have discernment, and I don't expect any certain kind of results, but I'm never going to shut up about the truth about the situation. And then Diligent, your interview.
Because
but
they
their
make
behavior, it's like
them look really retarded.
they can't handle. And that's
And
what's
by
giving me
them, I mean the ones who have legitimate concerns and gripes. They make them look really retarded.
causing an effect. God bless everybody.
Thank you, Casey. Really appreciate your thoughts. And yeah, everybody, just definitely a call to pray for everybody here. So thank you for that. Go ahead, the Black Line brief.
Yeah, so I was just going to point out the other night when they were doing a space with Andrew Wilson, Matt, was that last night or the night before last? Matthew, St. Baker. Was that last night?
Was that one that I was? Wouldn't be one that I was in.
It was when Bronson was like, "Hey, I'll get him to unblock everyone."
No,
Andrew Wilson wasn't in that
Andrew
one.
Wilson in that? Paramount was.
No.
Paramount was in it. Bronson came in to get us into Paramount space.
Right. Well, so they unblocked me. He unblocked me finally, right? And I go over there and I hit request, and I sat there for like freaking forever. And they never allowed me to have the mic. They never let me up. And then he obviously re-blocked me right after that because I don't see any. Is he live right now?
I didn't have any control.
I think his space must have finished because I was just trying to look to see if I could see who his co-host was. But myself and Muppet both were requesting as well the whole time, and he never got up to us. And then he said at the end to Muppet, "Oh yeah, Muppet, I'll give you priority next time. You come into a space. I know you've been waiting a long time, but yeah, I mean, look, that was just a ploy to get. I don't know. Look, it's not just to get us into their space, but it's to get all the people that we bring in. So because it's just
that wasn't
get into
a ploy.
Space or get a mic
fucking
or whatever.
Assholes. It was not a ploy. I asked if he wanted some dissenting opinions.
What makes the spaces big. And
said sure, bring him in. I said all right.
Into our space pretty much to get us all over there.
Yeah,
but then they didn't get. I think one person who quintessential did.
Let me talk.
And James May who fanboyed him. So
of course.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you noticed that, like, it must have been a different space that Andrew was speaking on. He has it to where he was speaking through like a microphone, like an actual mic. So his volume is like so much louder than everyone's.
Like they can legitimately go watch my live stream.
Interrupt you and talk over you and like cuss at you the moment like you're doing
and
whatever.
See exactly what I was trying to do.
But I couldn't even sit in there and listen to him. He intentionally had it to where his volume was so much louder than whoever else was going to come in to be able to try to debate with him.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
I mean, like
I'm
it wouldn't
well
even
aware.
matter. Like he's not even going to try to debate in good faith and like actually ever have arguments over the actual issues in this case, which there's like so many to like even count. He'll just like take you down these stupid semantic rabbit holes and argue over the definition of like a worker or
they're
whatever
not going to
it was
let me
with, like,
speak.
Zach.
I don't even know why I'm
sitting in there trying to
requesting.
request a mic to speak, and like you and like everyone else, they didn't.
I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to start doing spaces.
Thinking of the space.
I think.
We had a space, and Zach
and just let them in.
And then Andrew Wilson came.
It's the only way I'm ever gonna get to talk to these people.
No. Yes, that was a different one. That was a while ago. I was just referencing Zach from when Zach debated Andrew the first time on his show, and they started because Zach brought up George Zinn, and then Wilson took him down a stupid rabbit hole about like a worker or freaking contract. I don't know, whatever. And my point in bringing that up is just that
I requested to speak.
He agreed to debate me.
I can't raise my hand.
Once
like
I
it doesn't give me the option to raise my hand if I'm not a speaker.
He started trying to argue with me about the debate prompt, and in my opinion, I won that argument. Like it's like 4 different threads. You can go and look at it. And I'm pretty sure I got the better of him, and then he just stopped responding. And then like a week or 2 goes by, or I think it was when he started.
I mean, everything is a fucking conspiracy to these people.
I tagged him to that.
Everything. There's people just plotting and like, holy shit, it's really not that deep.
Or ask people that you'll call out to debate, but then you don't debate them. Like, why don't you debate the people that you already agreed to debate? And then he acted like he didn't know me, or like I don't expect him to remember like me like by name or anything, but like he went back and forth like 4 times about the debate prompt, and then acted like he had no clue who I was at all, and then he just ghosted me. And so it's like, I don't know. When Bronson came over and was like, "Oh, you want a mic? You want to go over there?"
Why are they so?
It's like,
they're so worried about Gary.
I don't know what I would expect to even happen with either of them.
You'll probably get cut off at every turn before you can even make a point.
Yeah.
And they're not going to want to talk to people.
What happened to Eco? Eco used to have spaces all the time. He just like stopped having spaces.
Blake Neff up the other day because
this is another reason why I like Eco.
Our group to know
another reason why I like Eco. Eco will talk.
That's where they
to anybody.
Yeah, I mean, like if Gary can't even admit that he produced that photo, supposed alibi of Erica Kirk and her children when they're totally not her kids, and then enough time goes by where it's
he is in here,
so obvious, it's undeniable that it's not Gigi and Mac because they were 3.5 to 1.5 when Charlie was killed, and the kids in that photo were anywhere from like 5,
he just commented.
Maybe to
I thought
7,
I seen a notification from Eco.
Ish, based on like the dimensions of like the length of their arms and their legs and their fingers. And he couldn't even admit that he put
This
forward a
Godfrey
bogus
follows
photo
me.
on the
I just
wrong
got a
day
follow
too, right? Like the
notification
alibi should have
37
been for
seconds
the
ago.
night of the 8th.
Oh,
But
he
I
made me a
mean,
speaker.
then he goes, it doesn't even matter
Perfect.
that they're not her kids.
I did not
So
even
that's
see
what
that.
they'll do.
I mean, it pays it just proves they're paid shills. It proves he is. I mean, as Candace said the other day, they've sold their souls, and they really have sold their souls. They have. I mean, that they'll swear black and blue in the face that to your face that they're not getting paid and whatever. But I mean, it's a lot of bullshit. I mean, they're all in this team together to try and save the federal narrative, and it's as simple as that. And just everyone needs to just turn against them, stop following them, stop communicating with them. Like, I think the best thing to deal with people like Andrew Wilson, even Paramount Tactical, is not even engage with them.
Yeah.
And, because they're just getting all these people there that they're not convincing people to change their mind, but people are just wanting to hear what they say. If we just sort of ghost them, hopefully that might help. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paramount Tactical doesn't exist as a meaningful account without us engaging with him.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm.
His
I'm
entire
trying to say,
personality is based about talking about other people.
What do you guys think about
what does he offer
does?
what does he offer that's meaningful? Nothing.
Yeah, no, for
Fed
sure.
flop.
What do you guys think about who he does agree to allow on his
TJ
show?
with 10 gifted.
I don't even follow him, so maybe you can help me understand.
I don't watch this shit. Why would
His team, so to speak. And you notice that when he talks, he always talks about sides. Your side, our side. Well, what the fuck? Like, why is there sides? It's either
there should just be the side
not.
of finding the truth. Exactly. There shouldn't be any sides. And
That's actually
like
100 million%.
That's actually a manipulative rhetorical tactic, right? He's othering dissent by doing that. You're either a part or you're not. Tribal.
Oh, is Ben over here?
Absolutely.
Did I miss
guys,
Ben?
I'm going to get to. There's a hand up. Bronson. I think he's probably going to provide a counterpoint. Go ahead.
No, actually, not going to be much of a counterpoint, to be honest. I just wanted to clarify. It was not a ploy to try to get you guys over there. If you can go look at my live stream, I was not ploying to get you guys in there. I had asked Gary because I was listening in there or in your guys' space, and Leslie said that she wanted to ask him questions. So I reached out to Gary and said, hey, do you want some dissenting opinions over here? He said, sure, go ahead, send them over. So I went through, got that list of people unblocked, and then everybody came over. I had nothing to do with who was or wasn't allowed to speak at all. So just wanted to clear that up. And then I had a question for Diligent, if you don't mind. With everything that happened today, with the receipt and Cowboy Smokehouse and everything, I haven't heard your space. What's your opinion on what other people are saying now, as far as the Smokehouse owner saying that TR wasn't there?
Where did you hear him say that?
I've heard that if you listen right away in the beginning of Paramount Space or whatever, he says that he's also talked to him, and then that Mr. Exclusive.
Did they play
post,
a clip of him talking?
He didn't, but he did say that he recorded the conversation, and then he said that the guy Ralph told him.
When I hear Ralph say that, then I'll believe you. But
I think we need to hear that clip. To be
fair, I'm not coming over and claiming one way or the other. I was just legitimately wondering what your opinion was, because I've got some questions about this Ralph dude.
Didn't I just tell you what it was?
Yeah, basically,
so
he just needs to hear the clip.
Okay. Have you heard the owner tell you that Tyler Robinson wasn't there?
I personally have not, no.
Okay. And have you heard the owner tell you that he did not give me the receipt?
Nope, sure haven't.
Okay.
So
and
your opinion is that they're just lying.
Have you heard the owner tell you that I did not go in there and interview the witness?
No, but I don't think anybody is saying that you didn't interview that employee.
Did you watch the interview?
Yeah, of course.
And did you see me ask the staffer if the receipt I had was accurate on the timeline?
If Well, you posted that interview before you posted the receipt, though, didn't you?
Uh-huh. I posted the interview the day before.
Yeah.
I did it very intentionally, right?
I guess I don't remember them.
I posted an edited version of the interview where I don't mention the receipt at all.
Okay.
Okay. And then I posted a full version of the interview where I do mention the receipt and I ask him if the timeline is accurate. Okay.
I have not seen that one then.
Okay. Well, it is added as a reply to the post of the receipt. The full interview is.
Okay. Because my big thing with this Ralph dude seems super suspect that he's talks to you, whatever you want to call it, interview, whatever.
I have I have it all recorded.
Okay. So he talks to you, right? And then he replies to your post like 10 days later, countering the camera thing, saying that they were never up there when they purchased the place in 2023.
Accurate. He replied later, but I didn't see it until just recently. But
yeah, I know. You made that post on the 1st. He replied on the 11th.
He was adding the context of the camera being not functioning on the 23rd.
Well, he was denying that the camera was ever there. And
now
he
was saying that it was removed since the 23rd. When I talked to him, he said it wasn't working. That's what he said.
Okay.
That was the extent of it.
That's what I'm saying.
And then I
went out something's goofy with this dude.
And then I went out and reported it. And when I talked to him the second time, he was not happy with my reporting. He said, I'm not exactly happy with you. That camera wasn't there since the previous owners in 2023. Well, that's not information that he gave me the first time I talked to him. He just said that it wasn't working. So I told him that I would update it. When I told him that I would update it and put the added information that he gave me, that context, 2023, et cetera, is when he offered to show me the receipt if I waited around for him. I just played this clip in my last space. Like literally, I was wearing a lapel mic the entire time, my interview mic. Right? Whenever you're talking to people.
Yeah.
And so it's all recorded. I have the entire, from me walking in there, to talking to him, to interviewing the guy, all of it. It's all recorded. So they can hoot and holler and scream and run their mouths and talk shit and say, oh, the owner, blah, blah, blah. I have it all recorded. They're retarded. It's all just propaganda. It's all bullshit. Provably false.
So then why does he but then why does he today, after Mr. Exclusive makes that post, tags him in it, all of a sudden that dude makes it so his account posts can only be seen by the 48 people that follow him? Like, are you sus of this owner at all?
He probably doesn't want the attention.
Yeah, you're tagging him in a viral post and then pushing that post to the fucking moon. Go look at it. It's a lie. It's an absolute lie. And
he countered your post with a comment. You see what I'm saying?
Where did he counter my post with a comment?
I just told you, July 1st, you posted the video after you had just done the interview.
It's a different post. What do you mean, bro? That's not a counter. He just added the context.
No, there was a counter to the cameras.
That's not a counter. He's adding context. The cameras weren't working.
All right. That's fine. Whatever you want to call it.
Is the camera working?
Why isn't he commenting on that post to add context to it?
I see what you're doing, bro. Can you prove a negative?
No, I'm trying to figure out. You don't think that's a little suspicious with this Ralph guy?
Bronson, why are you expecting Diligent to speak on his behalf?
How do you want?
I'm just asking if Diligent thinks that's suspect or not.
So yeah, I think we've kind of.
It doesn't matter, dude. I don't care what he does. All I know is that he offered to not only let me see that receipt. He gave me a copy of that receipt. He let me speak to his employee while he's working in the restaurant in uniform. He set aside his side room so we could go in there and do the interview, and I have it all recorded. So your little like bullshit trying to deflect, discredit, whatever.
I'm not deflect or anything. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
No, you're not.
How am I
so
not?
Bronson, if you don't mind, I think you guys have made your point. I just want to get to some other hands. You're certainly welcome to stay on the speaker block.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Or Authentic, you did have your hand up. We haven't heard from you in a while. Did you want to weigh in on anything before I go to Blackline?
I'm legitimately talking about the owner being suspect. He's, according to Diligent, telling them one thing and then telling other people something else. And instead of countering or adding context to a post like he did with Diligent, all of a sudden today he decides to make it so all of his posts aren't viewable to anybody but people that already followed him. And I just wanted to know if that seems suspect or not to Diligent or anybody else for that matter, because it seems pretty sus to me.
Yeah, Wolf Dad, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. So, hey, Diligent, I think what he's getting at, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I think what what Bronson's getting at is Ralph had posted underneath the comments of Mr. Exclusive's receipt that he did not give you that receipt, that he gave it to the feds.
No, he posted that on Diligent. Now they're gonna screw this all up.
Ralph did comment
show me
he deleted it. Listen, he deleted it and blocked everybody and changed his name. I'm on your side.
Okay, so where's the screenshot of that?
I sent a.
You
Why
have
the fuck
something?
would you take
can
a
put it in the
screenshot
nest just so we can see it?
unless you know the person's gonna X their account in the next 10 minutes? If I would have known he was gonna do that, I would have screenshotted this shit.
And
seriously.
And so the receipt so where's the screenshot?
I can't give it to you. Go to Mr. Exclusive's page. You can see where he was commenting.
Yeah,
No. Listen,
I don't trust
Do you see
that
what's
other
going
guy.
on here, bro? Do you see what's going on here?
I'm on
we're
your side,
gonna
Diligent. I'm not against
like
you, dude.
if you have a screenshot.
Let Wolf Dad
So there's one dude in here that's got some brains,
bro.
Listen, I'm on y'all's side. I'm not against
There's no
I'm not
side, bro.
nothing.
These guys are fucking. Do you not see it? Like I'm not. You're wasting my time.
I'm not.
I don't
really
have.
Just trying to explain something to you.
Listen. What Bronson was talking about was a response to me in my first post.
I seen that one
over a week ago. If you would let me finish, please. What he was talking about was a reply to me over a week ago. You were trying to say Bronson was talking about whatever the fuck bullshit you were just mentioning. He didn't bring that up at all. You're inserting that in the conversation.
Ralph just posted in the last hour that he gave those receipts. It was on Mr. Exclusives, and he deleted it. That's what I'm telling you. I sent it to Miss Authentic. She seen where they deleted the post.
Well, I didn't know that.
Who knows what he said?
I didn't know that.
I'm telling you what he said. I can't give it to you because I didn't get a screenshot of it. I sent.
We've got an eyewitness here. Wolf Dad is an eyewitness.
So it's trust me, bro. Right? Trust me.
You
bro.
don't have to trust me. I'm just explaining to you what I've seen.
Here's the reality: if Diligent has if Diligent has his conversation with Ralph recorded, and that would prove what Diligent is saying right now, he would post that shit. I don't believe that he would just hold that back. He would put that shit out.
Another one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't trust that angle at all. Go ahead.
All these people.
Blackline, thanks for holding.
Including Bronson.
Yeah, I just want to point out, like, Diligent was able to do something that the feds didn't even do, and it's so freaking clear what they're all trying to do. Trying to say that, like, you know, the owner or the employee that Diligent interviewed is not credible, and now they're popping in saying, like,
how is that not sus?
Claiming all this stuff. Bronson, what's your angle? Why are you playing both sides of the fence? You think that Paramount was in good faith? You got us all to go over there. We raised our hands and requested to speak, and he didn't let us speak for an hour. And then you come back.
That's so that you would fill up your audience. You would fill up the room with your audience.
Yeah, it's so clear what you're doing, and it's like, what's your angle, bro?
Because he let Quintessential speak. I didn't know that he was not going to let anybody speak. And what's my angle? My angle is trying to figure out the truth. It's your guys' angle, right?
I think it would be good if those guys allowed other people to speak. Because I mean, you're welcome to speak up here. And,
I'm just going to start hosting spaces. And
that'd be
you
awesome.
guys can come in because I don't know, but I want to talk to everybody. I don't like this like echo chamber shit. I don't think it's good.
No, I appreciate that.
These spaces are allowing anyone to come in. The only echo chambers existing are their spaces, And like, okay, they let like 1 or 2 people ask questions, but the majority of people that were there didn't get to ask questions, and then now I'm blocked again by him.
I think
that's another thing. I don't
Quintessential
block
wants
anybody.
to weigh in
Not you,
too.
Bronson, by Paramount.
Go ahead, Quintessential.
Yeah, he let me speak, but it's not really in good faith. Like he dropped, like he was teetering the fence enough until he dropped me from to just be a listener, and then starts bashing me and not allowing me to like
I'm going to
communicate.
try,
And then
guys.
he'll
I'm going to
dogpile
try to
onto
talk to
someone
these
who's making
people as
excellent
much as I
points,
can.
but then be like, whoa, 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 whoa,
Because
whoa,
I know
whoa,
Gary
yeah,
has
you can have
tried to
this,
talk to
this,
these
this way,
people a
this way.
lot, and I
It's not in
understand
good
that
faith.
it gets to a
If
point,
you're
I'm
actually
sure
someone
with
who's sitting
him,
down for that,
where it's
I think
just
it's
like
okay for
talking
you
to a
to
wall.
sit down to like have the
But I'm
conversation.
gonna try. I'm still gonna try.
I think that's fine.
So I think I'm gonna start hosting some
Yeah,
spaces
thanks
and see
for
if I can
weighing
get
in
some
on
of these
that. And
people to
by the
come
way,
in.
Bronson, like I said, I want to hear from the other side too. Like and I don't mean any disrespect when I say this. Like I want to understand the mentality of people who think it was a 30-06. I don't really understand it, but I want to give you guys the floor to explain that. So I think it's fair on the other side, conversely, to allow people who have other perspectives to come on a space and say, hey, there's a lot of holes in this story. It doesn't make sense. We have every right to ask questions. It's not un-American to ask questions about the Tyler Robinson narrative. So I think it's a fair point that Quintessential brought up. Go ahead, Sign. Sign, can you hear us? Sorry, guys, my space is getting really glitched. Okay, I think Sign's stuck in co-host.
It's just him, bro. It's just him.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Just
Go
connection.
ahead. Strange, we haven't heard from you yet. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, Godfrey. Wonderful space. I was just listening in, and I thought to myself, I think it would make a lot of sense if we had a debate kind of space where Diligent and Paramount,
No, I
whatever
know,
his
but I
name
don't
is.
like. I'm not even sure Gary intentionally didn't get to people. You know what I mean? Like they started out with basically saying that this was like a ploy and it was all a plan, which is fucking retarded.
3 days ago.
Well, I wouldn't
And
go into space.
He muted me. He dropped me. Right. Like
I mean, you can have Godfrey, for example, be the host where you get equal time and actually discuss each of these points one-on-one without having like 5 or 6 other people there. Just you, Godfrey, and Paramount, speaking on each point with equal time.
He's
Did
not
they
worth
kick
me
him?
giving legitimacy to.
To be
They've
fair,
already been
I
exposed.
wouldn't be the
He has
best
been go. I would
voice.
just
I would just be like a
he has
neutral
been
host.
he has been attacking me, smearing me, slandering me, lying on me all day, entirely,
damn.
all day.
They just
Practically for
straight.
the
That's
last-
another.
ever since I
That's another reason
posted
why I think I just want to
the
start hosting
interview
spaces, so I can really like try to push back and like really try to get points done without having to worry about being kicked or muted.
I didn't ignore him a little bit just so I could go talk to Blakey Poo, right? And I obviously we saw how
Because
that
that dude came in and was
But-
like, "Look, I'm on your side, guys, but I think you're missing what he's trying to say," and they fucking kicked him for it. Like that's wild.
Giving him legitimacy and attention. Otherwise, he's just he's singing to the choir, man. Like people seeking truth don't go there for answers, right? I'm willing to explore and look for truth. He's trying to tell you what the truth is, and I have no interest in engaging with it. I'm not gonna help him build his platform. It's not happening.
That was even,
and I understand that.
I thought that was like a decent like reach in too. It was like, hey, what are like you've talked to this owner in person. Kind of vibes did you get? What kind of vibes did you get from this guy?
It may be worthwhile to explore that at some point because you have gone to his own space and spoken.
It was only to engage with Blake, and I'm done with Blake.
Okay. It also just keep in mind that again, it may not be now, but at some point, to dismantle all the lies and fabrications that he's
I have no
pushing,
idea.
it would
How old
actually
he is at
discredit
all.
him if that were to occur. But obviously, I'm sure you know when the time is right.
It's
Or
already happening. Like I'm talking about, like I'm just posting the evidence as it comes
Yeah,
to
but
me,
well, they might have
and
been that
he's
stupid. We just
attacking
didn't
my
have social
character
media.
and everything but, right? Everything but. Like again, they have to hire or bring in influencers to tell you there's a 4K video of shooting of of Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. I don't need to do these things, right? People seeking
No.
truth or reporting truth, they don't need to do these things. These are the tactics of people who are desperate to create a perception.
So
these aren't the tactics of people who are confident in the truth. I'm not desperate to sell what I'm posting,
like,
right? They're
I
desperate
mean,
to try to debunk it. It's still there. It's not going anywhere. And let me just say this, because I know they're listening.
it's
If
funny,
you
right?
think
If
this
you,
has
like
you
most of my content, guys, has been listening to them. Like that's been most of my content. Like what agenda am I pushing? The agenda that I'm pushing is trying to figure out if there's a conspiracy or not. And I've been listening to nothing but conspiracies, people's content, trying to see if any of it makes sense. Like that's what I feel like I'm doing more than they are. Like they're not even questioning their own garbage. They're just spitting it out and it changes week to week.
Spaces dashboard for diligent or diligent.
You know what I mean? Like they're not even fucking countering each other's ideas at all. They're not challenging each other whatsoever.
2 years. It's nothing to me, bitch.
And I can see why, because as soon as somebody who's on their side is even like, hey, no, this dude's like got kind of a point here. Boom.
Like the
They just chuck
cancellations,
them.
all of that shit. It doesn't phase them, bro. I've been canceled like 9 times in the last year.
I think
they don't care.
I'm
They
the
aren't
most
buying it,
honest conspiracy
right?
theorist there is,
I'm
apparently.
reporting. They're either gonna think that it sounds good or they're not. I don't try to force them to. I don't need to convince them. I let them make up their own fucking mind, right? I just present as is presented to me and try to make sure that it gets light.
Yeah.
But
the
I'm
minute
serious.
I pushed back.
If you think what I reported with the interview and the receipt caused waves and made you shiver, wait until what happens next week. I promise you, there is news
I don't understand.
Come out next
like these
week.
idiots are. It doesn't make any sense to me. Make who shiver? Like if he posts a receipt and this is legit, like that's kind of a big deal. I would like to know. If somebody's lying or who's telling the truth. I want to know.
I can drop. I just wanted to say to Diligent that Wolf Dad was just basically letting you know that this Ralph guy is playing both sides, and that's the point he wanted to make, just to make you aware of it. It looks like he's playing both sides. So.
How? Where's the evidence?
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. That's just Wolf Dog wanted to say because he's changed his handle.
I know what he said, man.
Yeah.
But where is it? Where is it?
Well, I don't know. That's just he just DM'd
They have been saying this Ralph guy has been. They've been saying.
I don't know. It's just
they've been saying that shit all day, bro, with no receipts.
Anyway,
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that has brought this up. I have not heard anybody else bring this up. This is mine and mine alone. I'm the only one who was like, this seems a little sus. Can we talk about this? Nobody wants to talk about it.
4.5 hours. She lended her time and expertise, and she was on Stu Peters this week with a bombshell report. So we are very happy for her and thankful that she came by. And please listen to the recording where she provided all of her key insights. We're really thankful for her. Trillion came by.
Because I'm the only one that Mr. Exclusive posted that. I was like, so he's telling Mr. Exclusive that Tyler Robinson wasn't there. And then is implying, according to Mr. Exclusive, that Diligent is lying. But he's commenting on a Diligent fucking post on the 11th. He's commenting on it. And the only thing he's countering is the camera stuff. That's it. So he's aware of Diligent's X account, which I would assume would make him aware of other things Diligent has posted. And he's not countering anything else Diligent has said. And now all of a sudden, Mr. Exclusive calls him. And apparently Gary talked to him too. And he's telling Gary and Diligent or Mr. Exclusive completely different things than what Diligent is saying the guy's saying. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. And I think we need to figure out who's lying, right? We can assume, we can make assumptions. We can speculate on who's lying, right? But I would like to know. I would like to know who's actually lying here, because somebody's lying. Somebody's full of shit.
Going on my internet. I do not know what that is. So bad timing with me trying to help out with the co-host. So I apologize on that. And it's real quick. I won't take up a lot of time here.
Hotbox. I don't know what that
I'm just
means.
wondering
what other chicks
thought of the. You know, I may not gain a lot of fans by saying this, but I feel like a lot of stuff that's happening right now is of the nature of a distraction. And like, people think nanotech is woo. People think what's going on in the background is woo. I don't hear a lot of rooms talking about it. I've had a room this week where I've had 3 different spaces where I've had targeted individuals in there. If you've ever heard of the Havana syndrome or something similar to that.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Glory Bee said that she called and talked to him too.
It's very much a real thing. Very much is being put on by some form of government.
Fuck, I wish I was paying a little bit more attention. I don't remember what exactly she said.
All I know is that this is interesting how these things flare up. These court cases, these things that seem to get everybody all in a fuss, right? And like I said,
right.
You guys are going to think that I'm telling you you're acting ridiculous.
I get them unblocked.
Really, what I'm trying to say
to go into the
I
space.
would be just as upset about.
And
this
I'm
type
sure
of shit
Gary probably was not
the only
excited
thing that's keeping
to
me
have
from
them or
really
to
jumping on
unblock
the
them to come
bandwagon
in.
is what
You know what I mean?
Is going on.
Gary's
in the
just a
that I know
fucking
is
good
much,
dude. And it was like,
more
okay,
worse, which is the loss of your
and then
privacy.
It's a ploy, and it's like,
know,
man,
if you've
fuck
ever heard
you
of
guys.
biodigital convergence and this IEEE system that has to do with everybody being a node on a network, a blockchain, I guess. It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, so it's hard for me to really speak about it too often. And I don't mean to be changing the subject right now. I'm really just trying to make this brief. It's just, I really want you guys to think about looking into it at least, because everybody's super consumed with this. And it's just, I don't know, it's kind of like when aliens pop up. You know, there's always seems to be something else going on that's super crucial, you know, in the background. It's like a...
Where are the aliens?
Divine. I don't know if it's divine timing or what, but there'll always be something that'll flare up right when something else in the news needs to be buried, you know?
Well, I think if I'm understanding your message, it's basically to not be distracted from the police state that's being built all around us with data centers and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I think that's an important message, and I think that we should be equally concerned about everything like Charlie Kirk, the war in Iran, and the flock cameras and the digital, you know, the biodigital convergence and everything else like Project Stargate, which is deeply concerning, and President Trump introducing new mRNA vaccines on his second day in office. Like that kind of thing. Yeah, well, that is deeply concerning.
Concerned about like most of them hated him. Thing that might be happening here. Like, I mean, that's insane, right? Like, I don't know why people
or they were just completely indifferent.
Like, you know how this
is the Israel merger.
Yeah, I mean, unless this is
we are losing our minds. We've been talking about that.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely the most treasonous thing that I've seen in my lifetime, without question.
It didn't make kosher, but they're going to try to attach it to get it through another way.
I don't even know what to think of it. You know, with Lindsay dying, it doesn't seem like that was an accident. I don't know, like just the way like his sister is sworn in. You know, it's just kind of weird.
Hey, Godfrey, since we have Bronson up here and he was saying that he was doubting the validity of me getting this from the owner of that restaurant. You mind if I play a little something for him?
Yeah,
I'm still here. I'm not doubting validity on anything.
Cool, you can take this back to your buddies. You can take.
I'm questioning whether or not Ralph is full of shit.
Okay.
You said that camera was removed.
I removed that camera when I repainted the dining room in the winter of 2023.
So that camera has been okay.
And that camera system has never worked. The old owners put it in, and they didn't use it. I didn't have access to the control box, And so that camera, we never put it back up.
Okay.
And we're putting a new system in right now after the whole Tyler Robinson thing because I want to have cameras. The camera that you saw as you came in is a freaking.
You said that it was new. I remember. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was just
the camera that you saw that when you came in, I had on my patio watching my wood.
Yeah.
And it only records for like 72 hours. It's just like a bling camera. It's when you buy it at Home Depot. And I moved that inside on the t-shirts, and that's the only camera I currently have.
I will explicitly update that. I'll make a new post, and I'll also say that I will also say to not harass you and not to harass the restaurant, because that's definitely not my intention.
We got the second or third call last night. Some number from Tooele, okay. And he specifically called anybody to have anything to do with that restaurant pieces of shit. Is what his term was. Okay, and he told that to a 14-year-old girl that answered the phone.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely will update it then.
I mean, the thing is, like I told you, I told you everything we know.
So
and
just
we tried to be open and honest with people. We don't, and I told you everything I know. But as far as I know, that wasn't him. My staff thinks it is. It was. It would make sense that it could be.
And you said around 9:30, right?
Yeah, about the receipt was around 9:30
on the 10th.
On the 10th, and I'll tell you what, if you wait right there for an hour, when I come back, I'll find that receipt for you, and I'll print you a copy of it.
What was that? What was that he said?
Dude, no, that's legit, bro.
Did everybody catch
I'm not
that?
pushing against you
yes, it was
on this.
Oh.
And now we have people saying from Ralph that Tyler wasn't there. And they're saying that he implied that the receipt is fake. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Ralph's not saying that. You have presented no evidence that Ralph has said that.
That's not what I just said. I said there are people saying that Ralph said that. And if you have that, why don't you post that?
Because I was...
Did he tell you to not post it? Like, is it one of those things? Because I get it if that's the case.
He didn't tell me to not post it. I just didn't tell him I was posting it. I usually just out of courtesy. I mean, I was wearing my interview lapel mic, and I was not expecting a phone call from him. He called me while I was in his restaurant looking for him, right? Unhappy about my reporting on the camera. And so I told him, as you heard, right, that I would update my post because of whatever you heard all of the shit that he said about it being one camera over here watching his firewood and the 23, whatever, right?
Yeah. That he was the one who took him down in 23.
I agreed to update that information because I will, given new context, because he's the one that told me about it in the first place. So I don't have a problem updating it. So, and any journalist should. But as a result, he offered to give me a copy of the receipt if I waited for him, and I waited for an hour there for him, and when he showed up, he came out, he printed me a receipt, he set it on the counter in front of me, he gave me a little bit more information about what was going on, and the worker that was there who happened to be working when he printed me out that receipt, and I said, "Do you mind if I talk to them?" And he said, "Sure, they're right there. He's a grown man. He can talk to you if he wants to." And I ended up being able to get him to interview with me as long as I cropped out his face. The kid that saw Tyler Robinson. But I have all of this documented. So all of this thrashing and the lies from this account that you keep bringing up. Oh, but he said this, but he said that. He has no evidence. Play me this recording. Play me a recording like I just played you. Shut the fuck up.
I hear you.
Okay. So why are we wasting time?
We're not. I had questions about Ralph.
Thanks, Bronson. If you don't mind, I just want to make sure we get to some other hands.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
I appreciate you bringing that up. Go ahead, Quintessential.
Hey, I just want you to talk to Hayden.
Just so we're all aware and we're all on the same page. You heard it on the recording. He said he Ralph does not believe Tyler Robinson was there, which is what Mr. Exclusive said, Ralph said, which is what Gary said, Ralph said. Really glad he played that recording.
But he's specifically focusing.
This is why I want to be able to talk to these people, because I want as much information as we can possibly get to figure some shit out. And if we close the door,
with it, we need more visibility. He only has 300.
Well, whether Ralph knows it wasn't him or not, Ralph said he doesn't believe it was, which is probably exactly what he told Gary and Mr. Exclusive and whoever it was that called him.
If you get an opportunity, speak to him. Thanks.
Can you put his handle below so I can follow? I don't know if I followed him, so if you can drop his handle in the pill or something and tag me, and then I can be sure to follow him. Thank you.
Yeah, and I posted his.
And that was another thing, S-Files. This is another thing that I thought too, is that he was using it, or maybe this is some type of ploy, right, for publicity. After listening to that clip, I don't think that's the case. I think the employees may very well believe or think that it was Tyler Robinson. And he just did what probably thought he should do, and that's contact the authorities and just tell them, like, hey, they think he was here. This is when they say he was here. They say this is the meal that he purchased. There's no name. I don't know if you guys can get that or whatever. And I think he must have just left it at that. And now he's had people contacting him because of, Candace Owens or the news article or whatever it was that went out, right? But what this also does is you heard him say he would print that receipt out for him. So now Diligent posts a picture of this receipt, and now we have somebody, what was his name, Mitch, in Gary's space, talking about how he 100% knows that it's fake or that something is fake. Got to tell you guys, probably a real receipt. Sounds like he printed it off for him. So now Mitch running with that is going to make people look stupid.
Limited to a certain extent, but what I've done is I've done a 2-page transcription of the prosecution's case where they refer to the video compilation.
My guess is that they never contacted him back. He's probably never heard back from authorities on this. There would be no reason for them to contact him back.
But where they present video,
they're going to run it, do a check.
It's
not his card number. It's not his card number. For the account is not linked to Tyler Robinson in any way, shape, or form. It's not Tyler Robinson, and they just move on with their investigation.
And
they're not going to update people to inform them whether or not something is true or not. You know what I mean?
Suspects, and there are things that support that idea. So the timeline has got all of the time codes on the left-hand side and a brief description of what's happening in the video with some questions, which I haven't been able to answer and which I'd invite you to have a look at. And then when I'm reading that transcript on the space, I also refer to the video on somebody's TV. So
we have
chose,
Diligent has that,
KSL,
and he
had one of the clearest.
I don't want to say he absolutely left that out because I don't know. That could have been in a post. I don't follow Diligent stuff
but even
with
in
a fine tooth comb. I have no idea.
But
I don't recall Diligent making a post or any claim clarifying that the employees believe it was, but the owner doesn't think it was Tyler. I don't know that he clarified that ever. But if he's omitting that, that's an important piece of information, I would think.
I've obviously watched YouTube. I've seen comments on X, and I've basically taken all that into consideration. I've had a look at the video and tried to verify one way or another what people are asserting. One of my biggest concerns is that it looks to me...
You gotta... They said that law enforcement confirmed to Ralph that it wasn't Tyler?
Boy being the one on the roof. Shorts Boy looks like he's left-handed. There are at least 2 occasions when he is either on
Too
the
gullible
phone.
with what? Can you be more specific? Can you give me like a specific example of anything I just said that would make me gullible?
In his left hand, and he puts it in his left-hand pocket of his shorts. Limping boy.
How is me
when he's
getting
at the top
Diligent
of the
Denizen to play that interview me being gullible?
steps, he steps down the first 2 steps normally before he then limps down the next 3 steps.
Yeah, I'm well aware that the New York Post already talked about this.
41,
there was
42,
multiple articles
43.
on it.
You can literally
I'm well
watch
aware.
this. When limping,
They never said it was confirmed that it wasn't Tyler Robinson.
There's a white SUV that drives past, and he turns around at the top of the steps, and he's either looking at the white SUV or he's looking into the car park, and he is.
I don't know. It's another really good question. It's another really good question. I have no idea.
When he takes that phone out of his right-hand pocket,
I don't know if
like
Diligent maybe. Does he live in Utah? Maybe he doesn't live there, but he was going there because of the trial, and he just happened to be in Utah, so he figured he was going to stop by and see if he could talk to the owner or employees or whatever. I have no idea.
So the video jumps by 1 minute 16 seconds. So they're obviously hiding something that they don't want us to see, maybe an interaction with somebody or another vehicle. The next vehicle that comes around is a dark SUV. And as that vehicle drives past him slowly, he turns around, he puts the phone back in his right-hand pocket, he walks down the next 2 steps normally, and then he limps down the next few steps. When he's in the tunnel, he's limping in the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, he turns right. He heads towards the stairs between the pillar and the wall, but he doesn't go up the stairs. He looks left. He then moves behind the pillar, and as he emerges from the pillar, you can see that he is signaling to somebody in the car park. He then turns around, walks up the stairs, but as he's going up the first couple of stairs, he looks back over his left shoulder, and you can see a car maneuvering in the background. This is the sort of detail that that some of us have been going into.
For fuck's sake. Which
my
article?
Question is, if we believe there are 3 suspects,
which one?
I mean, it's a lot more involved than I've just described. There are 2 pages
because it doesn't say that
and
in the New York Post
one. 2.5 hours long, so I'll apologize for that now. But
and by the way, I put the space up in the nest so people can bookmark it and listen to it.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so as I say, I've got a reasonable sized TV, but I cannot see everything. I'm not professing that this is the full story of the undoing the prosecution case. People like Diligent have done fantastic work. Billy's done fantastic work. So many people have contributed to this, and so I'm not taking credit for it. I've just literally compiled what I've heard, what people have said. I've looked at it myself, and then I've tried to compile, what I believe is going on. But if we believe there are at least 3 suspects, none of which are Tyler, by the way, but if we believe there are 3 suspects, you've got Shorts Boy, Limping Boy, and Roof Boy. Then it looks like they're being played, that it's part of an operation.
Who's talking?
And certainly the Limping Boy, the way that he's behaving, it literally looks like they are tracking him as he's moving around. And he's clearly not doing his job properly. I think I said in the space, excuse my French. But yeah, I think when he's at the bottom of the stairs, when he's limped through the tunnel and he's about to go up the stairs and somebody's
Are you going to tell me which article it was? Anti-social media? Because it's not in the New York Post one. Do you not know? I'm more than willing to be completely wrong. All you have to do is tell me what article it was. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm still here.
Bronson, I think, I don't know you, but I think you come from a gaming background. Is that right?
I mean, I suppose I come from a lot of background, but
so it's a genuine question. I just looked at your profile, and it seems to me that you come from a gaming background. But anyway, or you've had some interest in it.
Yeah, sure.
So I just want to run a theory past you, particularly. If we believe that Lance and Tyler and all these guys are involved, do you think it's possible that in this day of surveillance, that if it's the deep state or if it's Israel or whoever it is that's done this, have basically just searched the interweb for people that hate Charlie Kirk, and they've come across a forum or a gaming platform or a Discord where these kids are talking and they're writing songs about Charlie dead at 31 and wouldn't it be great if somebody killed him and all this sort of thing. And it would then be easy, wouldn't it, for somebody from that country, shall we say, or three-letter agency to infiltrate that gaming platform sometime, maybe months ago, and just encourage these kids in the direction in which they're talking. And at some stage, ask the question, well, if we're going to do this, we need a gun. Has anybody got a gun? And Tyler, maybe naively, maybe wanting to be part of the crowd, has said, well, I can probably get hold of one. And at that point, the plan is sort of hatched that, okay, well, we need you to go to UVU. We need you to drop the gun off. We need you to limp around campus so it looks like you've got the gun down your pants, but we know it's in the woods and somebody else will go and pick that up. Don't worry about it. You won't be shooting anybody. But then at the end of the operation, we needed to go and pick the gun up and just take it away again. Don't worry about it. And then we want you to dress in shorts, not Tyler, somebody else, and we want you to wander around in your shorts in the neighborhood, on campus, go and have a chat with the people at the TPUSA tent, go and fill your face in Chick-fil-A, and that's all we want you to do. And these kids are thinking, fantastic, yeah, I can do that, not a problem. How much are you paying me, or whatever? And that's their involvement, and that's the extent of their involvement. And it goes wrong, as Diligent suggested, I believe, or somebody else may have suggested, it goes wrong when Tyler goes off plan and ends up at this steakhouse. It's not, listen, I'm not married to any particular theory, conspiracy, whatever. I deal with facts and evidence. I'm just asking Bronson if he believes that might be something that could happen.
No, I think that's possible. I think it's a very low percentage chance of that being possible. But yeah, I would say that's possible. The problem is we don't really, there's no evidence to support that though.
No, you would have to just look at
and I would also assume that you would believe that it's possible that these kids could be in a Discord chat and that they could radicalize themselves to carry out a violent act. Do you think that that's possible?
I'm just asking the question because I imagine that if you are interested in gaming, you've been in these. I'm not. So this is why I'm asking you. I've not been in these forums. So I'm just asking you the question, whether you think, is that the sort of thing that goes on? I mean,
not the ones that I'm in. No.
Right. Okay. But in answer to your question.
However, I'm sure that there are definitely all kinds of forums or things where people get in and they radicalize themselves and say crazy shit. Sure.
Well, I don't know whether
it happens on X. Go into some X spaces. You'll get all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're radicalizing themselves or whether, as I say, maybe a 3-letter agency is infiltrating it, and they've got all the we know about all the,
I'm not discounting that a 3-letter agency isn't doing stuff. I'm not discounting that at all. In fact, I think that might be somewhat likely. There's just no evidence of it.
No, I think that with them we have to look at their capability. So have they got the ability?
But by nature, you can't. Their whole operation is to not leave evidence. Correct?
I get it.
Okay.
I totally get it. But that's
so we look for earmarks.
Yeah, and look at capability as well. Do they have the capability to do this? Do they have the capability to drop text messages from a Hades plane to create a Discord, to create text messages, to edit files, to do all of this stuff? I would suggest they probably do. But my question, so the other thing to bear in mind is, I believe that if the other option is these 3 potential suspects that are on site, and I'm sure there are many, many more because we've got all the maroon shirt boys and everything. But I would imagine that if I were running that op, none of those individuals would be aware of the other individuals and what their role was. So you've got deniability from each of them. If any one of them gets intercepted, arrested, they can't blow the whole operation. They cannot basically give the authorities the identity of the other people involved in the op. And that's how, from experience, I don't want to go into it too much, but that is how we would have run ops in the UK many, many years ago. I'm not involved in that now, but
which makes
Hayden, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, which makes it seem exactly what a lot of us say is it was a setup. It was not a good scene for the people that were on Charlie Kirk's side, but it was a setup. Right?
Yeah, I mean, and Hayden, I wanted to ask you a question too on that note. Like, doesn't it seem like Lance Twiggs was an FBI informant? Somebody brought up like maybe they caught him on some dark website looking at some crazy shit, which sounds totally plausible.
John Mappin incognito.
And the fact that he's not in the courtroom and that like you can't, like, his text messages seem to be doctored. Nothing about him makes sense, and he seemed to be goading Tyler Robinson into something. Do you think that Lance Twiggs was an FBI informant?
I have seen that suggestion. There's certainly a chance, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to prove, I imagine.
Red coat about to turn.
There are very, very strange things about that. That whole interview. When we were interviewing people.
No, I did not. I did not see your other.
If they're a witness,
antisocial. I'm sorry.
You have one officer.
My bad. Did you tell me what article it was?
And you may or may not also record
if you could just re-comment it, that would be great. I don't know if you tried posting a link. I don't know if a link shows up or not.
You would
maybe
often
just
have
the name
two
of whatever
officers,
institution's article
plus
it is.
an
I can
audio
just Google it.
and/or video recording for corroboration purposes, and also the classic good cop, bad cop scenario.
I can try to.
And when one of you is asking questions, the other one is looking for tells on their face and in their body movement, and you're writing down notes, and you alternate.
I don't know how old he is, but
in that room,
unless he's using a really old profile picture, he doesn't look like he's 62.
That isn't even interrogation, that is intimidation. And what I would say to you is that if you remember when Lance was shown the 6 photographs,
he just sounds very proper, very proper.
I can't be 100% that is Tyler. It's the same shoes. It's the same sunglasses. It's not the same hat, but he does wear hats like that, and he's wearing jeans.
No, of course not, because it could all be fabricated. Don't you guys get it? Could all be fake.
What he failed to identify was a really distinctive shirt with an eagle over an American flag. And what he failed to identify was Tyler's face.
Yeah,
or
I don't know
anything
if you
else
guys
about it.
caught that, but I tried to slip that in there about being in X spaces that get pretty crazy.
He then indicates the last two photographs. And the last two photographs, he says, that is definitely Tyler. But what you need to remember is that if we believe that Tyler turned himself in on the afternoon of the 11th, and that he was Mirandized at 6:25 p.m.
Yeah, we're
on
still
the 11th,
on that. Like that was even
and the
testified
press
that it was false.
briefing where Kash Patel told the world that the photos
Jujubee.
they were now releasing had been enhanced
Jujubee with the gifted
in
membership.
inverted
Thank you,
speech marks
Jujubee. I appreciate it.
to look like Tyler. They'd given themselves, if you imagine Tyler's turned himself at, let's say, 5, and I believe it was 5:21 p.m. on the afternoon of the 11th.
No, Gary hasn't. Gary hasn't gone this in depth into his story. He's just obviously open to the idea that there are people potentially in the deep state radicalizing these people.
Look at what game they're playing and how they're playing it.
Yeah, thank you very much for all your research, sir. Really appreciate it. Sounds like you have law enforcement experience over in the UK based on what you're saying. So really value your views and appreciate what you're saying. I put that space up that he did with Muppet up in the nest.
This guy,
if you guys want to
Noah,
bookmark
Hayden,
it,
this Hayden Wood, the one who's just speaking.
That was fire.
And, yeah. So that's
follow
up in the
him
nest.
back.
Please check it out. And I really appreciate you coming by. I'm probably going to close up soon. My phone batteries are about to die, so been running for a while. Thank you guys all for coming by. I'm going to get to a few more hands here and probably close it up. And again, special thanks to Trillion and Diligent and Anna Escobar, the lovely Anna Escobar, who lended about 4.5 hours of her time tonight to come by.
Holy shit! That's how long this space was, CJ. I thought you said it had just started.
An army of investigators, and we heard from a lot of them tonight. So thank you guys so much for coming by. Go ahead, Target.
Thanks, Godfrey. I'm so excited to be hearing the things that I'm hearing, and especially from Hayden just now in regards to, the depthness of the cult. I'm just going to go ahead and call it what it is, because
I like weird,
guys,
bro. I like weird. Weird's good.
As Hayden was saying,
is he weird like Eco? Like that weird?
On how they're going to communicate to try to.
I'm always
not
down
get
for
caught,
those dudes.
And they do separate, the duties
those dudes
of each person or each group.
Like if you're just bored,
these people were like
just
born
hop in and talk to people like that.
And if you take just for instance, the longevity of Erica being, we're going backwards.
Well, I don't think he's American law enforcement.
Was she placed?
You know what I'm saying?
In Charlie's
I think that
life
automatically increases his credibility a little bit
from all
to
the
these people.
co-ops that happened prior to that. And you have to think of this thing like almost like an Ocean 11 bank heist. They literally try to think of every
he out of
detail that if you get caught here,
UK,
you do this, and it's not just a off the whim plan. These guys are stealth like. They're very covert. They're very slimy little snakes. They're slithery, and they plan things for a long time, and that's hard for people to grasp.
That's another thing. I didn't play Helldivers.
Mind, because most of us don't think
no, I didn't play Helldivers.
Huge criminals, but these guys are, and this is a generational thing. This isn't just these guys decided to join a group or whatever. Most of the gangs, it's not just one or two gangs. It's all of them. All
did you watch any of the MW4
because it is the
first play today? I think that was today, earlier today.
The
a bunch of streamers were running
agenda thing. So they're working on a global type of agenda, but they're doing the little covert stuff to get to that agenda, and so they have all kinds of ways to get to their
Noah, how many of
project.
these spaces
But
have you been
one
in,
of the
dude? This is
things
the
is they
first time I've
never
ever heard of
count
this
on
guy.
this. What we're doing right now in these spaces and the investigations, they never counted on Candace. They never counted all I don't remember who said it tonight, but the person who said
The only
that
other
it was
accents
supposed to
I'm
be
used
like,
to in
yep,
these
he did it.
spaces are
Oh
those
well, he
Aussie
died
accents.
because
I'm not used
and
to a UK
like
accent.
Diligent was saying, they never that they thought that he was supposed to. I believe he was supposed to go back to the apartment of Lance, and then there's supposed to be a shootout, and then that would have been over. And a dead person can't talk, right? And Lance set him up to be the patsy, and that's what they do. They set innocent people up to be the patsy because that patsy knows nothing about
I mean, that's
the
all fine and well,
operation.
but like Tyler's just gonna
So
take that. Like, no, it's cool.
anyway, that's
It's cool. I'm
basically
good
what I
with
want.
it,
I want
guys.
everybody to
I'm
think
good with
like
it.
that
I'm not gonna
because I think if you
testify. I'm not
think
gonna
on a
do nothing. I'm
deeper
just gonna
scale,
take it.
you're gonna go places that you'll never go, and the rabbit hole like never ends. And unfortunately, it hasn't ended for me. So I really do appreciate this space.
Ben
And
Austin, I
yes,
have no
all of
idea.
you are doing a great job, and
I have
I just
no
am
clue.
so thankful that everybody's waking up to the whole network. And I do appreciate you letting me talk.
Thank you, Target. Always a pleasure to hear from you. And guys, Target hosts really great space, helping targeted individuals and
I don't.
getting the word
That's
out
I
about
just
that. So please follow her. Diligent, thanks for holding, buddy, and
right.
then we'll go to you, Sign, afterward.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Bronson, now that he's heard it from the
Oh
horse's
shit.
mouth, are you going to go back and correct your fellows and let them know what you heard?
Yeah, I will definitely be letting people know because I see a lot of people running with trying to prove that the receipt is fake. So if you have it on audio, him telling you that he's going to print you off a receipt, and
I
then
actually have
days
I have the
later
whole
you
thing.
have the receipt.
I have it. I actually have him giving me the receipt too,
Yeah,
but I don't.
like,
But
listen,
I think
dude,
it's
I
enough.
don't want false information out there at all. Like, that's my biggest deal is people just spreading false shit because it's muddying the waters and causing all kinds of confusion. I've called people out on my side for doing it, and I call people out anybody I see doing
I'm
it.
only on the
Well,
truth side.
here's the thing, Bronson, is you're listening to an account that was started in September of 2025, has 17,000 posts. 95% of them are all surrounded about covering the cover up of the FedSlop narrative that we are experiencing right now surrounding the assassination cover up of Charlie Kirk. 17,000 posts. This one Doc Magam got person,
Totally
and
legit,
that's who
by
you're
the way.
believing.
No,
Okay, what
Totally
is Diligent
legit.
covered?
believing. I was
What
Totally
is
trying to figure.
Diligent
legit,
covered?
Carl.
I was
What
not
is Diligent
believing.
covered over the years?
If you go to my X account and see the post that I made, I'm not believing. I'm wondering what the hell is going on.
Well,
Well,
I
now
think
you
everybody
can
should stop listening to
now
those
you
types of
can
accounts.
now you can refer him back to this space at about, let's see, five. No, damn, you've been running this bitch for a minute, huh?
Yeah, it
Four.
went on a lot longer than I thought.
I would say about 4.5 hours in, somewhere around there. Between then and now, you can find that clip. Somebody, I'm sure, will clip it and post it. I'm sure, but I
I
don't.
do.
I'm not worried about it. I know that my reporting is truthful. I know that my reporting is accurate, and I know that is why they are behaving the way that they are. Because innocent people or people who are seeking truth or have good intentions do not behave the way that they are, and you just saw it for yourself. I'm not lying. He just
I do have a
complete
question though, Diligent.
he just
Quick,
completely made it up. Completely made it up.
did you when you put this stuff out with the employee and everything? Did you put it in a post anywhere or anything that Ralph told you that he didn't think Tyler was there? Because you just played that in the audio. Did you specify that anywhere? Because I don't know. I don't like
Ralph's
super.
opinion does not matter.
Yeah, Ralph wasn't there when Tyler was there.
Okay,
He
well,
wasn't
they're
there.
saying that Ralph is saying so. I'm gonna have to go back and read the Mr. Exclusives.
He
post
said it. He said it in the
verbatim.
recording you just listened to. He
That
said, "I
he
don't
didn't
think he
think
was."
right.
He said that I. If you just let me finish, he said that I don't think that he was there, but I don't know. He could have been. It makes sense that he would be, but the only two people who were there that night are the restaurant employees. Ralph wasn't there. He wasn't there. How would he know if he's there if there's no camera and he wasn't there and there's no name on the receipt? He can't speak to it. So it doesn't matter if he thinks he's there or not. It's irrelevant. Two witnesses positively ID'd Tyler Robinson at that restaurant on September the 10th. That's a fact. They have a receipt that correlates to the time they said Robinson was there. 8:55 to 9:47. One of them rang Robinson up, says that's Robinson's receipt. Boom. That's it. That's all there is to it. The receipt's real. The witnesses is real. The owner wasn't there, so he can't say whether or not Tyler Robinson was there or wasn't there. His opinion's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, two witnesses placed in there, and a receipt corroborates the time. And if enough digging is done, right, which hasn't been done, the bank records will reflect it. That's all there is to it. So they can hoot, they can hee haw, and they can scramble and throw these big fits and their big fucking smear campaigns. They can host spaces about me all fucking day long with my name in it. But I tell you, you can just see that I delivered on everything that I said that I had, and I'm not even halfway done yet. And I've already given it out to the right people. So it doesn't even matter if they were to cancel me, kill me, do whatever me tomorrow, it's still going to come out. It's all still going to come out. So let them freak out, right? Like they are now, as everybody can see, but it's only going to get worse for them.
I
Yeah,
do
where's
have.
Where's Gary's proof?
Are you guys
Huh?
aware that Utah law requires bars that serve alcohol to electronically scan ID for customers appearing 35 or younger? Tyler
Did he order
Robinson
alcohol?
appears.
Hey,
Said he had
Bronson,
2 beers, right?
if you don't mind, just in the sake of like me trying to get to hands, especially to Trillion, who's been kind
Bronson,
enough
you're
to
horrible.
lend his time, I'm just going to go to some hands because I do have to close. My phone batteries are about to die. No disrespect is intended. But Trillion, please go ahead and weigh in, man. I'm about to close up. Thanks again for lending your time. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, great space, Godfrey. Thanks for putting this one on. Here's
No
the thing,
answer.
Bronson. Do you understand that the Robinsons, they have family down in Panguitch? That's why they know who they saw that day. He had been there before. You know, you guys think this is just some complete like cold read, they're mixing up fate. This is a small mom and pop restaurant. They know who Tyler is. He'd been there before, and you have multiple people telling you that they saw him. Like why not just like relinquish that one? I just don't understand the fervor. There are so many things that you could be talking about, but you just can't get past this one because it destroys the timeline. Is that the problem?
To be clear, that's not what the witness said about recognizing him, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like you just made all that up.
Do you know that the Robinsons have family?
I know
down
that
in
the
Panguitch?
owner of that establishment, I believe, has some type of ties with some people in the Robinson family. But I feel like you saying that Tyler was in there all the time and that all these employees just know
I didn't
him.
say he was there all the time.
You
I'm
just
just saying that's how they know who
you
they
just made
saw
this
because
shit
he
up,
had
dude.
been there before. What did I make up? You just said that
Who
they're
said that
familiar with
Tyler
the
Robinson
family.
had been there before?
He has family there.
No, I get
Okay.
that.
His grandmother's family is from there. She hasn't lived there for decades, but the family has roots there from a long time ago. They're like small town vibes because Mormons all kind of know about another Mormons in Utah. It's not a densely populated area. They're all Mormons. And so in this sense, and if you've ever heard new Mormons that come into spaces talk about it, like Sam, for instance, he's a Mormon. He can kind of tell you what this is like. They don't personally know each other, but they may have heard each other, heard the family names before, because there's probably dozens of Robinsons or more probably in Utah. It's a very common name. But my point is, right? Tyler
don't you see the
has.
problem with Trillion, what he just did? Like, you're going to say shit like that. Other people are going to run
I
with that. You're
corrected the
muddying the
record, though.
waters, though. Like,
I
that's a
corrected the
problem.
record.
That's
waters
fake
how?
information, dude. That's what I'm
What is fake
against. It's just
information?
bullshit.
You can't imagine that Tyler had ever been to that restaurant before? Or that
what difference does that make? Can you prove that he's been there? Has somebody said he's been there before a bunch of times?
Pointing out
like
the
you
case
just
of familiarity. It makes all the sense in the
He's
world.
a familiar. That's why they're like, that was Tyler. And you guys are sitting here trying
did
to
they
like,
say that Tyler was familiar? Diligent.
Not
Can
fault.
you
That's not
like
that's not
help
true at all.
yourself out here?
The interview, okay, is the second reply to my pinned post. It's the full interview.
Literally just
and he
got
tells
done
you how he recognized Tyler. He said he
talking
thought he looked
about
familiar
not liking people
from the
just
pictures
spreading
that they
fake
posted,
shit.
and then the following day,
And then they hop in and
they
start
played
lying
the
and spreading
video
fake
of
shit.
Tyler doing his acceptance letter for his college acceptance letter.
So
when you heard the
fucking
voice,
tired of these people.
the voice
if they want to play fair,
is really what triggered the recognition.
It's cool. I'll play
They do
fair.
not
I'll
know
talk.
Tyler. They've never seen Tyler
You just
before.
hop
Not
in
that
and
I
just
know
start
of. They never
saying
mentioned
bullshit.
it. Nobody ever mentioned it from that place. That's completely false. They recognized him from the face and the voice, but really the voice is what sealed the deal. And if you go listen to the college acceptance letter, which is on my profile, you'll hear why it was recognizable. He has a very distinct voice. Actually, it's like a very kind of like almost I wouldn't say prepubescent, but like teenager, like higher tone voice. And it has kind of like this chipmunk kind of like talk like this, right? Very, very distinct. Very distinct. If we heard it in Spaces, you'd recognize it immediately. All right. And he said that is what triggered his 100% recognition. So you're wrong, Trillion.
Yeah, but he didn't talk that much. I know people who are
How do you
friends
know
with
he
the
didn't talk that
Robinson
much?
family. Well, he's by himself.
He talked to the waiter and he talked to the two waiters.
Didn't they say usually people who sit at the bar want to chat, and he sat there quietly? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, he didn't chit chat, but he still ordered food, right?
Yeah, but it's like,
you have to
it's not
talk
a
to order
huge
food.
sample. Yeah, I'm saying that's not like a huge sample of like voice. Anyway, I know people who know the family. They know that they're down there. They know it's just, I don't know why you guys took this one and you want this one back so bad. Like really. I don't get the whole like receipt thing. It was news that was broken back in January by the New York Post and Fox Digital. Nobody cared.
Nobody cared because they didn't post what time he was there. Show me the reporting out of all of those legacy media reports where they put the timeline of Tyler Robinson on September the 10th at all. At all.
Don't you see?
So
don't
they
you see
didn't
the
post.
time
They
on
didn't
the
post
receipt?
a time, but they did specifically say late at night. That
They
was in
didn't
the New
post-
York Post.
They
But
didn't
we
post-
didn't have Tyler Robinson text message timelines when that came out. We didn't know that he started texting at 11 or whatever.
But both of those things are true. One, they weren't specific. Late at night, evening. It wasn't late at night. It was before 10. So that's absolutely not true. That's not late. Late at night's like 11, midnight. It was.
Well, that's.
It was both things. And they also didn't
subjective.
interview the witnesses. They didn't interview the witnesses. The FBI never went back and talked to the witnesses. The prosecution never talked to the witnesses.
No, it says that the restaurateur and two servers were questioned by federal agents.
That's not true. They talked to the owner. And you can hear the interviewer. You can listen to the New York Post, or you can listen to the witness.
No, I'm just saying that's what the Post said.
That's not. I mean, again, the Post did. I believe that the intent was to bury it because they gave a very limited scope of information, made it seem like it was nothing at all, and then moved on. And everybody, it got reported. That's it. Candace brought more attention to it, which that's what got my attention because I didn't catch it in the Post. I don't think. Maybe I did. I don't know. But she definitely brought my attention to it. So it's always been in the back of my mind. And I'm like, you know what? While I'm there, I'm going to go to fucking Penguich. And I went. But this, Somebody should have interviewed 2 eyewitnesses to a suspect in the murder, period, on the day of. There's no excuse not to, either before or after. The
Did
timeline
they say
starts in the
that
morning on
in
September
the
the 10th.
interview
It
that he
goes
did with
all the
the
way
employees
through
that they
until
were never
September
questioned
11th.
by
We are
authorities?
10 and a half months into the
I'm gonna need to watch
investigation and the
these
trial and
fucking
all this
employee
shit.
videos
There's
again.
been plenty of time for one of them to reach out. The Post wrote it, Post Millennial wrote it, New York, I mean, just it was all over Legacy and Candace back in January, right? We're almost to August now. There's no reason that those witnesses shouldn't have been both interviewed and deposed. Because their testimony is significant to the timeline. The fact that they weren't tells you something is wrong. Anybody would know this. I'm not a fucking trained fucking FBI agent. I know this. I knew to go there. I knew to get an interview, right? I'm a citizen journalist. How come the New York Post didn't interview them?
No, but
How come nobody else interviewed them?
I don't have to
There
know
should have been a
all of that
reason
about
why
Trillion
the
to know that
kid
he's full of
reached out
shit.
to Candace because nobody talked to him, right? He said, it did not sit right with me. It did not sit right with me. That's why I reached out, right? And good for him, because it single-handedly, that decision probably changed the perception of this entire case, right? If you ask me, the kid's a hero.
I'm just going to chime in real quick. And I have a quick question for Bronson and people kind of like Bronson that seem to want to challenge people doing
Everything?
work like Diligent and Candace and stuff. I'm just trying to understand something. Are we trying to find justice for Charlie, or are you guys just trying to like fit a narrative and only go by things that suit your narrative? Because to me, I think it's more important to challenge what's going on, and if there are holes in the story, and if there are holes in someone that they're trying to accuse of murder, assassinating someone, then you should question that and then seek to find justice for Charlie.
I
I
totally
just
agree,
can't
but do you
understand
hold
this.
those same standards with the theories that you guys
No
perpetuate on
one,
a
no, no,
daily
no. They're
basis? Do you
theories.
challenge
So
any of the
prove them
stuff that you
wrong.
guys come up with? So no.
Prove
So
those
no,
you
you just
guys,
theories
challenge the
you
official
wrong.
haven't had to
narrative,
come up
We
with
but you
know
don't
that
anything.
want to
he didn't
challenge any of
kill
the stuff you
Charlie
guys come
Kirk
up
with
Prove
a
with.
those
30-06,
theories
man.
wrong. Yeah, prove
Here's
them
the
wrong.
problem is you guys haven't come up with anything other than whatever the Fed said. That's it. And then you're mad when people
No,
try
I'm
different
listening. I'm
ideas.
not coming up with anything.
Well,
I
and
am
here's where I'll
listening
agree
to
with you.
everything and trying to figure out what
Okay, well
makes
let
the
Vindicated.
me
most
just tell you
sense.
something. Listen to
And
this, okay?
nothing you guys have come up with
Everything,
makes
listen to
very good
this real
No,
quick,
sense.
Branson.
your whole
Bronson,
thing
listen.
doesn't make sense,
Hold on
Bronson. You
real
have
quick.
one thing and it doesn't make sense.
I got
That's what
something real
everybody's
quick.
trying to tell you.
Bronson, if the
Yeah, they
narrative, if
don't
the
challenge each
FBI
other's stuff.
narrative
Made my
made
point for me.
sense, do you want to know something? I don't think anybody here would be questioning a fucking thing because it would make sense. But it doesn't
Yeah,
make
no, I
sense, and it
get that,
hasn't
but you
made
guys
sense from
get
the very
a lot of
fucking
things
beginning.
wrong.
So
Like
then,
you
no, it's
don't
not
even
getting
think you
things
see a
wrong.
gun in
It's
Tyler's hands when he's
theorizing.
off the
That's when you
roof.
investigate, you come up with different
You
theories, you
can't, you
test them
can't,
out, and
you
you figure
can't,
them out.
you can't 100% positively
You're
ID.
absolutely right. I cannot
You,
100% positively identify that that's a gun wrapped in a towel that he's
no, that's
holding.
not what
I
I
can,
said.
however,
You
see
didn't let me finish.
something.
Why are you interrupting me?
Guys,
You can't 100% ID Tyler Robinson at that campus at all. Not one officer that testified last week, not fucking one, said they could positively ID Tyler Robinson on the campus. Not fucking one. As a matter of fact, the only witness in this case that says that he can testify to the identity of Tyler Robinson 100% is the waiter that I talked to
His
in
parents
Panguitch.
identified Tyler Robinson out of the same photos that those
No, they
servers
didn't.
did.
No, they
Same
didn't.
been
exact
making
No, they
photos.
statements
didn't.
for a while.
Where is the
Hey,
statement from the
everybody.
parents?
I do
Where?
apologize. I've got to close down the space. My phone
Yeah.
battery is at like 5%.
Okay, well, give us 1 more
Yeah.
percent.
Okay.
Give us one more.
1 more percent. But
Where
please,
is
I
the
got like 3 more
Bronson?
minutes.
No.
Bronson, where is the statement from the parents? Have
Oh,
you?
you
Did
got
you? Did
God
did they testify?
No, they have not testified yet.
And so, where did you get a public statement from them?
No, it's in the charging
Have you
documents.
have
And
you seen a sworn affidavit
everything
from
that they
them?
brought to that preliminary
So you
hearing
haven't. So you have
was
no
announced
evidence that the parents
in the charging
identified him.
documents.
You have no evidence. You have no testimony. You have no statement. You have nothing. You have nothing to prove what you're saying.
So then why
right?
did Tyler
0.
Robinson turn himself in?
Because he didn't want to die.
I'll tell you. I'll open a space after this.
'Cause he
I'll
didn't
explain
wanna
it to you,
die.
Bronson, once
They
and
didn't
for all.
know who
Guys,
it
vote in the
was.
poll up top. What is the most likely outcome for Tyler Robinson? You have 3 options. Please vote, and thank you, Godfrey.
Yeah, thanks, Trillion. Looking forward to that space.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Godfrey, for letting me up and speaking and shit, dude. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming in. Sorry, guys, I do have to close. My phone battery is at near 0, and the space could short out at literally any time. So,
thanks for letting me come up and fuck up your shit. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're good, man.
Bronson,
Yeah.
why don't you come into
Thanks,
a
Godfrey.
Jillian
Yeah,
space?
thank
and
you,
explain?
guys.
Don't
Thank
forget
you
to
guys.
tip your servers.
Godfrey, but thank you for having me up regardless.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, sorry I didn't get a chance to get you up. I've got to close. My phone battery's about to die. Thank you guys so much. Thanks to Anna Escobar. Huge thanks to Trillion, Diligent, everybody
Well,
that came
it's
up.
almost
I
3.
really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
I'm kind of hungry. So let's do a full recap here. I'm kidding. We're not doing a full recap. That would take way too long. All right, so they'll challenge the official narrative, but they won't challenge their own stupid theories, which you would want to do if you're trying to prove the official narrative wrong and you're trying to bring some type of accumulative evidence that would prove the entire official narrative wrong. You would want to go through everything that you think is evidence and weed out the bullshit. You wouldn't just take it all, right? So you would want to challenge, but no, they don't want to do that. They don't want to challenge their own thoughts. They don't want to challenge their own, I don't even know what the word is, theories, I suppose. Just the official narrative. They just want to poke any hole they can in something, because that way, if they poke one hole in one piece, they can discount everything else. Then they don't have to worry about taking all of the evidence combined and looking at the bigger picture of everything. I can't say anything in Trillion space. They don't let me talk, bro. They just cut me off or interrupt. And then they just start saying all kinds of wrong shit, false shit. And I was trying to make that point with that girl, and look what happened. I was like, how come you guys don't challenge your own shit? Because you guys spread a lot of fucking wrong stuff. You don't push back against any of the wrong stuff that you guys push out. Why? And then it was just, boom, I got piled on by 4 or 5 of them. So but you like, I just want to know. I just want to know. I don't want to automatically assume that there are sides here and that everybody's lying, because there are people who clearly believe this shit, right? That don't have some type of ulterior motives, or they don't have like a reason to believe. They just believe it because they don't trust the government or whatever it is. Like, and I don't know, guys. I don't know. I just feel like talking to some of these people, it's not a waste. It's not a complete waste of time. And like I could go in there and just be like, you're all fucking retarded. But I don't think that's going to do any good. You know what I mean? I mean, if they're being retarded, I'll call them retarded. If they're saying fake shit and just making shit up, like, I will say you're lying and making that up. Like, where would Trillion? They knew him. They seen him in there all the time. Where the fuck did you pull that out of? Well, I can just, you know, come to that conclusion based off of my life and like, what? What are you just making shit up? Yeah, they are. I agree, Donna. There's a lot that are lost, right? But we're not even that far. Really, we're not that far off from the Charlie Kirk stuff. Like, a lot of people think that there was more than just Tyler Robinson involved. The problem is they're like, well, you can't just, you know, like Diligent was saying there at the end. There's not one piece of evidence that absolutely 100% identifies Tyler Robinson. It's like, well, we know that when you take video evidence, we know that the parents identified Tyler based off of those photos. That's why he turned himself in, because he was worried that they were going to come find him. How would they come find him? If they knew who it was right away, they would have went and got him right away. It wouldn't have taken 33 hours for him to turn himself in and to contact them. But when you take the totality of the evidence, the video evidence that they have, whether or not you get 100% identification of his face on that video or not, you take the cell phone footage, or not the footage, the cell phone location data, the text messages, the roommate, the parents, the DNA. Like when you take all of that, the totality of the evidence, how they think that it just everything is fake and fabricated. The 30-06, there's no way. Cool. Explain to me another theory and why it is that they would use a 30-06, but then not shoot him with a 30-06. Explain to me how that would work. Explain to me why they would even think to do that. If you're planning this conspiracy, why would you even bother? You would just shoot him with whatever gun's going to be planted. That would be stupid otherwise. So they're the deep state and they're super smart, but they're also really, really, really fucking dumb at the same time. I just, I can't. CJ, that's for you, buddy. Look, we're gonna do a little extra. You did the right thing, asked the right questions, bro. Got mad respect for you. I appreciate it, CJ. I appreciate it. Petition for cowbell sound effects. I rule. I gotta tell you, give an applause for that one. I think I definitely need to find a cowbell sound effect. Always need more cowbell. Always need more cowbell. Well, I don't know, man. Because a lot of them don't have, like, they're not making money off of this. They're not growing like a huge following. They're not incentivized to spread this shit. I think people just want to know the truth. But the problem is they're in these spaces, and these spaces have guys like Trillion and other people that are just saying fake shit that never happened. And they're like, yeah, like, I guarantee you, if I had Trillion just give me his idea on what he thinks happened, he would spew a whole bunch of stuff that is not based in fact in any way, shape, or form. And it's like, yeah, no, I could definitely see why you come to your conclusion when you are just making shit up. Just lower the sound effects and I'll stop my petition with chat. Is it loud? Is that quieter? Yes, that's quieter. I must have had that cranked. I didn't realize that. Oh, all right. My bad, you guys. I didn't realize I had the wrong whatever knob is called. The one knob I thought was it, I had like middle, and then the other one was all the way up. My bad. My bad. How about this one? Is this quieter now? Is that a little more mellow? Should I turn it down some more? We could go pretty low, so it's not like aggressive. Let me try that. How's that? Well, it's not a volume knob. There's a nerd name for them. I just forget. Raw 1213. Peace, brother. Keep up the good work, pal. I'm out. Have a good one. I appreciate the super. Jesus, I'm tired and hungry. I appreciate the super chat. Juju B with another gifted membership. Who got it this time? Hey, CJB34 got it. Who got the last one, Juju B? Who got the last one? Was it SK? Or not SK, the S-Files? Shit. Go back where I was, so turn it back up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Dirtbike, I'm getting tired too. But I'm also hungry. Righteous Gemstones. Has the conspiracy surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassination made you lose any respect on any previous conspiracy theories? Because I'm really starting to believe that jet fuel can melt steel now. No, and I'll tell you why. It's because for my conspiracies, the people that I listened to, right? The people that I took information from are people that are saying right now that these Charlie Kirk conspiracy people are retarded. So no, I tried to make sure and vet the people that I listen to as best as I can. So no, the legit ones, right? Like 9/11, there's definitely things. JFK, there's definitely things going on there, right? Amateur turd, amateur retard. My bad. 9/11 happened exactly the way it happened. Dead serious. I believe that. I mean, 9/11 did happen how it happened. Whether or not it happened how they reported that it happened. If that's what you mean, then I totally disagree with you, but it's totally okay. Yes. Eclipse Truth. Yes. They are very amateur. A lot of people are. There's a lot of new people in the conspiracy space. And we can thank COVID for that. COVID, like I said, I've said this so many times, COVID really screwed some people up. It really messed people up that just shouldn't have been. They should have stayed in whatever bubble they were in. And COVID broke them. Who do I listen to about 9/11? Well, nobody anymore. I don't dig into 9/11 at all anymore because nothing's ever going to come of it. Nothing will ever be done. But I would say if you're looking for I would just point you in the direction of a documentary called, oh my God, now I'm blanking. I'm blanking. The Empire Unmasked by Ryan Dawson. In fact, I think he just put a new I think he revamped it because it was an old one from I don't even know, 2012 maybe. But Ryan Dawson also has a ton of information when it comes to the JFK assassination as well. I went all the way down the 9/11 conspiracy theories, but so like Ryan Dawson, right? Ryan Dawson hates Alex Jones, thinks he's completely full of shit. It's only 3 hours now. Okay, yeah, the original is 4.5, maybe 5 hours, something like that. But yeah, I don't just Ryan Dawson. Listen, if Ryan is wrong, he's really good at being wrong because that dude knows a lot. Granted, he has topics where he doesn't know as much. Have you read Reclaiming History by Vince? No, I sure haven't. It's about JFK. Gonna get so much hate for this. I believe Oswald acted alone. Dead serious. Yeah, you're not gonna get hate for it. Why would you get hate for that? I would. The problem that I have with the JFK thing was just how fast they knew who they were looking for. I mean, that to me is a pretty obvious, Alex Jones was a disappointment. Alex Jones, it was, but I don't know. I have such a soft spot for Alex Jones, but it's just been entertainment for me. It's never been like I've never listened to Alex Jones and been like, oh yeah, this dude's definitely got this. You know what I mean? It was just always entertainment. so many people hate on me for it. I mean, I guess I can see why people would talk some smack. But I'm not going to, that's the, like, if you go into these spaces, right, and you're like, no, it kind of looks like Tyler Robinson did this. They will just fling shit at you. You know what I mean? I'm not going to fling shit at anybody unless it's like super retarded. Like their whole theory is super retarded. Then I might. But I still kind of want to understand like how the hell you came to this. And then when they start rattling off information, and the information that they're rattling off that led them to their conclusion is like a lot of it's wrong. Like, oh, all right. Well, that makes sense. But the biggest thing that they have is the 30-06. They really do. Like whatever started there's no way a 30-06 could have done this. Whoever it was that started that really, really fuck some shit up, right? It's like, is that likely? No. Is it possible? Of course. Of course it is. Is it possible that he was shot with a different gun and that they planted the 30-06? I suppose it's possible, but pretty low percentage, because that's a pretty stupid thing to do. Cloudy says, my conclusion, it's highly probable that 9/11 was an inside job, but that doesn't mean everything is a conspiracy. Correct. I agree. Yeah, the ammo size, it's a 30 cal. That is a 30 cal. For sure, it's a 30 caliber round. And they have a 30 caliber rifle that's chambered in 30-06. If you don't know about Dr. Mary and her monkey, you don't know much about the JFK. You know what? I guess I don't. I guess unless I'm just completely drawing a blank. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Uh-uh. No, nah. It's all fake. I'm going to have to go back and listen. Did they, is that legit? Did they say in Diligence interview that they were not interviewed at all by any authorities? Was he the, I suppose. I mean, Gary was kind of right there at the beginning too, man. It was Gary and Valhalla, the two Green Beret guys going, I don't think so. So fucking Gary's kind of at fault for this shit. Now that I think about it, I'm really glad you brought that up, Cryptic. You know what? You should all go and remind Gary that he's part of the reason that we're dealing with this. It wasn't a 30-06 thing. Everybody go let Gary know. Remind him. Yes, fucking Gary. Remind him. Go remind him. Is Ryan Dawson buddies with Jake Shields? Listen, Ryan Dawson is buddies with anybody who hates Israel. All right. He'll just say it's retarded about the Charlie Kirk assassination stuff. That the conspiracies are retarded. Not Jews, Israel. But you can go back. I think you can find, you'll be able to find all kinds of debates with Ryan Dawson. Like, he's debated Jay Dyer on stuff. He's debated, no, he didn't debate Vosh. Vosh wouldn't debate him because Vosh is like, no, he's anti-Semitic. I'm not going to. But Ryan's debated all kinds of people. Yeah, Ryan Dawson. If you didn't catch Ryan Dawson, like late 2000s into the 2010s, he was like completely deplatformed pretty much off of everything. And he like wasn't just recently finally got his X account back, but like his YouTube and everything was taken down. What's your take on Owen Benjamin trying to debate Andrew Wilson? They tried. They were going to set it up. Andrew was going to set it up, and then Owen just fucking spent days like just he's not going to debate Owen because Owen's just going to try to make fun of him and talk shit to him. Like he's not actually going to try to debate anything. So, and now Owen Benjamin's going at Jay Dyer like dude, what you're gonna. What are you going to do, Owen? Are you going to try to have a theology debate with Jay Dyer, you fucking idiot? Good luck. I'm not an Owen Benjamin fan. Ryan Dawson is OG. OG, super OG. I'm barely hanging on in the YouTube streets. Tell me about it. Cryptic XE. I know, I get it. I get it. Owen Benjamin brain doesn't work anymore. Yeah, here's the Owen just doesn't cut anything off. Like he'll run with anything and then change his mind the next week and then run with some other crazy thing for a while and then change and then just talk a bunch of shit about somebody in the meantime. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if he's ever even talked about Jay Dyer. Maybe he has, but all of a sudden Jay Dyer goes on Tucker and then we instantly have Owen Benjamin like trying to stay relevant by just bashing Jay Dyer because he was just on Tucker. Like, I don't pick a lane, Owen. You can't fucking smash on Jay Dyer. He would make that dude look retarded in a theology debate. A web of medical researchers, intelligence operatives, and anti-communist mafia figures, 1950s to the 60s, New Orleans conducted dangerous, unethical experiments on monkey viruses under the guise of something or under the guise of Ophation. I don't know. Eclectic. We just come in here just dropping all kinds of crazy shit at 3 in the morning. Cancer research. Under the guise of cancer research or anti-Castro warfare, a tragic lab accident led to the murder of a prominent doctor to maintain secrecy. This same network helped frame Oswald. Is this legit? Or is this like some of the crazy theories? Eclectic. It's really hard to tell if you're just like, you should hear this crazy shit. Or if you're like, no, this is legit what happened. It's really hard to tell in the chat. So I'm gonna need you to clarify. No, I got the Dr. Mary's monkey thing, but what I'm saying is this like here, this is so crazy it's funny, or this is like no, this is real. I understand that's what the book is called. I got it. From your perspective. A lot of it's real. Okay, so we're going on this is real. Okay. Nope, I don't recall any of that. So, you know how many books I'm reading right now? I've got like 6 books I'm going in between. And it's messing with me because I'll read a couple chapters out of one and then I'll read it. I don't know if any of you guys do this, but I'll read a couple chapters out of one, then I'll go read a couple chapters out of another, and I'll start to forget what happened in the, you know what I mean? And I'm like, it's kind of fun though. Like if you guys want to challenge yourself, have a couple of books going at one time. I'm not reading as many as Trillions though. Nope, that dude's definitely reading way more than I am. For sure. For sure. Take a Shot Girl is going to bed. Good night. Take a Shot Girl. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember. I remember him crashing out and like spurging out about Jim Bob for I don't know. Like it seemed like forever, but it was probably only a few days. But yeah, I remember him fucking crashing out over that. Yeah, so he's gonna debate Jay Dyer. Like you're gonna get slaughtered, dude. John L. Quinn, what is a book I'm reading? Well, I am currently reading one of Jay Dyer's books, another one, which is Esoteric Hollywood 2. And then I'm also reading I'll try to remember the name. Know the Faith, The Desert Fathers. I forget the name of the other one. I'm sorry. That I've got going right now. Actually, I can look it up. No, not Freemason Handbook. Freemason Handbook. I can tell you what the cover looks like, but that's not going to do very well for like what the name is. My rooster is about to wake up. Not looking forward to it right now. How do I find my like favorites on Amazon? Doesn't matter. Does not matter. What are you reading right now? So are you all Fed sloppers now? I guess, even though I'm probably in agreement with all of the other conspiracy theories. Just this one. Yeah, it just looks pretty convincing that it was Tyler Robinson. Simulation and simulacra. What is? I don't have I am so tired. All of these words look blurry. But I didn't order it though. I got it as a Father's Day present. But I I screenshotted it and sent it, right? But we text so much that there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. And it's upstairs. I mean, I suppose I could just go grab it. But I was pretty sure that I favorited it or whatever you do, but I don't even know how to find that. So a lot of fucking good it would do me to favorite shit on Amazon or save for later or whatever. But I don't even know how to find it. I really don't Amazon like that. I can see my order history, but I didn't order it. Filter maybe? Orders not yet shipped? No. Come on, somebody in the chat's got to be an Amazon person who knows how to find what you favorited or what you saved for later. Oh, no. Did I pass John? Did John say what he was reading? I have 6 kids and a pregnant wife. Reading is rare, but I am trying to get into the Last Lion trilogy on Churchill. Nice. Yeah, I totally get it. Dude, I have a huge gap of just not reading at all. And because of family, kids, everything. But all of my kids are older now, so I have more time to read. But yeah, I hear you. 6 kids and one on the way? Man, you're killing it. Knocking them out. Are you going for an 8 after this one comes? Also want to reread Mere Christianity in the Space trilogy. Yeah, but where do I see lists? You mean like type lists? Wish lists on my account? That did nothing. Well, it's going to bother me. I'm just going to go grab the title of it quick. I'll be right back. Okay, it was the sayings of the Desert Fathers and then the ladder of divine descent. You're probably the only one out in the East Coast. I'm so hungry. So hungry. I'm going to scroll back through the chat. Did John say if they were going for 8 after number 7 pops out here? I was trying to find the title of a book that I'm reading right now. I couldn't remember the title. And I thought, like, at first I was like, oh, I could just pull it up on Amazon because it's upstairs. But then I remembered I didn't buy it. It was a gift. And then I thought maybe I had, like, because I sent a screenshot, right, to my wife to say, hey, if you're looking for Father's Day ideas. And I thought maybe, like, I favorited it or something, but I don't even know how to find that. Have a good night, CJ. I'm closing this thing down in like 2 minutes anyway. We're still gonna listen or talk about you though. And thank you, CJ, for super chats and gifted memberships. I really appreciate it, and everybody else too who sent it in, or who sent it in. Who sent in super chats, or who just came and hung out. Who, I don't know, argued with me in the chat. Everybody, it's all good. All good stuff. Our house, you don't do X? You should. It's a lot of fun. X is so much fun. I enjoy X so much. What'd I do? Is it because I yawned? But yeah, so the other one was the ladder of the ladder of divine ascent. And that one, like, I'm not very far into that one, and that one's I have a feeling that one's gonna break my brain a little bit. I know I'm not sure if I'm smart enough to read that one. Yes, hate and discontent on X. Yes, but no, because but you do that, but then you find all the people. You know what I mean? You find all the good people, and then you're like, yeah. I think it's just because I like to argue. It's the only thing I could. But I have a lot of fun on X though too when I don't argue. And there's a ton of information on X. There's a ton of false information too. But it's like when it comes to news, there's no faster place to be up to date than X. It's instant. You know what I mean? Like there was a generation, right, where they would wake up in the morning and they would go get the newspaper and they would sit down and they would read the paper while they were drinking their coffee. I am a generation of I'm going to sit down and drink my coffee and open X. I joined X after Charlie died. I wanted to say things and fight idiots. Based. Super based. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about getting one. Yeah, it's not. It's like X can be whatever you want it to be. If you want it to be, if you're just in a mood and you just want to like start some shit, you can start some shit. If you want to find people that are like, you know, interested in things you're interested in or get information, like it can be whatever you want it to be. S Files, I got way more active after 910. Yeah, a lot of people did, I think. I think a lot of people did. And I mean, to be fair, like if you dive into politics, have a good night, Cloudy. We'll catch you next time. You'll have things to talk about all the time on X. They're trying to community note a video of Charlie that Erica posted. Of course they are. Of course they are. Elon. Thanks, Elon. Just weaponized community notes. It's awesome. Although, if something gets community noted, like that doesn't count towards monetization, does it? Like they no longer can make any money off of that post. I wonder if that was like X's plan to like try to pull back on the ad sharing revenue. They're like, you know what? How about we let people put community notes on stuff, and if something gets community noted, then it can't be. Then we don't have to pay them for it. And if people work themselves up, they'll just battle back and forth with each other and kill all their posts. I rated note not needed. Right. Saves them money. Yep. What is Reddit? No, you know what Reddit is. Stop. You've got to be kidding, Savs. I agree. I agree. That dude hasn't posted a fact in his life. Oh, Blue Sky is way worse. Well, it depends. If you're a leftist, you'll probably love Blue Sky. That's all it is. X is a little more free speech oriented. Blue Sky is just Blue Sky is what happened because of Elon buying X. All the lefties went to Blue Sky. But I think they're still on X too, so they just have their own echo chamber now. No, I know. I know. I'm just saying. She was asking what's worse. Although I think maybe like right now at this point, X is giving Blue Sky a little run for the money. Sure. Yes. There's definitely far more diversity on X. Absolutely. On both race and thought and political. Yeah. Yeah. Just all around more diversity. Yes. Say goodbye. Goodbye, Nikki. You know, it kind of is. Yeah. It kind of is. Except better. Like, it's not some goofy ass choppy forum. Yep. I'm going to go make food. I'm hungry. I'm going to go make food, and then I'm going to go to sleep. And then we're going to see what happens tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another one of these. We shall see. We shall see. But thanks for coming, guys. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Going to go do those things. Have a good one. And we will catch you in the next one.